have always known war. It forged our empire. Turned heroes into queens and kings. And decimated our foes. Now our oaths are lost, forsaken. And you must face the monsters our sins have borne. Is an oath worth the weight of a crown?
Fortune, smile and fade. I haven't seen you much of late. I need you now, cannot wait. But when I look, you're not around.
We were on our way to start a new life that summer. For our family, it was just a stopover.
For mine, it was the end of the road.
On the ground, now!
The sun went down on all of us that day. Was it fate? Coincidence? No. It was a long-forgotten secret, buried in the dark.
All my life, I've been scared of the shadows. But now, I'm finally ready to step into the light. I got your letters.
The world is filled with stories of legendary heroes and treacherous villains, of fantastical creatures and wondrous places where nature and magic live in perfect harmony. Not all stories have happy endings. But yours has yet to be written.
Am I dead already? I must be, I mean, this is a punishment, right? Yep, this is death. No! No! No, 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 no! This isn't happening. have to make an emergency landing. Hold on, Chief. No! No! You! I can't stand this! Who you are?
Breathe.
No! You don't get to tell me what to do. You don't get to tell me anything. We're... Are you even listening?
I count 3 anti-aircraft cannons.
3 what?
You'll be safe here.
Oh, I'll be safe. Safe? I haven't been safe since I found you. I found you, remember? You were out there on your own, and you'd still be out there if it wasn't for me. I thought I was going home.
There won't be a home if we don't stop the Banished.
You keep saying that. We're outgunned, outnumbered. I know I saw condors over there. I'm going to dig through them and find one with the working sleep space drive. And when you're done with this war, we'll get away from here. Far away.
Wait here.
Oh, please. Let me see what I can find.
Cannons first. When I get back, we can look. Together.
Okay, big guy.
Your people are broken, scattered, hunted, defeated by me. I wish I could tell you it was difficult, but it wasn't. We are one step ahead, always. The ring is already under our control. Soon, the auditorium as well. The Harbinger and the Banished share the same goal. We fight together to honor the will of Atriox. But without challenge, I grew weary, lost, alone. Here you now stand. This is my last fight. A true test of legends. Our story will outlive us both. Set a fire in your heart, Spartan. Bare your fangs. Fight hard! Die well!
Holy crap, that was a lot of information. So we're getting a Battlefield 2042 this year that makes some pretty massive changes to the series, like attachments that can be swapped on the fly, a revamped class system, freaking tornadoes, and some returning mechanics to the series like AI matches. Oh, and there's no single player campaign. So we went to a press conference right before this reveal trailer, and we are able to point out a lot of the details that you might have missed. Hit that thumbs up and subscribe so you don't miss announcements for alphas, betas, and everything leading up to launch on October 22nd. Alright, let's get into it. Okay, so immediately this looks like a conceptual trailer and not actual in-game footage. That's coming later. But most everything you're about to see appears to be in-game, and a lot of it was covered in the official press event. This first shot, for example, is the Breakaway map, which takes place in Antarctica. It's the biggest map of the game, around 5.9 kilometers squared, and has areas with huge drops inspired by Dam of Van Peak. It's many times larger than El Alamein from Battlefield 1942. Overall, most of the maps in 2042 are generally larger than previous Battlefield games. Here, we immediately see an Osprey aircraft, which is a combination of a plane and helicopter, and finally confirmed. This is the outlook objective on the map, which is mostly accessed by air. On this landing pad, we see a specialist, one of 10, that replaces traditional classes. Since all the other soldiers around them look the same, they're probably AI squad mates. You can play with an AI squad or friends in full AI matches. This map is dotted with these kinds of silos that can be destroyed, and the Osprey crashes into one of them, showing some environmental destruction before the specialist gets thrown off a cliff. You'll notice next that everyone except for them pops a parachute, and they use a piece of gear, which is a wingsuit. That's in the game. Specialists have one ability and one trait, but the rest of their gear is completely interchangeable. We're not sure yet if you equip a wingsuit or if it's tied to a specific character. This next map is called Kaleidoscope and takes place in South Korea. It has buildings with multiple floors and canals for amphibious vehicles. You can get to the top of most of these buildings, although devs didn't fully answer if some of them are out of bounds. You can also use zip lines like the fantastic downtown LA map from Hardline. One thing we didn't see in the presentation, and probably is not in the game, is fully destructible cities. That was a big rumor leading into this. Instead, there are extreme weather events like tornadoes, which you'll see in a bit. Next is a robot dog, which is probably the gadget of Boris, a specialist closely resembling the classic engineer of Battlefield. He carries an SG-36 sentry system that can be manually controlled or set to auto-target. If this is not an upgraded version of that, then it's one of the many vehicles or items that you can call in from airdrops. Players can call in parachute drops anywhere on the map up to full-size vehicles. Which means, yay, no more getting stranded. This is the discard map in India, which consists of stranded ships, one of which contains a rogue nuclear sub. Inside of that ship, which is called Colossus, is a close quarters fighting area. We see tanks that look a lot like Merkavas rushing up the field, but if you're an armor expert, help us out here. The next-gen console and PC versions of the game will have 128 players, so there's probably going to be larger columns of armor than previous Battlefields. A really cool detail here is when this tank gets hit, there's an ammo cook-off inside instead of the classic Hollywood explosion. That's where ammo inside the tank detonates. Next, there's what looks like a Levolution event. Levolution is back in 2042, still with the same terrible name. The ship hiding the submarine here is probably the thing that just opened up. The Manifest map located in Singapore is next, and this map has something I've always wanted to see in multiplayer shooters: moving layouts. The containers here are automatically shifted by a series of giant cranes as you play. You should know how large maps are in 2042. Even this map is larger than Caspian Border. Moving on to soldiers, this guy right here has a noticeable blue rope on his back. That's because the grappling gun is in this game. This could be the specialist named Webster, who focuses on mobility and is the closest thing to the old assault class. Something very dark to talk about here are the people you play as in 2042 are soldiers without nations. They just get hired and then thrown into the meat grinder by superpowers. There's no campaign, so the story will somehow be conveyed through these fully voiced specialists in multiplayer and evolve through the live service seasons. The yellow armband in this scene could very well be cosmetic. There are 4 battle passes so far with premium versions of each that allow players to earn, special skins and stuff you find in a regular battle pass. Some of the clothing items here also appear to show player rank. Ooh, and in classic fashion, this player gets their tag stolen. This is something you could do in Battlefield 3, and you got to keep a trophy menu wall of sorts of tags that you took off other people. The guy taking the tags, Espinoza, is a specialist that we haven't seen yet, but they have an ability that gets hinted at later. Shot ends with what looks like a Levolution explosion. Here we're back on the iceberg section of the large breakaway map in an area called the Resource Depot. This is where large vehicle fights happen. Here you can see a hovercraft and what looks like a Ripsaw EV2 luxury tank fighting it out. And here we have some penguins. No idea if that's in the game or part of environmental destruction? Jump to the orbital map in French Guiana. Players will be fighting over launch pads, and a failed rocket launch apparently has a huge impact on the area. This is probably the first large-scale destruction event of the trailer. Here we see the new Conquest mode. The reason so many players are fighting in this area is that Conquest has been changed. It's now broken up into sectors that have several objectives, like a town. To take a sector, one team needs to capture multiple objectives, which means players won't be so spread out over the map like in classic Conquest. Jump to Hourglass, Dubai, where the city sinking into the desert and experiencing extreme weather events like sandstorms. The map features a sinking stadium and lots of abandoned vehicles. Just have to say that honestly the neon buildings and the sand look kind of freaking amazing visually. Very Blade Runner. Far in the background you can see a sector objective blowing up. Here we see our first chopper fight. It's a good call. Choppers are a lot of fun in cities in Battlefield. It really helps them dodge around and not get shot down so quickly. One appears to be a scout helicopter and the other a Russian Ka-50 Black Shark. On the roof we see Maria, the specialist most closely resembling a medic class in previous Battlefield games. She can revive players back to full health or heal from afar. Anyone can revive a down player like in recent titles, but not to full health. Finally, this very nice scout pilot lines up for a Battlefield moment. Dev said Battlefield moment quite a few times in our press conference, meaning they want to bring back the spontaneous sandbox. As the chopper goes down, you see some external building destruction, but again, we didn't see any full building destruction and it doesn't seem like it's in the game. So now it looks like we're back on the South Korean city map and have two modern jets, a Joint Strike Fighter, and a Russian Su-34 duking it out in the clouds. These wingtip vortices are kind of interesting. Maybe a game mechanic that lets players visually track jets better. The clouds are also a good addition because it would make it hard for ground soldiers to easily spot and destroy jets. Under the Joint Strike Fighter it says VMFAT 501, which is from a current Marine training squadron. That's either an Easter egg or the situation on Earth has gotten so bad that we're using training squadrons. So here as the jet hits max altitude, the engine starts to sputter and stall, which is way better than getting stuck in the skybox like you could in previous titles. And now that other Battlefield moment. This one people have actually done before. The pilot seems to be firing some kind of recoilless rifle like the classic Gustav. Back on the ground, we see the medic Maria again, and next to her is Casper, the recon guy in a ghillie suit. His gadget is the recon drone. And then Robot Dog charges through the frame again. The Joint Strike Fighter here crashes because it looks cool, and again we see those interesting wing vortices. In the background there are also multiple helicopters and an Osprey, so it looks like this map will have a lot of air assets. Here's another one of the 10 specialists that we don't know about yet. He seems to have a jamming or EMP type backpack. Again, specialists have a specialized gadget and a trait, but they can carry any weapon or piece of gear. Big explosion showing off ground deformation, and we're back to our wingsuit enthusiast, just in time for the first extreme weather event. A big old tornado. Tornadoes will wander through this map in sporadic paths, picking up and tossing soldiers, vehicles, and anything in their path. You can also just avoid them. Now we're back on Espinosa, the specialist who took a soldier's dog tag earlier. We get a little bit more information here. The class seems to have some kind of extra armor. And finally, we have a sick race between a future tuk-tuk and a tornado. The tornado wins, but the guy that picked the wingsuit is very happy, and the tuk-tuk cracks a joke about it. Battlefield 2042 is out October 22nd with confirmed upcoming alphas. Really, we just scratched the surface of what we learned in our press conference. So make sure to let us know what you saw in this trailer that we missed, or maybe we just didn't have time to get to. E3 is about to get into full swing, so head on over to GameSpot's YouTube page and make sure you don't miss a thing from our Play for All live streams.
I remember when everything changed. The floods, the storms, the fires, people dying in the streets. The corporations gave us solutions. A better world. And we welcome them into our lives. But the laws of nature aren't meant to be broken. We need to know what they're hiding.
Cruel world.
Did you find the answers you were looking for, Agent Dark?
Not yet. This is just the beginning.
Come visit Tropical Yara, an island filled with beautiful flora, stunning vistas, friendly locals, and of course, interesting wildlife. In this slice of Far Cry 6 gameplay, we get to see a little of what we can expect when the game releases later in 2021. Highlights, of course, being good wee pals of the scaly and furry variety. For more of Far Cry 6, make sure to like the video and subscribe to GameSpot.
Good grog.
We go there where we want them!
Chorizo, get back here! Yeah!
Oh my god. What the fuck? Who are they?
Protesters, artists, journalists.
Why we have to leave?
They're still fighting. You and I are the lucky ones, Daniel. Anyone who doesn't fit into Castillo's definition of a true Yara.
You need to shut the fuck up right now.
My name's Paz.
Yeah. Okay. Your name is Paz. You're Paz. You're not Picho. You're not a bug. You're Paz. And I need you here with us, man.
Luarnban. Must be Libertad.
On you. That's why you died. Now I'm going to call this in. You're going to be slowly eaten bit by bit, like a bird and a crab.
Them to get back this time. Either you are... Hey!
If a dog refuses to break, then we must put them down. Mio, the difference between a true Yaran and a fake Yaran, it can be hard to see, but it's there. A true Yaran understands that loyalty to country is key to his survival.
Good dog. Good dog.
Good boy. Come back.
Good dog. Good dog.
You're an orphan, see? Funny how friends can be closer than family. Remember, Danny? Castillo has kept you an orphan. Why do you want to run?
I watched Castillo order a whole boat of our people shot to death. Get as far away as you can from that psychopath. All of you.
When tyranny is law, revolution is order.
Quoting Bolivar won't save you.
It's Pedro Albizu.
Gonna save Yara with library cards?
I have a list.
Good night.
¡Dios mío! ¡Mira eso! Another body here.
Buenas noches.
¡Ve a investigar!
Hello?
Hey.
$1998, the year of that one Godzilla movie with the Puff Daddy song, Half-Life, and also the year a new player in the gaming industry began to take form. It all all began with Seamus Blackley. After producing the colossal failure Jurassic Park Trespasser, Seamus left video games behind and became a program manager at Microsoft. That is, until word got around of Sony's PlayStation 2, a video game console set to rival the graphics of computer games and a Trojan horse for movie entertainment in living rooms. To Microsoft CEO Bill Gates, that was a direct threat. At first, Bill Gates turned to the likes of Sega to join forces, and even approached Sony's then CEO Nobuyuki Ide about a partnership, but to no avail. And then, Seamus Blackley was stricken with inspiration. Microsoft should go toe-to-toe with Sony and make its own video game console. Seamus pitched it to Kevin Backus, project manager at DirectX, then turned to Ed Fries, the dude in charge of the games division at Microsoft. Next up, the head honcho himself, Bill Gates. They pitched a device that was powered by Windows technology, but with one sole focus: to play games. And like that, Bill Gates gave them his blessing.
Damn, Bill!
By 1999, Microsoft's console was well underway. But what's a video game console without games? In 2000, Xbox acquired the once Apple-focused game studio Bungie for $30 million and tasked them to pivot away from its open-world third-person action game into a first-person shooter for its upcoming console, a genre that hadn't been truly mastered on consoles nor championed since GoldenEye for the N64. It was an acquisition that would help define the console's legacy. And if you're interested in learning more about that, you can watch an entire episode of our show Remember When, all about when Halo was originally going to be a Mac game. Link in the description below. The development of the Xbox was first publicly revealed to the world at the Game Developers Conference in 2000 by Bill Gates, revealing a giant shiny metallic X along with its tagline,
"The future of console gaming."
But it wouldn't be until early 2001 where we'd get our first look at the actual console design at the Consumer Electronics Show with the help of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
So if you really want to smell what The Rock is cooking, to a degree you've never thought you would before, you're going to get the Xbox.
The Xbox launched on November 15th for $299. It was the first video game console to stand shoulder to shoulder with computer tech, using a GPU powered by NVIDIA and an internal PC hard drive, which was a first for a console and added to its iconic tank-like girth. Speaking of girth, it launched with its Colossus controller, now nicknamed the Duke. It was nearly 3 times the size of PS2's DualShock 2, just for context. The Xbox included direct online access and could play DVDs, well, sort of. It only worked as long as you had the DVD movie playback kit, which was an extra $20. The Xbox sold 1 million units in 3 weeks, a huge success for a first-time console. Some notable games it launched with was Oddworld Munch's Odyssey, Dead or Alive 3, Project Gotham, and, of course, the game that helped establish an iconic, long-running franchise for the Xbox, Halo Combat Evolved. Halo Combat Evolved was a massive, critical success, changing the perception of first-person shooters on consoles, setting a new precedent for the genre, and introducing it to an entirely new audience of gamers by cultivating a new culture around LAN parties that took basements and college dorm rooms by storm. Very quickly, Halo became synonymous with the Xbox, making Master Chief's helmet the face of the brand. In 2002, Xbox Live was launched. It was the service that changed online gaming forever, and a business model its competitors would later adapt.
Forget that, let's play!
The service came bundled with a headset, a requirement that single-handedly influenced the generation of online gaming culture with a very colorful vocabulary.
Master of monkey poo.
Come on, little boy.
Later that year, Xbox launched in Japan, and with it, introduced the world to the Controller S, a smaller, less ergonomically insulting controller than the Duke. It continued to sell well in North America, but in Japan, barely scraped by with 850,000 units by the end of that year. Additionally, the Xbox was very expensive to produce and lost money with every unit sold. But in a drastic and daring move, Microsoft decided to make the console $100 cheaper, putting it at $199, the same price as the PS2, in hopes to make up for lost ground against Sony's astronomically successful PlayStation 2, which had sold 50 million units worldwide by the end of 2002. Still, while Xbox struggled to keep up, killer apps like Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell helped boost sales in the end of that year. In 2003, just 2 years after the Xbox's release, Microsoft had already begun planning on the next console, codenamed Xenon. While the next generation Xbox was being developed in the background, at 2004's E3, Peter Moore famously revealed the launch date of Halo 2 by getting it tattooed on his arm. Halo 2 sold 2.4 million units in its first 24 hours. It made $125 million in sales, making it the most successful of any entertainment product in history at the time, and the highest selling OG Xbox game of all time. It also came out just in time for Xbox Live to go global, further catapulting the service to success. 2004 was also the launch of Xbox Live Arcade, a digital video game storefront paving the way for downloading additional content for games, including Halo 2. In May 2005, the Xbox 360 was unveiled on MTV with Elijah Wood and performances by bands like The Killers. Xbox 360 launched for $399. It had an interchangeable external hard drive, it had faceplate customization, and a wireless controller that would set the standard for all Xbox controllers to follow. This time around, Microsoft opted for a sleeker, white and gray look in comparison to the black cinder block of its predecessor. It was also the first console to implement gamer tags, and one of its most influential features, the achievement system. Achievements set a precedent for even the likes of Valve, which added its own achievement system to Steam in 2007, and then Sony followed suit with trophies for the PlayStation 3. Xbox Live Arcade also made a huge splash on the Xbox 360, opening the gates to a wider market of games, most notably indie games. 2006 brought us Xbox's other defining flagship franchise, Gears of War. It won many awards, including GameSpot's Game of the Year. It sold 1 million units in its first 2 weeks, making it the fastest selling Xbox 360 game at the time. And then, at E3 that same year, Peter Moore did the thing he does again, revealing another tattoo release date for Grand Theft Auto 4. All was going so well for Microsoft's second console until 9 months after its launch.
Some faulty Xbox 360s are literally melting down while running certain games. A big holiday headache for Microsoft, but Nintendo and Sony appear to be grinning like elves. Jane Wells.
By August 2006, there was an influx of consoles being returned after they'd abruptly stopped working following the flashing of 3 red lights around its power button, earning notoriety as the Red Ring of Death. The cause, at first, was difficult to narrow down and pinpoint. Head of Xbox at the time, Robbie Buck, concluded it was the fault of the console's engineering, claiming that Microsoft took a design-first approach and as a result compromised what was under the hood. The fiasco resulted in a costly disaster. Microsoft set aside $1 billion to extend the Red Ring of Death warranty coverage to 3 years. Meanwhile, there was a war on disc formats, HD DVD versus Blu-ray. The PlayStation 3 utilized Blu-ray technology, which Sony co-owned, making the PS3 double as a Blu-ray player, an identical strategy Sony used for the PS2, doubling as a DVD player. Microsoft, on the other hand, went the HD DVD route. They released an external HD DVD player for it, priced at $199. But by 2008, Toshiba, which was the principal supporter for the HD DVD format, announced it'd discontinue HD DVD support in 2008. Days later, Microsoft discontinued its own player. 2007 introduced the sleeker, slightly more compact Xbox Elite and Halo 3. This was the year 343 Industries, the Halo-only studio, was formed, and also the departure of Halo's original developer, Bungie, though Bungie continued to develop Halo ODST and Halo Reach. 2008 brought us one of the most unsuspecting titles to cause a ripple through the industry, a little game to come out on the Xbox Live Arcade called Braid. It is among the top 10 highest rated Xbox 360 games according to Metacritic, and it was the second best selling Xbox Live Arcade title that year, right next to Castle Crashers. Braid was among the first indie games to shift the industry's perception of independently made games, paving the way for games to follow such as Limbo, Super Meat Boy, and Fez. 2009 was the first public mention that Microsoft was working on the motion and voice-controlled device, the Kinect, a project that had started several years prior in 2005. The Nintendo Wii sent a shockwave through the gaming industry with its revolutionary controller released back in 2006, tapping into new gaming demographics from children to grandparents. Though a few years late, Microsoft was ready to unveil its own motion control device. The Kinect's intent was to eliminate the controller altogether, competing head-on with the Wii. And the reveal of the Kinect brought this wonderful moment along with it.
You ever wonder what the bottom of an Avatar shoe looks like? Well, bam! There it is.
Kinect was released in 2010, alongside the Xbox 360S. After only 60 days, the Kinect had sold 8 million units. And by 2011, rumors circulated Microsoft was well underway on its next console. Despite the enormous misstep of the Red Ring of Death, the Xbox 360 sold exceptionally well, and was immensely influential thanks to its achievement implementation, Xbox Live Arcade, and its success in popularizing indie games and enabling their console distribution. Xbox 360 sold over 80 million units by the end of the generation, nearly 4 times more than its predecessor, and just hairs less than Sony's PlayStation 3, despite both having lost the sales race to Nintendo's Wii. Microsoft was officially cemented in the console market as a major force to be reckoned with, but that also meant a lot of pressure for what was next. Following the release of the last and final iteration of the Xbox 360, the E model, Microsoft revealed the Xbox One in May 2013, and people were less than thrilled with what was presented that day. The Xbox One didn't seem too focused on gaming, but rather serving as an all-in-one entertainment hub. Even when Xbox announced the game Quantum Break, it had a TV-like thing integrated into it. It was also the announcement of the Halo TV show, wherever that is today, though really it's definitely absolutely in development. On top of all of that, the console was pitched having loads of barriers and restrictions, like having to be always online, no backwards compatibility, a restriction on used games, and Kinect was required with the console, heightening people's concerns of privacy with an always-on camera microphone device front and center in their home. Oh, and Aaron Paul kept turning people's Xboxes on thanks to this ad.
Xbox on. Yo.
All of which was packaged for $499. Very quickly, the console was shrouded in controversy. It wasn't long before Xbox reversed most of its malign policies. At launch, the system did not require you to be always online and could play used games, but the damage had been done, and the console's perception had been tarnished. Slowly, the tide began to shift in 2014 when Phil Spencer, former head of Microsoft Game Studios, was made the head of Xbox. 6 months after the Xbox One's release, a version of the console was launched without the Kinect, making it $100 cheaper, putting it on par with the PlayStation 4. At E3 2015, Phil Spencer announced backwards compatibility for Xbox One, and the crowd exploded with applause.
Today, I'm pleased to announce Xbox One backward compatibility.
That same year, Xbox launched its premium, top-of-the-line, highly customizable Elite controller. 2016 saw the introduction of the Xbox One S, priced between $299 and $399 depending on the storage size, and interestingly, featured a UHD Blu-ray player, something that the PS4 Pro did not have, despite the technology being developed by Sony. Also that year, Microsoft acquired Mixer, placing its first steps into the streaming sphere. Now, the most important year in the Xbox One's lifespan is undoubtedly 2017, the year Xbox truly began to shift its perception in the public eye and lay the foundation for its future values. And it all started with the announcement of Game Pass, a monthly subscription service making a library of about 100 games available for $9.99 a month. Next up, the Kinect was discontinued. Later that year, it launched the Xbox One X, costing $499. It outputs 4K resolution with performance improvements and was the most powerful console on the market at the time. Then at E3 2018, Microsoft announced several acquisitions including Forza developer Playground Games, Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice Studio Ninja Theory, State of Decay's Undead Labs, We Happy Few devs Compulsion Games, and Outer Worlds Obsidian Entertainment. Microsoft also announced the formation of an entirely new studio, The Initiative, Xbox's quadruple A studio, comprised of industry veterans from Naughty Dog, Bungie, and Crystal Dynamics. Microsoft also expanded its market with the Xbox Adaptive Controller, opening the doors to a group of people underserved by the gaming industry. Xbox kept the momentum high heading into 2019 with one of its biggest years to date, which saw the launch of the Xbox One S All Digital Edition. It featured no disk drive and was priced at only $249. Meanwhile, Xbox continued to support Game Pass, expanding the service to PC and launching Game Pass Ultimate, which combined the console and PC service as well as Xbox Live Gold. The Elite Series 2 controller also graced the palms of many gamers. E3 that same year could be Xbox's best to date, where Keanu Reeves took the stage to reveal his role in Cyberpunk 2077.
You're breathtaking!
It also featured a staggering amount of game reveals. Lastly, the indie sweetheart of the industry and developer of Psychonauts 2, Double Fine, joined the Xbox first-party family. Oh, and Mixer, Microsoft's game streamer service, makes a deal with one of the world's most popular streamers, Ninja.
As of today, I will be streaming exclusively on Mixer.
And if 2019 didn't have enough Xbox excitement, its next generation console, the Xbox Series X, was revealed at the Game Awards. Which brings us to 2020, another exciting and historical year for Xbox. Microsoft revealed two models for the Xbox Series consoles, the X and the S, both of which feature Quick Resume, allowing the user to have multiple games running in the background at once, backwards compatibility with its 3 prior generation of games, the Smart Delivery initiative that enables folks who bought current-gen versions of games to get free next-gen upgrades, and the speed of solid-state drives. Between Microsoft's momentous effort and focus on backwards compatibility, smart delivery, and offering improvements to past games, Microsoft is blurring the lines between console transitions and redefining how we view console generations. 2020 also saw the launch of Xbox's beta cloud gaming platform, and just months before the launch of its new consoles, Microsoft acquired Bethesda, officially expanding its first-party family to a whopping 23 studios, and making it the owner of franchises such as Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Doom, Wolfenstein, Dishonored, and many, many more. That isn't to say Xbox didn't have any losses in 2020. Microsoft officially shut down its gamer streamer service, Mixer, a hard blow for many streamers who had established a brand and audience on the platform. And Halo Infinite, an initial launch title and system seller for the Xbox Series consoles, was delayed into 2021. And that is it. We are all caught up on 21 years of history with the Xbox. With Xbox on the cusp of its 4th generation, it's suffice to say that the story is far from over. To stay up to date with everything, the past, present, and future of Xbox, keep it here at GameSpot.
The Tarnished will soon return, guided by grace once lost. The Golden Order is broken to its core.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition. Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight, and they will die in an unending curse. For how else is a champion or a lord to be born?
Well, a lowly tarnished, playing as a lord. I command thee now!
Brandish the Elden Ring. For all of us.
Battlefield is heading back to the modern era with Battlefield 2042, the next installment in DICE's storied first-person shooter franchise. And that's not the only big change from the last two games in the series. The new game is putting all its chips on multiplayer, foregoing a single-player campaign in favor of leaning into what DICE does best with huge multiplayer battles. And it's raising its player cap on next-gen consoles and PC, from 64 to 128. DICE gave GameSpot a rundown of a lot of what we can expect from Battlefield 2042 in an early presentation. Although we don't have much footage to work with, so a lot of what you're seeing right now is going to be from previous Battlefield games. Set about 20 years in the future, the new title puts you in the role of a non-patrioted soldier, or NOPAT. NOPATs are people whose countries have collapsed, largely as a result of global turmoil due to climate change. As governments fail and people are displaced, the world sees massive increases in refugees. A lot of those refugees include former soldiers, and you are one of them. At the same time, all the upheaval has triggered an armed, global conflict between the US and Russia, who are both using NOPAT soldiers to fight their wars. So in Battlefield 2042, you fight for one side or the other in theaters all over the world, with the hopes that your side will win and that you'll get a seat at the international table once the dust settles. You're fighting for one side or the other, but there's potential that the NOPATs will work to advance their own agenda. All that to say that while this is a multiplayer-only, live service game, Battlefield 2042 will also have an evolving story, according to DICE. We don't know exactly how that story will unfold, but it will be told somehow through the 10 starting operator characters you play in multiplayer. We saw 4 of those operators during our presentation, and DICE says more are coming once the game is out, with the potential to bring more narrative to the game at the same time. Operators are fully voiced, and they're both similar to and different from the Battlefield classes players are used to. The franchise's usual classes still sort of exist, but they're more like categories in which the operators operate. Many operators have unique gadgets and traits that fall into class categories, like support, engineer, recon, and assault. But most weapons and other types of gadgets are no longer class specific. Casper, a recon character, has a motion sensor that tells him when someone is approaching his position. Meanwhile, Webster is an agile assault character who gets a grappling gun so he can change positions quickly and moves faster while aiming. Maria, a support character, has a pistol that can shoot Surets to heal and revive players at a distance. She can also revive teammates to full health, unlike other players who revive their teammates with only a portion of their health back. Finally, Boris, an engineer, can lay down turrets to help him fight, which also get a bonus if he stays near them. As mentioned, you'll play operators who fit into certain classes and have their own pros and cons, but they're not limited in terms of what guns and explosives they can use, so you're not locked into a particular loadout when you take on a certain class. That should provide players a lot of versatility to adjust their operator to go with their playstyles. There's also a new menu for adjusting your weapon loadouts mid-game, which DICE calls the Plus system. It creates a holographic interface on your gun in the shape of a plus that lets you quickly switch weapon attachments on the fly. So if you're going into a close quarters fight, you can quickly add a close range scope, a suppressor, and an underbarrel shotgun, and then flip to longer range attachments as you head to a different engagement. DICE mostly focused on one part of its multiplayer offering in its presentation, All Out Warfare, where two huge teams fight for a map. This is an evolution of Conquest and Breakthrough modes in other Battlefield games. Each map is divided into sectors that you're trying to capture, but unlike in past games, each sector can contain multiple objectives to grab before you can start scoring points against the other team. In Conquest, you're trying to take as many sectors as you can, while in Breakthrough, one team attacks to capture sectors while the other team defends them, making every battle a frontline fight. Map sizes vary, but they're generally bigger than what we've seen in other Battlefield games to accommodate the increased player count. But DICE doesn't want you running across huge open fields only to get sniped before you ever see any action. So instead, each map essentially contains a lot of smaller maps, areas where players have to congregate and where you'll find yourself in different kinds of battles. DICE calls this approach clustering, and it's where you'll get some use out of the plus system. One objective area might be close quarters with lots of buildings and interiors, another might be a wide open space like a stadium, still another might be best suited for vehicles. The idea is you'll be able to pick what kind of fight you want to get into as you head into the battlefield and adjust your guns to match. You'll also have better options for getting around those larger maps. Every player will have a tablet that lets them call in vehicles wherever they are. So if you're far from the battle, you won't have to hoof it all the way back to the fight. Vehicles get parachuted to the spot where you call them, which means you can potentially drop them on snipers and other opponents, and DICE has tweaked them to be more inviting for squads. You won't be just riding along when you hop into a helicopter or tank, because all vehicles have seats with more to do, like firing extra guns or spotting enemies. The idea is that even when you're not driving a vehicle for your squad, you're still an essential part of the fight. Battlefield 2042 is a multiplayer-focused game, but that doesn't mean you have to play with other people. DICE knows that you don't always want to jump into a sweaty online match, which is why you can also play its multiplayer modes alone with AI bots in place of other players. It will be a good way to learn the maps and the ropes of multiplayer, to jump into a battle that's a bit of a different speed from online play, or to take on a fight that has lower stakes with a group of friends on your squad. DICE also gave a preview of 7 Battlefield 2042 maps, each set in a different place around the globe and sporting a variety of sizes and features. Kaleidoscope is set in a South Korean city center, with skyscrapers flanking a lower area with an information hub teams will fight over. In Manifest in Singapore, you'll fight through a container yard that's essential to American supply lines. The containers funnel players into tight spaces for potential ambushes, but automated cranes also move containers around to reconfigure the battlefield, and there are anchored ships to fight through too. Orbital is a medium-sized map that takes you to French Guiana, where both teams fight over a rocket launch pad and its surrounding structures. The rocket can launch, and it can go very badly. The next map is Discarded, set in India, where teams fight over a rogue nuclear asset. Changing water levels have left a bunch of huge ships beached and rusting, so you'll fight through the hulking wrecks. Renewal is an agriculture research station in Egypt that teams are trying to capture. The entire map is divided by a huge wall. On one side is rich greenery from the farming station, and on the other, open desert. You'll head to Dubai for Hourglass, a huge desert map that includes a skyscraper-filled downtown area, a giant open stadium, and rolling sand dunes between the two where vehicles can have it out. And finally, there's Breakaway, the biggest map in the game at almost 6 kilometers across, set in Antarctica. Players fight for oil and gas on a huge map that includes facilities, open ice fields, and exploding silos. DICE says that many of these maps will feature its Levolution system, where they can change based on destructive elements from players and things happening on them, like a disastrous rocket launch. The developer also showed off severe weather that can totally change maps, like huge sandstorms that massively cut visibility on Hourglass, and enormous tornadoes rampaging through its urban maps that can throw players and vehicles. While most of these details are about the current gen versions of the game, there also will be PlayStation 4 and Xbox One versions. They won't be quite as impressive though. DICE says they'll only support 64-player matches, and the maps will be adjusted to accommodate the lower player count. As mentioned, this new Battlefield will also be a live service game, and DICE says it'll use a Battle Pass system post-launch, with free and paid tracks. The game has 4 seasons planned already, each with a new operator. They'll also add new locations and other new content to the game, while advancing the overall narrative. But all new maps will be free. DICE has more to show off for Battlefield, including 2 other brands of multiplayer experience. The first is Hazard Zone, which we only know is a squad-focused experience that DICE says is totally new to Battlefield. We don't know exactly what Hazard Zone is yet, but we know it's not Battle Royale. DICE says there won't be a Battle Royale mode in the game at launch. But more info on both of those experiences is on the way. Battlefield 2042 is set to release on October 22nd for PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. Tune in to GameSpot for even more Battlefield 2042 coverage, as well as all sorts of new stuff coming in from E3 2021 and Play for All this month. Thanks for watching.
Our world has a rhythm. We all sense it. But only a few truly feel it. It is found in the smallest moments. In every step of a perilous journey. In the symmetry of ritual. In the bonds we share. And in moments of stillness. It teaches us to look beyond the expected. To be a light in dark places. To seek answers. And to stand watch over our world. Our world has a rhythm. We all sense it. But only a few truly feel it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of E3 2021. It is a huge day today, possibly the biggest day of the entire E3 show, because it is back to back with press conferences today. And you bet your ass we're going to be here the whole day, breaking them down, expert analysis. We're going to have a great time. So, kicking off this morning, we've got Xbox and Bethesda. Then we've got Square Enix Presents, a little Back for Blood, and then PC Gaming Show and Future Games Show. So here, joining me to break down everything that's happening today is Jordan Ramey.
Yo.
And Timur Hussein.
Let's talk about games, baby.
It is a huge day of E3 today, like I've already said, but it's kind of strange because Xbox has already started the news cycle in earnest. Like, they got a bunch of announcements out of the way last week. They released this big video of Phil Spencer kind of talking about Xbox's plans for the future. A lot of really cool tidbits in there. So let's talk about those briefly. First of all, the fact that Xbox is exploring putting the Xbox experience straight into TVs. I don't want to invoke Stadia here because it feels like Xbox has way more of a plan to do with all their cloud gaming stuff than Google did for Stadia, which is unfortunate because Stadia worked, and when it worked, it was great, but like the pricing model was kind of a mess, like the games rollout was not good. You've got Xbox, who already has this stable of incredible games, stable of first-party developers, famous franchises. Tam, do you think this is going to be something they'll discuss more in this press conference, or is it something that they're just kind of mentioning now and they'll talk about later?
I think they will discuss xCloud and their kind of plans to propagate their presence within more areas of entertainment and devices. And honestly, I am excited to hear about that. And I know you drew a comparison to Stadia, and there's one of the most favorable comparisons for Xbox is it actually works. Like, I've used xCloud in a bunch of situations, both ranging from bad internet to good internet to, just using touchscreen to using a controller connected. And almost in every situation, I had playable experiences. Some of it was incredibly good to the point where it felt like there was no lag and everything was super high quality. Stadia, on the other hand, very much the opposite case. Like, I've had little to no success playing that game, and I've always been very much aware of the fact that I'm being streamed a game. So the idea of that technology being shown in just everyday devices like TV is incredibly exciting, because I have first-hand experience of it working really well using just the phone. And TVs are quite capable of more than these days than they have been in the past. So I do hope we see it, and I hope that they show it off. And it definitely feels, although for most people they're coming to this for games, it definitely is a feather in Microsoft's cap, and I hope that they take it off and wave it and tickle people's noses and make them sneeze and stuff with it.
Yeah, I mean, cloud gaming there. So they also mentioned that things like xCloud is going to be coming to browser. It's eventually coming to sort of the Xbox dashboard on consoles. But I think most excitingly, and Phil Spencer has teased this before, well, actually, Microsoft has worked with this before. Remember the grand promises for Crackdown 3, right? It was supposed to be super, super impressive and like built in the cloud, but it felt like they sort of prematurely announced all that. But now Xbox is really doubling down and saying that cloud development is going to be something they really, really focus on going forward. So Jordan, do you think we're going to kind of see any games that are either being partly developed in the cloud or completely developed in the cloud today? Because they did tease it again last week.
They did. I'm not wholly convinced that they're going to go back to that strategy. It's one of those things I'm like, maybe I'm just not the type of gamer that they're appealing to. I'm of the mind that I'm like, you probably want to make a game that's like, oh, just as easily you sell this hardware physical version, find it on the Xbox store, and there's a cloud-based version that you can play via xCloud. But I mean, there's probably a bunch of people out there who are not the traditional idea of the console PC gamer, and so the idea of a game specifically made for them that they can just stream onto their phone, onto their laptop, onto their iPad from anywhere is probably like super appealing to them. And so there could just be this entire audience out there that I'm just not a part of, but that Phil Spencer in his infinite wisdom, he can see from the top of his Xbox mountain. And so I would not be surprised if we get like a few cloud based entire games announced at E3 this year.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued, and I think the other thing before we talk about games specifically, stuff that they talked about last week was obviously the impact that Game Pass is having. So a couple of stats that like Game Pass owners and users play 30% more genres and 40% more games, and a more like 50%, they spend 50% more on actual content, whether that be DLC or buying games outright. So Game Pass, obviously a subscription model that is really just lighting the gaming world on fire a little bit today. We already had a leak that Yakuza Like a Dragon is coming to Game Pass. Yakuza Like a Dragon, like I love Yakuza, but it took me 3 months to play Yakuza 0, and I bought Yakuza Like a Dragon at launch, and I'm still only in chapter 4. I could have waited. But you know what? I am happy. I'm happy to give them my money, but I'm like, damn it. Because if I'd finished it, it'd be fine. But I imagine there will be obviously a huge emphasis on Game Pass today. Do you think there's any other surprises that could possibly come to the service? Not even just game specific. Like we know that EA Play is a part of Game Pass Ultimate. Could there be a sneaky announce of something like Warner Brothers games or Ubisoft games coming to the service? Tam.
Yeah, well, there's been that that kind of rumor and almost leak that Back 4 Blood might be coming to the Game Pass service. So we'll see if that's a thing. That would be a huge thing for that game, I imagine, and for Game Pass. You know, we're living in a kind of age right now where everyone seems to be making a Left 4 Dead game again. Between this and the Vampire the Masquerade game and Quarantine and the others. And the team that originally made Left 4 Dead, their next game, being Back 4 Blood, being on Xbox's service is incredibly enticing, and I imagine they'll market as such. And like we said before, if anything, Xbox Game Pass's impact can be seen in Outriders, where that game, you know, I wouldn't say had massive like presence and awareness coming up to release, but it certainly got a huge boost from being on Game Pass, and the community was given a very healthy injection. I feel like something like Back 4 Blood is going to benefit massively. If it's there on day one and you don't have to buy it, I know I sure as hell will be playing it on Game Pass. And if I don't have a subscription, then I need to check. If it's lapsed, I will be resubscribing if it's lapsed. And because that makes perfect sense. Like I tell all my friends, let's play on Xbox because it's on Xbox for free and we can all get in at no added cost.
Yeah, I mean, that's like how we all started playing like Project Winter, right? Because it was just on Game Pass and it worked on like console and PC. So I really hope the Back 4 Blood rumors are true, but I guess we will find out later today. So let's discuss some of the games that either we know will be present at Xbox Bethesda's showcase today, or we can kind of assume, or maybe even ones that we just really hope to see. So I think it's fairly obvious to say that Halo is going to have a huge showing today. It's also Xbox's like 20th anniversary this year, so I imagine they're going to definitely be holding on to those sort of legacy franchises that they have. Jordan, what do you need to see from Halo Infinite today? Because obviously we have seen gameplay before, but maybe it didn't have the impact that I think 343 and Xbox wanted it to.
Yeah, I guess I just want a more definitive idea of exactly how Halo Infinite plays with the idea of this open-ish world setting that it's doing. Like Call of Duty, Battlefield, and Halo have all evolved over the years, and Halo's finally coming back. They're trying to recover from the not super well-received campaign of Halo 5 Guardians, but the pretty good multiplayer of Halo 5 Guardians, and just the idea that we're going back to Chief and we're going to be playing on this world that looks a lot like the original Halo, but they're going to try to adjust the formula just a little bit, where it's like, oh, there's multiple objectives that you can kind of like choose how to tackle in like whatever order you want. Like that's a shift from original Halos. Like we just do these campaigns of huge set pieces, and I'm like, I'm not convinced that this change is necessarily a good change. I mean, sometimes change is good, sometimes change is bad. And I want a better idea of how this adjustment to the campaign, what it does for Halo, what it does for its storytelling. So I hope that they give us some sort of extended look at like a 5 to 8 minute look at a campaign mission or something. Like, this is how this campaign mission might play out for you, and if you chose to do this one optional thing, it might adjust how the mission changes, but the story stays the same. I just want to see that. I want confirmation that Halo is still those big set piece style campaign missions and everything.
Yeah, and I mean, Tam, you used to play a lot of Halo. I know you've kind of fallen off in recent years. What does Halo Infinite need to do to bring you back?
I think it just needs to feel like it has I think it needs to feel distinct. I think the problem that I've had with Halo, and I've played every single Halo game extensively up until this point, even Halo Wars, and I think the issue with the franchise that I personally found is when it got caught kind of in the middle between knowing what it is and its own identity and the trends of what first-person shooters were becoming at the time. You know, Call of Duty and those kind of games kind of usurped it in a lot of ways. They redefined how a first-person shooter is played, and Halo was the franchise that defined how first-person shooters are played on consoles. You know, it was the first game that you played on a console and were like, this works and it feels good. Then Call of Duty came along, did what it did, but did it better with ADS and sprint and that kind of stuff. And that left Halo in a really weird place where it started to feel like it wasn't really keeping up with anything else. And then it started doing like half measures into one side and while also trying to maintain its own identity. And it became this thing that didn't really know what it was, and it didn't feel confident in what it was doing. They started to get a bit more of that back with more recent games. I hope that they have more of a defined vision for how this game should play. And that's what I need to go into it to get me excited about it. I want them to know whether this thing is a sprint or a not a sprint game, and they commit to that. I want them to know whether they're going to have weird abilities and that kind of stuff, and lean into what makes it interesting. Obviously, I still want some interesting, new, different kind of innovations and mechanics, but I don't necessarily expect that. At this point, I'd be happy if Halo plays like Halo, just because we're at a stage now where all first-person shooters play the same. So if they just did another classic-style Halo, I think it would be unique enough on its own to be almost anachronistic and pull me back in. So yeah, I think that's what it needs to do. And also some good epic battles and, you know, a decent story again. I'm tired of the weird, wacky, like Chief is off doing his other stuff over here, so you play as this weird, random other team. Not into that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the line they're definitely going to have to toe, right? You want to, with a game like Halo, you have this core DNA, like the core pillars of what a Halo game is, or at least what a Halo game was. But then you have the sensitivities of a modern first-person shooter player, because first-person shooters have evolved significantly, like you said. And so I'm particularly very interested to see if Halo is gonna stick to its guns, no pun intended, or if it's gonna try something new and actually commit to that, or if it's just gonna be this kind of weird thing that kind of has a foot in each side or something. Kind of lost myself with the metaphor there, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I think Halo Infinite's probably safe to say it's gonna open the show or close the show. But if I had to put money on it, I would say it would open the show, and a big surprise would be the closer. But another game that we do know is going to be shown today, we're going to see some Battlefield gameplay. So obviously we had the reveal event with the countdown timer to another countdown timer. Jordan, are you excited to see some of Battlefield?
I am, if for no other reason, kind of almost going off what Tam was just talking about with Halo. It's like Battlefield comes from like this older generation of FPS shooters that have kind of fallen a bit by the wayside in the face of things like Overwatch, Valorant, Titanfall, like games that have changed up what it means to be a first-person shooter. And so I'm looking at Battlefield in a way, I'm like, okay, how have you maybe tried to change up a bit of what you're doing, but still at the same time maintaining that idea of what Battlefield is? This is a big year for first-person shooters. New Battlefield, new Halo, new Call of Duty. Do these big three stick to their guns, or do they change in ways to appeal to a newer crowd? And I think no matter which way you go, you're going to be a bit alienating, the other side of what you want. Like, you either have to appeal to the veteran crowd or the newer crowd, and then you have to try to convince the other side to be like, hey, I know that we're doing ideas that you might not agree with, but we're having a good time over here. Like, give us a chance. And so I'm eager to see what Battlefield has in store, and I'm hoping that it appeals to that old crowd. Michael loves Battlefield. I want this for him. I want a great Battlefield game for him, but at the same time, for it to show something to me where, like, okay, Battlefield has never been like my kind of FPS, but of what they're doing, as someone who enjoys games more like Apex Legends and Titanfall 2, things like that, I'm intrigued to try this, and I want to try this, and I'm hopeful that we get to see that today. We'll see.
We're all doing it.
We'll see.
We're all hoping for a good Battlefield for Michael. Briefly, we also know we're gonna see some Far Cry 6. Yes, we saw it, like it had an embargo recently with a look at some gameplay. We had a look at the post-launch plans. I'm not sure what kind of gameplay we're gonna see today. Possibly, if they're doing, I assume they're kind of doing their co-op stuff again. Maybe it's a look at like just an actual level in motion, but we know we're gonna be seeing Far Cry. In terms of other games, so it's kind of, on the Xbox side, it's a bit, who knows right now. So Jeff Grubb, industry insider, tweeted out yesterday, do not expect these at Xbox tomorrow. And this list genuinely surprised me because I would have had some of these games down as definite ones to show today. So Avowed, Perfect Dark, Fable, Hellblade 2, there might be a making of video, IO Interactive's Project Dragon, do not expect Everwild or Compulsion's new game. So the reason that I thought some of these games would be absolute shoo-ins is because Xbox, 2-3 years ago now, they bought or acquired, was it like 15 new studios? It was something ridiculous, and they kind of expanded that roster to be over 20 first-party studios making games for Xbox, and now obviously they have all of Bethesda's stuff in there too. They also have this brand new commitment that they spoke about late last week, which was they want to be releasing one new first-party game every 3 months, which, I mean, they kind of also said, temper your expectations that we're not going to hit it the whole time, but still, that is a lot of games. So some of these titles, especially given that they were announced a couple years ago, like Hellblade 2 was Game Awards 2019, I think. Fable we saw a bit last summer, Perfect Dark last summer too. I'm genuinely very surprised that, at least according to Jeff Grubb, they won't be there today. Tam, are you shocked by this at all?
Not entirely. I think that a lot of those games, like the studio acquisitions, they came at a time that Microsoft will probably want to get in there and figure things out for them and give them the opportunity to kind of reassess what those studios are doing and making, and then go from there. So I'm not entirely surprised that they want a little more time before they show that stuff. And also I think that Microsoft is kind of taking this as an opportunity to show off what else they've got going on beyond the stuff that we expect them to have. I would have loved to see Fable a little more. I would have loved to see a bunch of the games that were in that list. Perfect Dark especially, like a lot of those games in that list do feel like they're very, very early. Avowed, Perfect Dark, Fable I don't think is very early given how much we've heard about it, and Everwild and Compulsion's new game feel like that they could be. Interestingly, Forza not in that list, so there's a decent chance that you will see a Forza game.
I will eat my shoe if there is not a Forza today. Like, I do not remember the last time Xbox had a press conference and there wasn't a Forza. Like, that is their game. That is their, like, every year,
Yeah, we'll do a Horizon. Oh, I want a Horizon, so...
Yeah.
Giz it.
Where do you think Horizon could go if because I think they're up to 5 now?
I think
we've done Australia, we've done the UK, done America. We did that music festival. Ooh.
It's got to be Asia.
Ooh.
It's got to be Asia. Like that. They lean into the Tokyo Drift vibes, except, blow it out, go to different parts of Asia, and just really, really like tune-up culture is big. Get in there, and I think that there's a lot of mileage in that and a lot of style, and that studio can make it really pop off the screen as well. I think we're due something in that region. I would love to see that.
Yeah, and I mean, now that you've invoked Tokyo Drift, has to be scored by the Teriyaki Boys. Jordan, in terms of like other Xbox first-party games, do you think we're going to see something like a Gears today? Persona 5 ended on a cliffhanger.
I want to say that I think for this E3, coming off the end of the last year that we've had, if yesterday's E3 event is any indication, like 2021 is the year of the indies, not the AAA games, not the big flagpole titles. Like I think we're due more to see something like Psychonauts 2, State of Decay 3, the rumors for a new Plague Tale, games like that showing up at Microsoft conference more so than something like Gears. Now, I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to see a new Gears, to see where they go after that, as you said, like cliffhanger that they ended on with Gears 5. But I feel like we have to temper our expectations for this, and that Halo is like Xbox's big thing for their showcase this year, and everything else is kind of AA major indies, 12 minutes, things like that. Smaller games. I think that's what they're going to flesh out their conference mostly with.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I fully anticipate seeing an appearance from Chris Charla, an ID at Xbox, and, you brought up 12 minutes there. But it's, this whole conference is about 90 minutes in length, and it's not just Xbox games. It is the first, big joint Xbox Bethesda conference. So I think it's fair to say we can probably expect a lot from Deathloop. Tam and I got to see Deathloop behind closed doors not too long ago now, about a month ago, and it's looking great. I mean, even though it is a PlayStation 5 game, but it's also kind of strange because this is like prime time before the game comes out to put it on a stage. So we know it's coming to PC. I'd be really interested to see if they have any reference to it on stage, because that's kind of, I don't know, like fully calling out Sony at that point. How do you think we're going to see Deathloop?
Oh yeah, I think it would be wild for them to not show it. I think Microsoft is smart enough to know that they can't throw one of their developers under the bus, even if it is a platform exclusive game for a while. Like, at a certain point, showing that game also is a win for this Arcane. Like, and it also makes Microsoft look good. Like, Microsoft is amazing at playing the paragon of the games industry right now. And that is just the most ultimate paragon move. Like, here's a game from one of our developers that we think looks cool. It's not coming to Xbox initially, but still, look how cool they are. They'll be making stuff for us later as well. And everyone's
the money still goes in their pocket, right?
Yeah, the money still goes in their pocket.
But they don't have to mention that part.
Yeah, I am sure that it's going to end up on Xbox eventually. And yeah, I think we'll see plenty of it. And it's also just a win for Microsoft, right? In the Hearts and Minds game, showing off a cool game during your press conference isn't gonna result in people like umming and ahhing about exclusivity. People are just gonna look back at the conference as a whole and go, oh, Deathloop looks really cool. And then anyone that comes up with, oh, it's Sony only though, it's just gonna be like, yeah, whatever, it still looks cool. And that's a win for a press conference showing. So I hope that they do show it, because they stand only to gain from doing that.
Yeah, I really hope we see more of it today. It's easily one of my most anticipated games of the year. In terms of other Bethesda titles, we're probably going to see something from Fallout 76. We'll probably see something from Elder Scrolls Online. Do we want to talk about Starfield now? Let's just get it out of the way. Starfield and Elder Scrolls 6. So announced a good couple of years ago. With hindsight, because I remember at the time P. Hines saying, like, they're very, very, very early in development. And then, the news a year or so later that Xbox had acquired Bethesda. So clearly one of those moves where it was like, we're going to announce this game that you've all been asking for. Maybe that bumps up our price a little bit and we can get more money when we're being acquired. Who knows? But then, I suppose look at Ubisoft with Beyond Good and Evil 2. They just sort of announced that just to save off a
Yeah.
Vivendi takeover.
Yeah.
So I hope that's not the case. But it's been a good couple of years. Do we think now's the time that we're actually going to see something meaningful? Let's go Starfield first, because that's the kind of big driver. Jordan?
What's meaningful, Lucy? What's a meaningful?
Anything beyond a bloody logo. Like, don't you give me a PNG and call it a reveal.
I would love to see what they're doing with Starfield. And it's one of those things I'm like, it still feels like it's too soon. It still feels too soon. But like you said, it's been years. I think we get some cinematic teaser. I could see something like that. I feel like it's still too soon for gameplay promises on Bethesda's side. But I could totally see them delivering like, here's like a cinematic trailer that gives you a little bit more of the story. Look at all of the other amazing sci-fi RPGs that we're invoking in our story that makes you want to play. Kind of reminds you of Mass Effect, doesn't it? I can totally imagine something like that.
Love the way you brought it around to Mass Effect there. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to see something substantial from Starfield, at least to get a better idea of what that game is beyond the rumors and supposed leaks that have come out over the years. But I'm also, you know, it's 10 years of Skyrim this year, and if you really want to treat yourself, Google image search the Skyrim launch party from 2011, because what a list, what a wild event that was. Like, there's an incredible picture of like Christina Aguilera just giving, like, just not caring at all, just holding a copy of Skyrim. So, but it's the 10th anniversary. We know that Elder Scrolls 6 is in production. Again, Pete Hines did say it's very, very early. Don't hold your hopes. But Tam, do you think now that Xbox and Bethesda are strong together, that we'll see it?
A new Elder Scrolls? No.
No.
I think if we see anything, it will be much in the same vein as what we saw when it was first announced. Something CG that is a few seconds long and just gives us a hint of what it is. I think that they've learned their lesson from showing off things like Elder Scrolls too early, because it kind of commands the conversation above anything else. And I feel like going back one, I think that we might get surprised and see more of Starfield than we expect. Perhaps even some gameplay. Like I'm just manifesting again here, but like there could be a couple of seconds or even a minute of gameplay or something like that. But a cinematic trailer at the very least. But I feel like if Starfield is your thing, if you slide a Elder Scrolls in there, it kind of commands the conversation and the attention over Starfield. But you know, never say never. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll see something more of Elder Scrolls. I hope so. My one hope is they do not even mention the name Skyrim, because please stop.
10th anniversary. Time for Series X and PS5 ports.
Skyrim
what
has
possible
reached
platform
max saturation point at this point. Like they
what
cannot,
platform is
no
left
more
for it to
Skyrim.
be put on?
It's
Wait,
on
Tam,
Switch.
where's your...
Are there current gen versions?
I don't have it,
Skyrim?
but if
you can. I mean, you
For
can play it.
PS5,
It's on
you can
Game
play
Pass.
them,
Yeah. So there's backwards compatible, but there aren't current gen versions of them yet. So yeah, 10th anniversary, release it
10th
again.
anniversary, maybe.
No,
and you know what? I'd buy it again. And I would
You've
play
invoked it,
again.
Tam. It's gonna happen.
You've
I think if they're
manifested
going
it.
to do that, just say that it's a free upgrade. If it's a free upgrade, that's how you win. I think that might be a big thing for them. If they're going to do a Skyrim announcement, it should be, hey, Skyrim is coming to the new platforms, and everyone goes, and it's free, and it's an upgrade. If you own it, you already get it. And it's, you know, the Game Pass version will upgrade automatically. And everyone goes, hey, good job. And then
But I mean, at
life
this
goes
point,
on.
who doesn't own Skyrim? Like, they're not gonna make
I
money off
don't.
that because everyone already has it. You don't own Skyrim?
No.
God,
I've somehow
done that?
completely passed that Elder Scrolls by, and I'm like, I feel like it's too late to go back and play it now. I'm
It's
just
never
gonna
too
wait
late.
for
It's
6.
a great game. It's a great game. Other Bethesda titles we might see today. We know Machine Games are working on an Indiana Jones game. Also, I have to mention it because it's so weird to me. So the new Indiana Jones movie is filming here in the UK, and Indiana Jones himself, Harrison Ford, is just up in the northeast of England. So representing, I guess, my neck of the woods. we saw that little teaser from Machine Games last year. Are we expecting to see more of it today? Jordan.
That might be, when you mentioned earlier that's like Halo might be either the thing that starts a conference or the thing that ends it, and Halo might be the big thing that starts it, and there's a huge surprise at the end. I could see a gameplay reveal or like a extended story trailer look at Indiana Jones being a cool closing thing for the conference. I'd buy that. I'm in on that.
I would love to see just what they do, because obviously there have been Indiana Jones games in the past. There was that big cancelled one that everyone was kind of super excited about, and I do wonder at this point if Indiana Jones still has the sort of same start. Like, it's a very well-known, famous franchise. Does it still have the same pull as it did, when everyone was super excited for Kingdom of the Crystal Skull? But I'm very intrigued to see if it kind of also lies into the new. Oh, okay. The Starfield trailer is up on the Washington Post website for more reason. 11th of the 11th, 2022. I'm just gonna. Yep.
Let's go.
Yeah. So it's live now.
Okay.
So
yeah.
we definitely know we're gonna get.
I'm watching this live. It's a 2-minute trailer. Okay, it begins. We're dissect. This is now a Starfield dissection stream. Okay, so we're looking at the moon here from award-winning creators of Skyrim and Fallout 4. A brand new universe, 25 years in the making. Bethesda logo.
Oh dear.
Bethesda Game Studios logo. Oh, you absolutely hate to see this.
I mean, Tam, you might want to check in on News Slack, because as our managing editor, they're asking what we do with this one. It's still up, like, release date, so wow, that's taken a real big surprise out of today. What? Jesus Christ! Yeah, it's the weekend.
Someone's getting talking to.
Yikes!
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's a CG trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I got it right.
Wow. Yikes. I like how we all got to.
It seems like a very much like
together.
a open. Yeah, it feels like a very open. You're like an adventure in space.
Yeah.
Trying to find some sort of key to unlock something amazing, but sadly, no actual gameplay so far. I'm getting a huge No Man's Sky vibe off of it.
Oh
honestly.
Yeah, totally. I was about to say the exact same thing. I'm like, the ship design.
The ship looks very. Yeah, the ship also has like a Star Wars feel going on.
I don't know if we should show it on our stream right now, so maybe let's cut
away
away from that.
Stream.
Shut up.
Probably
no,
not.
Let's not do that. We'll probably get an angry call off of Xbox if we do, but learning about it live.
You hate to see it.
Wow.
You hate to see it. I mean, it's there.
Really hate to
The
see
release
it.
date is there as well. 11/11/22.
Xbox and PC only,
is that
also
what they
according
said?
to our news Slack.
Yeah, Xbox and PC only. There goes one of the big surprises for Bethesda.
Xbox Series XS specifically. No last gen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, beyond
Wow,
Starfield,
so,
what
yeah.
do you guys think we're gonna see today? What are your big hopes and dreams? We've already had Elden Ring. We've already had Starfield. Jordan, what do you reckon?
Yeah,
Or Tam, you go first.
Yeah, Tam, go for it.
Okay, I'll go first. I'm kind of hoping to see Ghostwire Tokyo. I know that my chances are low for it, but that is a game I'm super excited about seeing. And I hope that Tango shows off the game and Mikami and team show off the game. It's a big one. It's an enigma, and I'm very keen to see what was going on with that.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the one that's up in the air for me right now, is where Ghostwire Tokyo has been for a while. We haven't seen it, and that initial trailer had just so much promise. And yeah, I think we saw some of it as well about a year ago, like a second follow-up. But I'm very intrigued. I definitely want to see more of that one. Jordan, what about you?
I want something like absolutely wild. Like way back in the day, Xbox helped BioWare put Mass Effect onto consoles. Would be crazy for the new Mass Effect trailer to debut, or even Dragon Age if BioWare's like, you know what, we don't have anything Mass Effect ready right now, but we do have this new Dragon Age trailer. Do you want to showcase it at your conference?
Wait, I'm gonna have to cut you off. I can do the ear thing. But I also have iOS stuff too. We'll be back here after the Xbox press conference. We'll see you then.
Nice.
Now, no! The counter! No! Just flicker end their own life!
又抓到！哇，这一套直铁把我一丝血。
너도 대가리 돼!
Not the first, not the last.
Got it, baby. Woo! Now that's a ride.
Let my frenzy heal.
Let me finish this trick.
Let my frenzy heal. Not the first, not the last. You're more valuable. That was nasty. Not the first, not the last.
Whoa! Chug, chug, chug!
Not the first, not the last.
Chug, chug, chug! Ooh, I'm a great shot. Can't do that.
Who says monks have no flourish? Spectacular!
Hi everyone, I'm Ray Kwan, the lead producer of Naraka Blade Point. First, I'm honored to announce that more than 1 million players has wishlisted our game. We're really thankful for your love and support. Naraka Blade Point is a battle royale game with strong action elements. This game provides mighty heroes, diverse weapons, and unlimited parkour system. You can choose to be a sniper, killing enemies from nowhere, or a warrior, facing your opponents in close combats with swords and blades. You can also use grappling hook to wave your way through buildings and mountains. And of course, you can party with your friends, eliminate your enemies with combo of skills and ultimates. It's what we call unchained multiplayer combat, and you need to unchain your imagination. The Souljet enables you to create your own fighting style. There is also a variety of interactable machinery waiting for your exploration. And don't forget the character customization that lets you to create your unique appearance. In the upcoming beta, we're also adding a new melee weapon, Spear. In China, Spear is called the king of all weapons. And hence, we gave it a brand new mechanism and took inspiration from a lot of martial art movies. We hope that Spear can bring you a fresh experience of action combat. Naraka Blade Point will be globally released on August 12th, and you can pre-order the game right now on multiple PC platforms. Pre-order players will also unlock a new hero and exclusive outfit. After the August launch, we will continue to release new contents and work hard to crack down on hackers and cheaters. We'll try our best to provide players with a clean gaming environment. On June 16th, we will start a 1-week beta on PC. Right now, you can wishlist us, download the demo, and enjoy Naraka Blade Point.
Oh my goodness, we are here for it. Why are we both clapping? Like, I want to scream. Like, that was, it looks so good.
You're screaming, I'm drooling.
I know.
I'm drooling over that game.
It looks so fun. And so
Need a napkin
we just enjoyed it so much, we had to bring Golden Boy in.
Yeah.
Because you gonna play this?
Yeah.
How
so
dare you?
I played the first alpha and I was really blown away by it. Like, I feel like one thing that the Battle Royale space was missing was like an awesome melee Battle Royale. Because, you know, it's just a fun, like, I know everyone's like, oh, Battle Royales are like so tried and they're done and done and done. But like, something like this is something we really haven't seen before. Actually got to give a huge shout out to my buddy Genghis Khan, who I saw on Steam. He was playing it, and I was like, dude, what the hell is this? He said, download it, it's super fun. So I went for it, and I spent the entire afternoon just cutting through people nonstop. I had a blast playing it. That's why I'm so hyped up about it.
Well, we are all very jealous of you, by the way. It looks amazing. But how do we think this is going to change the Battle Royale dynamic? You were kind of touching on that a little bit, but want to open it up to everybody.
Yeah, the thing about Battle Royale is like all of them are, or the biggest ones are shooters. So you could like take pot shots, or you can snipe fools, or you can like maybe take some shots, dip out.
Snipe fools, huh?
Yeah, but here with this game, you need to pull up. You need to like. You come through and
let them know who it is.
Yeah, you square up and you gotta fight. And from all the gameplay that we saw, it gets wild because there's like spell casting too. It reminds you of Spellbreak, which is another battle royale that focused on magic and stuff like that. And so and I was also thinking of we were talking about Ultimate Ninja Storm, Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm.
Yes,
yeah, because it's super fast and loose. Because I also play For Honor, which is very heavy and very deliberate. But this one's like, nah, just go all out. Yeah, it looks wild.
Absolutely, and just want to draw some attention to the pull-up right now. When will Naraka Blade Point, the demo, start? And yeah, I think we all know.
Everyone
June
watched it.
16th. We were all taking notes. We were like,
This is more like a did you pay attention, children in class?
Did you all pay attention? Okay, we were definitely paying attention.
77% of the audience paid attention.
I definitely want to talk, though. I mean, there's Fortnite, Call of Duty, Warzone, Apex, like that list goes on and on and on. Do we think that Naraka can compete with those titles?
I think absolutely, because people want differentiation. There's this feeling of Battle Royale fatigue right now because it's so much of the same thing. In this game, you can 360 no-scope someone with the brand new spear weapon and then have this like wuxia anime-esque style fight up in the sky just raining down holy hell. It's going to be awesome. Like, I think it's something that the space needs. You have to keep it fresh. You can't just keep adding on other game components to that core Battle Royale mode. It needs to feel fundamentally different, and that's what Naraka looks like from this gameplay demo.
Oh my gosh, look, it's so different.
There have been several other examples of non-shooter battle royales that have been successful, right? There's Fall Guys, there's Tetris 99, there was Mario 35, R.I.P. Naraka looks awesome. Mitchell Saltzman previewed it for IGN, and he's our fighting game expert, and he came away impressed. He said the fighting mechanics in Naraka are legit. So I think
love
this
to
game
hear
is going to be
that.
the real deal.
I definitely noticed the grapple hook, the verticality. Talk to me about the mobility mechanics.
Yeah,
Do you think people are going to adapt to that well?
So I think one of the big things for a lot of Battle Royale games is like, when can you disengage from a fight, right?
Yeah.
Fortnite's really good because you have the building mechanic and you can build up, gain height, try and take your opponent who's on the low ground, right? They have to then try and do the same thing, which is why they incorporated like different things like grapple hooks into the game. Well, the grapple hook mechanic adds, and I said this while we were watching it, any game that has a grapple hook, I'm in there.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm in there because I just love the freedom of movement that it provides. And when you have like the characters and also it's very stylistic as well, right? Avali, I know you were going nuts about that.
Yeah.
Like stylistically speaking,
100%.
it looks really cool. You feel cool. And I know that this sounds like a hardcore shill for the game, but I'm telling you right now, if you are a competitive player, if you're an esports person, or you're just an individual who likes competing at a high level, I guarantee you'll like that game because I did. And that's my background.
Oh yeah, no, the first thing that I was thinking of when I saw the trailer for the first time, I'm like, okay, cool, so we got the Battle Royale Fortnite elements, but like the combat looks like a faster Blade and Soul, and then all the characters that we see, plussing that character customization option, I'm like, okay, it has the simpability of Genshin Impact, and I'm like, hold on a second, hold on, I'm like, I think all of us are about to jump into it. It's in the dictionary, Golden Boy, look it up,
I'll look it up for sure.
But no, it just looks so
Is his
incredible.
picture there? No, I'm kidding.
It should be, it should be.
Sim
Just
for
like,
me, everybody.
it's in the new dictionary copy. But I'm so excited for it. And as you were talking about the parkour ability, being able to jump and fly everywhere, I'm tired of kids being able to outbuild me, right? Like they're so much faster at building the dang stairs up and down, and I just, they shoot me faster. So if there's, some sort of thinking involved in here where I get to parry something and then run away, That's what I'm excited for.
I mean, there's so much I'm excited for. I absolutely love the game design. I love the landscapes.
Yeah.
And that might seem like a softball question, but skins make money, people.
Yeah,
and people
let's say-
talk about maps all the time.
This game's got style. They
Yeah.
are going to sell so many damn skins. It is going to be ridiculous. Yo, they are going to be printing money.
Amelie said she wanted sparkle skins.
Oh,
if
yes.
Amelie gets
Yeah,
Hey.
sparkle skins. But I mean, think about it. Like all of the different crossovers we've seen with Battle Royales, like Fortnite is the big one. If we get any like type of anime IP crossovers
Don't
into this
even,
game,
girl. Mm-mm.
oh my God.
Don't even.
I'm broke. I'm broke. That's
yeah,
it.
yeah, we will be broke for sure. Okay, we got 30 seconds left. Which class are we picking? I know you're crowd control, right?
No, I'm just going to get up
Really?
there. I'm a very
You told me
aggressive
crowd control
player.
rehearsal.
No, no,
Lied
no.
to
That's classic misdirection, so I can get up in there with the spear.
Yes, the spear. Spear's exciting.
Okay.
Spear's exciting.
I just want to jump around and cause chaos and confusion. So whatever that is.
So like where you are right now.
Big sword for me. Big sword for me.
Oh yeah, big sword, big sword.
Okay.
Gauntlet, so y'all can catch these hands.
I'll do the archery just to be something different.
I like that.
I like it. Okay. Well, we can't wait to get our hands on Naraka Blade Point. But real fast, we got to take a quick break. But do not go anywhere. We'll be previewing Square Enix and Warner Brothers games Back for Blood coming up as E3 2021 continues.
There's videos that I can specifically remember that I can't believe I did. I feel like I remember the most regrettable ones the most. When I lived like a sim for 24 hours. For anybody who hasn't seen it, it's you let your sim live how it would in a game, and then you have to replicate it. But because sim time is so quick, you end up standing around and doing something for an hour that should take you like 10 minutes. Now, I did it all day. You can slowly see me just deteriorating as it goes. So I'm pretty proud that I stuck that one out.
Hey E3, it's Posty. I just want to say hi and hope everybody's doing good and staying safe out there. I'm so excited to see the new announcements for some games, and hopefully we get to see a little something about Elder Scrolls 6. Maybe, I don't know, but I hope everybody's having a great time, and hope to see you soon.
Welcome back to E3 Live from Los Angeles, California. And hey, if you feel like some sweet merch, why don't you check out our limited edition gear at e3expo.com/shop. It's right here.
All here.
I did a presentation yesterday that Min-Max
You did.
kids really liked, right?
Yeah.
So let's go back. If you remember, I was saying, doesn't that there Tom Cruise have a new, which camera we're on? Doesn't Tom Cruise have a new movie coming out where he wears a bomber jacket?
Yeah.
You could wear this at the theater.
Yeah.
And then you'd get up to leave and you'd go like this and they go, wait, are you one of those pilots like we saw in the movie? And you go, no.
Zone. I don't know.
I'm an E3. And they'd say, what that? And you'd be like, Electronic Entertainment Expo. And they'd be like, oh, you went there? And you'd be like, well, no, it was a pandemic year, but I bought it on e3expo.com/shop.
High quality. No kidding. It actually is quite nice.
It is really nice, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna steal one. Also, the hat.
The dad hat. Hey, kids. Aren't you a dad? You're gonna have to do some yard work at some point, get underneath the house.
Hey, kids, aren't you a dad? All right, we'll move on. That's what you just said. All right, I'll tighten it up, Greg.
Square Enix presents is later today, and we'll get a world premiere. A world premiere from Eidos Montreal, plus an update on Babylon's Fall, details on the Black Panther expansion.
I'm on board, Ash. I'm on board.
And a first look at Life is Strange Remastered. Golden Boy, what are you most excited about? I'm glad you asked, Greg. Ladies and gentlemen, in September 2020, a game called Marvel's Avengers came out, and y'all enjoyed it for like a week, but this guy enjoys it to this day, and this is my day, all right? This is the day where I take it back. Black Panther, War for Wakanda. How excited are you, huh? See him out there, Wakanda forever, let's go.
Anything Black Panther related, I'm totally in. Yeah. I've always been a fan of the character way back in the day, so I'm cool with that, Greg.
Okay,
I'm good.
Yeah.
I just want to know what else they're bringing to the table.
Sure, of course.
All right, that's an important thing.
I mean, you know, fun and games aside, I did put up a video back when they were getting ready for their last Avengers thing that was, hey, Avengers isn't in a good place. I enjoy the gameplay. I want more out of it. What can they do? And hopefully War for Wakanda is going to be that, right? We need endgame content. We need things to be going on. We need raids. We need 150 power level stuff.
Yeah.
I need a reason to turn this on again every day, and we haven't had that for a while. And they've been better about their roadmap, But today's the big test of what they actually have.
Yeah, and another game that I'm very much looking forward to hearing more about because I don't know much about it. For me personally, is Babylon's Fall. Michael's been going nuts about that game.
Oh my God.
I kind of going into this one super cold. Yeah. So I want to be dazzled. Platinum's an incredible dev. I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to bring the heat, and I think it's going to be really exciting. I think Square Enix is going to have a pretty decent show, and I'm looking forward to it.
100%. Yeah, I can't wait to see what they have up their sleeve, right? Because the other big thing that we were just talking about. Well, first off, full stop on the unannounced game. Life is Strange. Huge fan. I want to see more about the brand new one that's coming out in September. But then to kick it back into Rumor Patrol, right? Like, Eidos Montreal, all right? We've known the rumor forever of what you're working on. You're the Deus Ex team. There's been rumors you're working on something new.
Yeah.
Is it true? Is it today we see it? I mean, we see something from them today. There's been this conversation you've continued to have of like, it is interesting because obviously there's rumors of what's coming, right? Maybe a Marvel property. But it is also a great time where Deus Ex could thrive in this day and age.
This is true. You know, I know that like Deus Ex as a franchise is one that's kind of flown under the radar, but it has been for the longest time one of my like hallmark games. Like it was like a huge part of my I mean, Deus Ex Conspiracy on the PlayStation 2, I'd have played that like a million times. I love that game so much. Human Revolution, another great game, or Human Revolution, excuse me, Mankind Divided. You know, they just make great games. And I think with Cyberpunk and the hype around that, you know, neo-future kind of thingamajigam, the thematics that we're seeing now, it's a great time to do something like that, right? Like that futuristic city appeal. I think Deus Ex could really nail it, but I don't think we're going to get that today, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine.
Well,
just don't let me down next year.
It's what I've talked about before, especially as a comic book dork, you know what I mean? What I'm excited for is seeing something, I take this like Insomniac, where I think Insomniac is an amazing studio. Obviously, everybody knows it now, but Spider-Man really put them on another level in terms of video game pop culture. And I think as we look at Square Enix Montreal, or Eidos Montreal here, right, the same could be applied here, where Deus Ex games were great, and the people who loved them.
Yes.
But now if they work on a bigger property, a Marvel title, let's see what happens.
That's true. That's true. That'd be helpful.
That's what I hope it is. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, what are you excited for? Hashtag E3 2021. You can get right in there. You can see what's up and have a great time.
Get in there, baby.
Now, following Square, they want me to read the teleprompter. This is another one. Look at right here, right here. We don't need to.
I don't need to.
Following Square is
it.
WB Games Back
for Blood.
Oh my God, Golden Boy, we can't wait. I played that alpha and I was like, I'm done. Yep, the people who made Left 4 Dead are back with a spiritual successor to Left 4 Dead. And it's amazing and it's got a deck building thing. So every time I play the campaigns, they're gonna be different campaigns. Let's go.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to preview this game with the WB Games crew, and they were all amazing, all wonderful people. And I got there immediately and I was just like, this is everything that I want. It is genuine excitement for a game that's ridiculous, that knows exactly what it is, and it plays right into it. Even from the name, they know what they are, they know what they're doing, and yeah, that alpha was fantastic, right? You know, I remember talking to the WB Games crew and saying, like, me and my best friends, like, we love games like this because they like yelling at each other and, you know, cursing each other out and having a good time, because that's just what friends do.
That's what friends do.
And they said this is literally that. It's exactly what you want out of a co-op shooter. They added some new set pieces, different elements to the game.
New kinds of monsters, right?
New kinds of monsters, yeah. So they're bringing something new to the table, but they're doing enough of the same that it just feels right. Yeah. And that, at the end of the day, is all you want out of a game like this.
100%. You know, yesterday there was comparisons drawn when we were talking about Rainbow Six Extraction, not Quarantine anymore. Rainbow Six Extraction, right? And I was watching that, and it was the conversation that was happening on the media stage, where there's going to be those two types of people who want the tactical. Let's go in there. Let's plan how we're taking out this hive, right? And then for me, it was definitely like, I want the Back 4 Blood. Cool, I have an Uzi, now I have a shotgun. It doesn't matter. I'm having a great time.
Exactly.
Shooting everything up.
Exactly. And that's the reason why I'm so excited for it. We're going to see that later on today. But also another thing we're getting is a PC gaming show, because it's coming to town, baby. And we know one thing, we are going to get an entertaining look at some of the best news releases, including indie releases coming to a PC near you. They've got 39 game trailers, Greg. I just saw that pop up on the read there. I didn't even know that. That's wild.
Hey, that's what people usually want in E3 is game trailers.
It's game trailers, dude.
They love to see things that they might be playing. Yeah, so that's incredibly exciting, right?
Yeah, and us, and our embrace.
And us, that's right.
He can do that because I'm short. you know. But I'm looking forward to the PC Gaming Show.
See, I'll do it for you too.
We did it, guys.
Get your screenshots right now.
This
Let's
is
see.
freaking friendship right here.
Hashtag E3 2021.
Yeah, there it is.
People don't like this bit. They do not like this bit.
I don't know. I don't know what we're doing, Greg.
We're talking games.
We're talking games.
That's what I am notoriously not a PC gamer, right? I am a simple person. I like my console to plug in and go. But what I love about the PC Gaming Show every year is the diversity of games you get.
Very true.
Right? And of course, Sean Plott always shows up to host it and does a great job. He's funny as well. DevBot's always being goofy. But we get to go in there and we get to see a whole bunch of different stuff that will maybe come to console one day or will be the game that inspires me to turn on my PC.
Very true. And that is the beauty of PC gaming. There's so much variety that's out there. You know, you could go multiple platforms. You could do whatever you want to do. And by the way, I just got informed.
Stop talking about PC! Stop talking about PC!
It's okay because Microsoft also supports PCs as well. Oh, crap.
Damon, this isn't a drill. It's happening.
Did we get Halo?
Oh, God. Take me. I need a 12 minutes release date, Phil, all right? I need that. I need Starfield.
Take me, Phil.
We need to see Halo. Don't do this to him again. Tim Schafer, make Psychonauts come out today. It's a simple request,
Greg,
all right?
the lighting can't get there, Greg.
It doesn't matter.
The lighting can't get there.
Most people are listening to this as a podcast.
Philip Elizabeth
39
Spencer.
seconds.
Philip Elizabeth Spencer,
it's
if you're
happening.
watching this right now, just know, man, just bring the thunder, brother. That's all I want. Just bring the thunder, dude. Give me the chief.
I don't think Phil's watching this right now. He's probably getting ready for that over there.
Oh,
my gosh.
That's his nickname, though. Yeah. Well, let's do it, Greg.
Okay, fine, everybody. Now is the moment Master Chief and Golden Boy have been waiting for. Here's the Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase.
"20 years. That's how long Xbox has been with us. And like you, this is a moment I always look forward to. I love seeing the new games, crossing my fingers for my favorites to return, hoping for a few surprises. Most of all, though, I love seeing everyone around the world come together and celebrate what games mean to all of us. And I think, this past year, they've meant even more. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for the support you give us and one another. Xbox is turning 20, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the friendships we've had that whole time. At Bethesda, we believe video games do one thing better than anything else. They transport us. Through art and technology, there's real magic when you step into a new world and can make it your own. We've traveled the worlds of Elder Scrolls, of Fallout, and now, for the first time in over 25 years, we're creating a new universe with Starfield. Set hundreds of years in our future, it's an epic about hope, our shared humanity, and answering our greatest mystery. It's a game we've dreamt of playing, and it wasn't until now that we have the hardware, the technology, and the team who's hard at work at home to make that dream a reality. We're excited to finally share our first in-game teaser and something to look forward to.
Constellation Starship Frontier, we have you on scanners. Performing remote systems check. Helium-3 tanks check. Seals are intact.
They say the wonder is not that the field of stars is so vast, but that we have measured it. You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family. What you've found, it's the key to unlocking everything.
We reach your constellation.
This is all we've been working towards.
Jemison route looks good.
We've come to the beginning of humanity's final journey.
Prepare for departure. Graviton loop array spool check. Your space lane is clear.
That's why we're here.
Main engines go. Ignition.
To discover what's out there.
Good luck, Constellation. You are go for launch.
Awesome to share with you for the very first time one of the most anticipated games in the world from Todd Howard and the team at Bethesda Game Studios. A groundbreaking game, and yes, it's exclusive. Welcome to the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. I am so excited and proud to be here today celebrating games, because although it's been an incredibly tough year, I am grateful that games have been such an important source of joy and connection. We are committed to forging the next era of gaming, conjuring worlds never before possible, unlocking play across all devices, and delivering the power of games to everyone. And now, we get to share that quest with Bethesda, not just as partners, but as one team, united in bringing the very best games to more people everywhere. So today, we get to reveal more of what's to come. We have an amazing show, 30 titles, 27 in Xbox Game Pass. And of course, every single console title you'll see today is optimized for Xbox Series X and S, offering next-gen performance, speed, and features. We get to work with the best studios on Earth. Next is something truly riveting. The latest entry in the haunting and evocative franchise created by GSC Game World, Stalker 2, coming first to Xbox Series consoles and PC. This will be a true next-gen experience, targeting 4K resolution and ray tracing. Let's take a look at what you'll get to play when it launches next year.
Как спали. Ну, чё там?
Готово.
Ну и пошли они нахрен.
Спасибо тебе. Ты многим сталкерам жизнь спас.
Ну, давай, малюй картину маслом. Поэтому я ни в какие разборки и не лезу. Не хочу пулю поймать.
Ну, не знаю. Между аномалией и маслиной я уже лучше пулю выберу.
я прям вижу красоту эту. Не первый год в зоне, вроде примелькалась уже, а каждый день удивляет.
Зона надоесть не может. Говорят, ты знаешь, где вход в фундамент.
Узнаешь мотив? Слышал? Вот это культура! А ты одно и то же по кругу лобаешь.
Сам же просишь. У меня музучилище, если что.
О, месье, прошу прощения. Может, вам к ученым? Профессура. Они вам лабораторию найдут.
Да пошел ты.
Зря ты так с друзьями. Ты же его на вылазки таскаешь.
Чего-чего, а дружбы в зоне я точно не встречал.
Это верно.
Он мучился?
Нет.
Это хорошо. Он этого не заслужил.
А пулю заслужил. Жаль, что ты так с ним поступил.
Мне тоже. Считаешь, я не думал, как обойтись без его смерти? Она не могла быть свободна, пока он жил. Зато теперь посмотри на нее. Нет, Скиф, я не отдам ее никому. Зона дала мне жизнь, новую жизнь. Жизнь, которую я готов вернуть, если потребуется. Я буду защищать ее. Всегда.
Похоже, пора.
И куда ты теперь?
В Припять. Нужно с ним поговорить.
Удачной охоты, сталкер.
We're surviving here. Rebuilding. Surviving's not enough. We've got to fight. No, we don't need to do anything. All right, when was the last time you saw written in any numbers?
All of my best friends like to go and get up. And they talk about all the lies they never got to.
Hang in there, Holly.
Get high with your best friends.
No rest for the wicked.
Let's go.
Through here. Come on.
God, I love Mondays.
Another day in paradise.
Just like on the mark.
Home run.
Get high with your best friend.
Buckle up, buttercups.
We've got one shot. Let's make it count.
echoes from beyond the horizon. A new danger is coming on the tides, and the one who might stop this ruin, trapped for all forever in the sea of the damned. Now to save the pirate life, you must start by saving the life of one.
Oh, didn't realize we had company. Captain Jack Sparrow. But I suspect you already knew that.
Because of the treasure Jack stole, a darkness followed him here. And if it's not stopped, this world will sink into shadow.
This sea holds many secrets.
Ah, a new body at last.
All I can do is show you the way.
From what I hear of this so-called Sea of Thieves, it's nothing but cursed crews, bloodthirsty mermaids, a legion of dead, angry pirates. Ah, yes. And now, one Davy Jones. Sparrow! Well, I believe that now is the perfect time to use these cannons.
A world without the eternal abyss. Is a world that refuses to face the truth. Nothing lasts forever. Destroy them!
I don't suppose, by chance, there's a second one of those? The Sea of Thieves, eh? Bring me that horizon.
Hey, how's it going?
Let's do this!
Reputation is everything. If a Yakuza shows weakness, he's done.
Time to call a friend! Order up!
What the?
Happy birthday!
Attention all squads. The Russian troops are falling back. Do
So, how was your day?
Oh, you know.
I have something to share.
When is this, my birthday?
We're having a baby.
Police, you're under arrest for your father's murder 8 years ago. What's going on? Shut up! You know what this is. You've been lying to me all this time?
I should never have told you.
I'm out of patience. What? I know I say this a lot, but I love you.
I say this a lot too, but back at you.
Approaching the Mother Lode.
I can't believe I'm really here! Psychonauts headquarters! Look at all these gadgets.
The mind is the final frontier of humanity.
I'm ready for anything.
Time for justice!
The fate of the free-thinking world is in your hands.
I'm afraid that means the dead letter office for you.
The mission is falling apart. A psychonaut must always remember how to roll with it. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
This is a mission about the fate of the world. Can you do that?
Yes, if I can find some bacon.
I'm going to ignore that last part.
This is usually the moment when I say hello and welcome to the Bethesda E3 Showcase. We love that we can share the stage with Xbox this year, and whether you've known Bethesda for 35 years or are just getting to know us, we couldn't be happier to bring you the latest on your favorite games. We started this showcase with my good friend Todd Howard, who gave you a first look at Starfield. Along with Bethesda Game Studios, all of our teams are continuing to work on the projects that have been in development since well before we joined the Xbox family. So rest assured, the games you've been expecting and hoping for are still in the works. And today, we're bringing 10 more titles to Game Pass for a total of 30 Bethesda games. That includes several id Software games, like the award-winning Doom Eternal. If you're looking for another reason to play it, Doom Eternal will be optimized for Xbox Series X and S on June 29th. Powered by id Tech, this next-gen upgrade will be free for everyone who owns Doom Eternal. And on Series X, it will offer improved visuals at 60 FPS with ray tracing, a 4K mode, and an optional performance mode up to 120 FPS. Or maybe you're in the mood for an RPG, like Skyrim, which marks its 10th anniversary this November. We can't celebrate it without you, so share your favorite Skyrim memories, stories, artwork, and more on Skyrim10.com. Or explore an ever-changing, post-apocalyptic wasteland in Fallout 76. Everything you love about Fallout games. Custom camp building, rich storylines, warring factions, unique characters, places to discover, you'll find it all here. In fact, Fallout 76 is now one of the most popular games on Game Pass, thanks to an incredibly welcoming and collaborative community. Here's a look at what's coming next in Fallout 76.
Brotherhood of Steel are the guardians of human civilization. Fort Atlas is safe. It came at a great cost.
The Brotherhood must stand united. The super mutant threat takes priority. This proves more than anything the need for our justice.
You're splitting our forces, Shin. The most important thing is finding everyone that has gone missing and returning them home.
So it comes to this. I thought you understood what that insignia meant. You are no paladin of the Brotherhood.
I set this plan in motion, and I am the only one who can stop it.
The Brotherhood of Steel must protect the future of Appalachia and of the world. Your righteous crusade has gone too far.
While it may seem that we are fractured, I believe that we are now stronger than ever. This is a choice that can never be undone.
What the hell was that? Expedition Squad Delta, report. Over. Squad Delta, what's going on out there? Come on. This isn't funny.
I know you can hear me.
The Wasteland isn't the only open-world playground with an amazing community. The Elder Scrolls Online from ZeniMax Online Studios has now surpassed 18 million players and shows no signs of slowing down. Right now, our players are enjoying the new Blackwood chapter, part of the Gates of Oblivion year-long adventure. We've got a lot more to come in ESO, including the conclusion to this epic story later this fall with ESO Deadlands. And with the release of ESO Console Enhanced this Tuesday, the game will deliver a true native experience optimized for the Series X and S.
It's a new world with new rules. Now, nothing is off the table. Winning this battle will take a new breed of fighter. Wait.
hope when it gets out of here.
Try and stop me.
This holiday marks the 20th anniversary of Xbox and the 20th anniversary of Halo. To our millions of passionate fans, thank you.
We wouldn't be here without all of you.
Our goal has always been to bring players together, and for the first time, we're thrilled to offer our entire multiplayer experience to all players across Xbox and PC with no barriers. Halo Infinite Multiplayer will be free to play and invite more of you than ever before to become a Spartan hero. I'm excited to be here with Joseph Staten, the creative director of Halo Infinite. From helping craft the original Halo Combat Evolved to leading the fan favorite Halo 3 ODST, Joseph is a Halo visionary. It is so great to have him back with Halo.
Thank you, Bonnie. And hey, everybody. For us, and I hope many of you, Halo has always been about heroism and wonder, about fighting to keep humanity safe against impossible odds in a beautiful and mysterious sci-fi world. This is just one part of the Zeta Halo ring, the largest, most wide-open environment we've ever built, and we can't wait for you to explore it. The heart of Halo is Spartan 117, the Master Chief. In the next chapter of the Chief's story, you'll face his greatest challenge yet. But they're not alone in the fight.
Oh, the main batteries are shut down. We're stuck out here. You have one bullet against an entire army. What can you do on your own?
I told you. It's enough.
So I see.
I need you to understand. There's not much time. If you knew how you were going to die, you knew. How would you live your life differently?
happened? Where is Cortana?
The rogue AI known as Cortana is gone. She's been deleted.
How? By you?
Of course not. Did you hit your head or something? Don't you remember? My instructions were to enter this installation, imitate Cortana, and lock her down for retrieval. Yours were to take her back to the Infinity for deletion. So if it wasn't you... Okay, then. There's something else. On successful deployment, my deletion routine was supposed to complete. Still here.
Good.
Good.
Something stopped your deletion. We need to find out why.
But this wasn't the mission.
The missions changed. They always do.
Are you sure?
Of course, you can't have a Halo game without multiplayer. And on Xbox Series X, you'll be able to enjoy Infinite's multiplayer action at up to 120 frames per second. Finally, I'm very happy to announce that Halo Infinite's first free-to-play multiplayer season and Infinite's story-driven campaign will launch together this holiday.
A new day is upon us. A new generation built to fight. Together, we are unstoppable. Are you ready?
No scope.
Big shot. Killing spree. Double kill.
Hello, let's do some damage.
Skewer acquired.
Grapple jet.
Claim the enemy flag. Returning to base. Ordnance drop inbound. The flag is ours. Please call at your earliest convenience.
Now, show me what you can do.
Evil has survived. A dark figure wanders in the east. He must be stopped at all costs. moment.
From all of us. But he's my brother, and I...
It rings every hour, señor presidente.
Hola, fascista.
I recognize that voice. Let me ask you a question. When I am dead and Yara is burning, what exactly is your plan? Hold hands, sing songs around the fire?
Sure, I know just the song.
Time you learn about resolver, Danny. To take down Castillo, a guerrilla needs the right tool for the right job.
Keep talking.
It's a stealth operation. I got you covered. Taking out a high-value target? I have just what you need. You wanna blow shit up? Juan Cortez at your service. Everyone in Yara saw that shit. What? Wait a second. Who brought the rooster? Hey, whatever you need to get the job done, Danny.
Next time I see you, I want to play with that crazy backpack, deal?
Resolver, Juan.
So do I.
foam punch.
Welcome back to Shred-ageddon. Here's a new trick. Let's go. Okay, this is good, this is good, this is really good. Holy spluttering whipple!
Позабудь об этом дне, он не нужен никому. Не читай нотации мне, мама, это ни к чему. Снова друзьями своим убегаю, что меня тянет, куда я не знаю. Без музыки мне оставаться надолго нельзя. Музыка нас связала, тайною нас шептала. Всем уговорам скажу я в ответ, нас не разлучат, нет.
In the first year of Grounded, billions of players kept busy with crafting, fighting, the pond, ziplining, flying things. Now, to celebrate, we present the Shroom and Doom update. It gives the people what they've been asking for. Like sitting. No, seriously, a lot of people want to sit. Pets for when you get sick of your human companions. And of course, mushrooms. But not those kinds. We've also got something that literally no one was asking for. The Brood Mother. She's so terrifying. You should probably turn on arachnophobia mode. Oh, even her blob scares the shit out of us. Go big. Or never go home. Oh, and it looks like we added achievements too. Nice.
You have shown an aptitude for applying lethal solutions to conflicted situations. We wish to test your abilities.
History is all around us. Those who made it have never been forgotten. Their daring choices echo across time, turning land into kingdoms and mortals into legends. If history was in your hands, what would you build? would you go? What will you be remembered for?
We begin by hearing an old, wise-sounding voice. And we see a quiet, peaceful setting. This will make our game seem big and important. Now, something must break the serenity. Will this creature be in the game? No. Say goodbye to it forever. Suddenly, and for no reason, people running. These pointless slow-motion shots make everything seem cool and should bolster pre-sale numbers. That wah sound can mean only one thing. We must gaze over an epic shot of a world, and there should be lens flares. Now we see our hero, but only their silhouette, because the developers haven't finished the design, or finished the story, or finished any gameplay that's actually ready to show. In fact, the only thing they have finished is the title.
everybody talk right now. Tell me what you want right now. You could get it. Yeah. Well, you can get it. Yeah. Yeah, you can get it.
Hello, I'm Mike Brown, Creative Director at Playground Games, and I can't wait to show you what we've been working on. Horizon is known for fun, freedom, and beauty. This year, the Horizon Festival arrives in beautiful, diverse Mexico. This is the largest and most diverse open world ever in a Forza Horizon game. And there is no better car to explore it than the stunning AMG Project One Forza Edition. Rendered in unparalleled detail and with ray tracing in Forza Vista, thanks to the power of the Xbox Series consoles. I've invited along some of the team to help give you a taste of some of the amazing content that's waiting for you in Forza Horizon 5. Please welcome Bill, Maddie, Sierra, and Don from the Forza team.
Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, everyone.
Hey, what's up, Mike?
And we also have Abraham with us as well. He's one of the talented actors who will be appearing in the game.
Bienvenidos a Mexico. I can't wait to show you what we've been working on.
We begin in the rainforest on an expedition. This is a new campaign mode in which you set out on an adventurous journey across Mexico to explore new locations and discover places for the festival to expand.
I'm on the river now. We're getting close.
There you are. How's the expedition going?
I'm racing a car through the Mexican jungle, Rami. Doesn't get much better than this. I can see some ruins up ahead.
Bienvenida Alpsmal. Look out for the flamingos! This city is still a jewel of Mayan architecture.
That's a peek at our adventurous campaign. But Forza Horizon has always been a game that's best enjoyed with others. Let's go and see what some of our other players are up to. The Xbox Series consoles allow us to capture every last detail, right down to the individual needles on these Cholla cactus. The scene looks real, but there are no tricks. This is in-game. Maddie is behind the wheel of the AMG Project One Forza Edition in Mexico's lush living desert. The perfect place to meet up with friends and head out for a drive. Thanks to the next generation of our Horizon Live servers, everyone else we see here are real players. And it looks like Maddie has been joined by some other members of the Forza team. Let's leave Maddie for a moment and head out to the coast and meet Don. Don is already on the move, exploring this idyllic seaside town. This is a recreation of Mexico that is honest, authentic, and filled with love. Speaking of, hold up, Don.
Oh, hey, what's up?
This is a mural by Mexican artist Farid Rueda. Just one of the many beautiful, faithful pieces of Mexico you'll find all over Forza Horizon 5. While Don drives down to the beach, we'll jump over to the Gran Caldera volcano. Check out this geology detail, implemented with precision accuracy using photogrammetry data captured on location atop an active Mexican volcano. The entire world has been recreated at this level of detail. And here's Sierra in her favorite off-road buggy. The volcano Sierra and friends are exploring is the highest point ever in a Horizon game. And thanks to the power of the Xbox Series consoles, from up here we can see for miles in every direction. In the distance, we can just about make out Guanajuato. Let's take a closer look. Guanajuato is one of the most beautiful cities anywhere in the world. It's a colorful, undulating city full of vibrant architecture. It even has a sprawling network of tunnels. And these twisting, turning, overlapping streets mean that as well as looking good, it plays great too. As we see here, as Don is challenged in Horizon's open world battle royale, The Eliminator. While Don tries to win that race, the rest of our players are still out exploring this diverse open world. Let's head north to the canyon. The Horizon series is known for its uplifting beauty, and using our unique HDR camera rig, we captured 24-hour shoots of real Mexican skies at 12K resolution. And thanks to the Xbox Series consoles, these photorealistic skies result in lifelike lighting that dynamically changes every frame, making you feel like you're really there. Here's Maddie again. She's joined by Abraham and some other members of the team. Our players are using Forza Link, the new AI assistant that intelligently tracks the status of you and the people you meet online, and then helps you link up and play together. We'll now head deep into the rainforest and rejoin Bill and the rest of our players. Here we see our new volumetric lighting system filling the scene with God rays as the sunlight dapples through the dense rainforest. A Horizon arcade minigame is about to start. Forza Link knows that Bill loves minigames, so it intelligently prompts Sierra to invite Bill. Bill accepts, and they're seamlessly linked together with their GPS route set. With that Horizon arcade minigame starting soon, all of our players are coming together. This minigame is called Pinata Pop, signaled by the Horizon cargo plane dropping a payload of pinatas.
Ooh, over this way.
Gotta catch up to you guys.
Our players now have to work together to find and pop as many as they can.
Okay, go up here to the left. There's loads along the main road.
Here I go.
I'll take the left through the bushes here.
There's some between the houses.
Oh, there's a couple more over here.
Sweet.
While the team grab those last few pinatas, we're going over to the stadium because I have one more thing to show you. This is Events Lab, the incredible new toolset that allows you to create your own races, game modes, and gameplay experiences. You customize everything, right down to the fundamental rules of the game. Forza Horizon 5 is the largest, most fun, and most beautiful open world we've ever built. And it will truly be an astounding showcase for the Xbox Series consoles when it comes to Xbox Game Pass this November 9th. Thank you so much. I'll see you all in Mexico later this year.
Team Xbox is on a mission to bring the joy and community of gaming to everyone on the planet. That's why you, the gamer, are at the center of everything we do. Today, we showed you 30 games. 27 of them will be available on Xbox Game Pass. Now, through the end of the year, you can look forward to back-to-back monthly releases landing day one on Game Pass, led by 5 new titles from Xbox Game Studios, as well as highly anticipated games like Back 4 Blood, 12 Minutes, and The Ascent. And as we look ahead to next year, I'm inspired by the creativity of Bethesda and Xbox Game Studios. We showed you the highly anticipated RPG Starfield, coming exclusively to Xbox. But we also have some of the industry's best RPG storytellers working on Avowed, Fable, The Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76, The Outer Worlds 2, and Elder Scrolls 6. We unveiled the stunning multiplayer mode for the world's most beloved shooter in Halo Infinite, adding to the roster of iconic Xbox shooters alongside Wolfenstein, Gears of War, Perfect Dark, and Doom. We premiered the most epic open-world racing game, Forza Horizon 5, bringing you a vibrant and authentic depiction of Mexico in a game built from the ground up for next gen, while the team at Turn 10 is hard at work on the next Forza Motorsport. Our growing family of 23 studios is devoted to advancing the medium we all love. Xbox has been here for 20 years, and that's because of you. Our team strives to make Xbox a place where you'll find the greatest games, the most dedicated developers, and the most passionate community. Together, we all make Xbox the best place to play. Before I go, there's one more thing. take a look at this brand new original game from the Arcane team at Bethesda, the studio that created Prey and Dishonored. Arcane created something new for them, an open world immersive shooter that you can play alone or with your friends. And like Starfield, this game will be an Xbox exclusive.
Pobre bribón. I'm gonna have to take you apart again. Hey, Dove, anything interesting?
This too. Bendable, 25 centimeters, dramatically elongated by 3 cousins. Go on, make yourself useful.
So, that was fun, right?
That's your cue, mate.
Sleep tight.
You know what this reminds me of? My time in the Himalayas.
Later, Dad.
You think they can't kill you anytime they want?
Hey, asshole!
How do we always get into this shit?
Welcome to Truth Seeker. In the field in Redfall, Massachusetts. Behind me, we are witnessing clear signs of cult activity as the locals engage.
Really hope the video was worth it.
Everybody, fall back! People need to know what happened.
Thank you, Layla. You're the best. Oh, Jacob, don't even mention Where's the other one? Where'd it go?
Give me a taste, Batman.
Bloody hell.
Taste this, cabrona!
I've been watching you.
Ah! Jacob, there's something.
Thump thump goes the rabbit's heart.
Oh, shit. Dev's gonna love this one.
You better have a plan, Jacob.
Don't miss.
Don't touch me!
Look! A new one!
Primo, peleate! Go, go!
You can't bring blood trance. It's only just begun.
I think there's vampire in this.
Really? What does it taste like? Be specific.
Like blood and death. And strawberry.
Sun's coming up. Let's keep moving.
Let's keep moving.
Sure thing, Edgar Allan Bro.
That's a good one.
Do you think things will ever go back to normal?
Would you want to go back to normal?
Not if I still have to pay my student loans.
If there is wonder, that place in our dreams, we can disappear into a world beyond.
Bring me that horizon.
If we can imagine the new world to we can fall into the
And welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2021. You're here for the Xbox and Bethesda post-show. I'm Lucy James, joined once again by Tamoor Hussain.
Hello.
And Jordan Ramey.
Heyo.
All right, lads. What do we think of that one? Jordan, I'll come to you first.
That's probably like the best E3 that Xbox has had in a really long time. And granted, I guess it wasn't like completely Xbox, like it was very clearly, here's Xbox and Bethesda games. But that was a solid conference. It was very well paced. We got some gameplay for some games thrown in there. It was mostly cinematics, probably a little bit more cinematics than I would have liked. But it definitely seems that Xbox is going to address the issue it kind of had going into Series X, Series S, where it was like they just didn't have many console exclusives in comparison to PlayStation coming out of the gate with Miles Morales and then Destruction All-Stars and Returnal, Ratchet and Clank. But starting this holiday season, if all these games are actually hitting their dates from holiday season all throughout 2022, Xbox, with the help of Bethesda, has a lot of titles in the pipeline, a lot of console exclusives coming their way, and that's exciting. That's really cool. It's awesome to be an Xbox fan again.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking, someone just dropped into Slack, you know, you've got Redfall, Starfield, Forza Motorsport 8, and then everything else that they announced, and those are just kind of like the big hitters that were announced to be coming to Xbox in 2022. And like, God, if you were one of those people who were like, Xbox got no games, then I think we might have watched a very different press conference. Tam, what did you make of that?
Yeah, I think it was pretty much exactly what Xbox needed right now. And obviously there were some conspicuous absences, Fable and the like. But I think everything, Avowed, all that other kind of stuff, I think the messaging around that, or the lack of messaging, reading between the lines is that stuff isn't coming out next year. It's coming out the year after that. That's when they'll start talking about it. Nevertheless, everything that they've shown so far has been pretty diverse. It's been a lot of exciting things, and most importantly, the real winner here was Game Pass. If you needed an excuse to subscribe to Game Pass, this is the best hour and a half, 2 hour long advert for Game Pass that has ever existed. Everything from massive AAA games like Starfield to smaller indie games that are on the way there. And, you know, that is a incredibly compelling case made for not only getting an Xbox, whether it's a Series S or an X, but also signing up for Game Pass. And from Microsoft's perspective, not only have they succeeded in showing off the things that they are working on, but also giving the people who own Xboxes and are subscribed to Game Pass a reason to continue and feel good about what they have, but also made a compelling pitch to people who don't have an Xbox, any flavor of it, and don't have a Game Pass subscription. And if you're one of those people who's on PC, you're also in the same boat where you're probably thinking, maybe I should get a Game Pass PC subscription because a lot of that stuff is probably going to show up there. So, like, that is a rare 10 out of 10 press conference for me, I think.
Wow, 10 out of 10. Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, I really enjoyed it. I think, like you said, it was very diverse just in terms of the offerings that Microsoft have. Like, that was a really impressive selection of games. And it felt to me, and, you know, this is more of a top level, maybe even navel-gazy look at things, but like they let every game shine. Like it didn't feel like you were rushing from one into another. Like the trailers were a decent length of time. Like the big hitters, you know, you get Todd Howard on there, you got Bonnie Ross chatting about Halo, and you know they were given like an appropriate amount of time for everything, and it just felt like it was a nice press conference where everything could breathe. That being said, so we're going to go through all of the biggest announcements from Xbox, and boy, there were a lot of announcements to get through, and then we're going to go into our kind of predictions for Square Enix Presents, which will be streaming right here in about 45 minutes. We'll obviously keep you updated if they decide to go early, and we'll immediately throw to them. So let's talk about Xbox. As we saw in our pre-show, Starfield unfortunately leaked. And I mean, honestly, I'm really glad that like they got it out of the way, because I think having brand new Arcane, having Redfall being the just one more thing, and that not leaking, like we already knew about Starfield, we knew Starfield existed, but now that we can watch the trailer properly and have it up as we're talking about it, and having Todd there to kind of give context. Jordan, what were your immediate takeaways from Starfield?
It looks good, like the visual style that they're going for. I'm intrigued by it. It's like a little bit of Star Wars, a little bit of No Man's Sky. The suit design reminds me a bit of Returnal in a bit of ways. Like, it looks really cool. It's also like one of those games that I'm still kind of waiting to see what the gameplay actually looks like before deciding whether or not I'm actually excited for it. But like you said, I'm very happy that this was actually like the game that they led with. I was really worried going to this conference that Starfield trailer was going to be like their final big reveal. I'm like, oh no, their final big reveal has been spilled before the press conference even began. But it was a solid way to start the showcase. It's like, here's a giant new IP coming from Bethesda, Xbox console exclusive, that's coming to Game Pass. Here's the visual style. Get hyped, get excited. Now let's actually dive into a few games that you can kind of expect to get this year, early next year. I'm like, great way to start the conference.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm kind of glad that like there was still so much excitement about it, even though it leaked, and it leaked like so close to the start of the conference. But regardless, Tam, Stalker 2, even though it's technically the third Stalker game, I guess. I know you're a big fan. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I really appreciated that they focused on narrative and a little more of the atmosphere of it, because I mean those first two Stalker games, you had to kind of be there to at the ground level to really appreciate what they were. These days they feel quite janky, but in terms of setting an atmosphere, Stalker is I think there's like 2 or 3 maybe even Stalker games if you count like the various expansions, but I liked what I saw so far of it. It looks really, really polished, which was a surprise, but that kind of like feeling of being in this world that is incredibly hostile, and you're around a couple of people who you're just trying to brave it through, that was a big part of what the Stalker experience is, and not really knowing what's out there, the things that go bump in the night. It is like survival horror, first person shooter kind of thing, that is done as well as it could have been back then. So I'm excited to see that same team come back at it with modern sensibilities and kind of like really go at it again for the Stalker franchise. Like Shadow of Chernobyl and Call of Pripyat still hold up if you're willing to give them some leeway to be old games. So if you haven't checked those out, check them out, because I'm super, super excited about seeing this game come out and checking it out myself.
Yeah, I mean, I've never actually played Stalker before, but everything I was watching today, I was like, okay, yeah, I mean, I've played Metro and I enjoyed Metro, so like, I definitely feel like the similar vibe is there. Jordan, what are your thoughts on Stalker?
It looks so creepy, and I'm stoked to try it. Like, Xbox had a lot of shooters at their conference today, but Stalker is one where I'm like, oh, it looks slow. I have to be careful. Like you said, Lucy, it's got those Metro vibes. I'm like, I'm here for that. I'm excited to do like a bunch of really stupid, crazy shit in Battlefield and Halo and stuff like that, but to get a chance to kind of slow down and take a more tactical, single player, probably more story driven approach with Stalker 2. I'm excited. I can't wait to try it.
Yeah, and then after Stalker, we had a little bit of Back 4 Blood, which I'm not going to linger on too much because we are going to see more of it later today. And Warner Brothers and Turtle Rock are doing kind of a little mini standalone presentation for Back 4 Blood. But it is coming to Game Pass day 1, October 12th, so the rumors were true. And we talked about it in the pre-show. That's kind of a very big incentive for a lot of us to kind of get together and play it. But after that was a brand new game that very, very brief cinematic CG trailer, Contraband, from Avalanche Studios. So this is the Just Cause devs, because there are 2 game dev studios called Avalanche, if I'm right in thinking, or like one is Avalanche Studios and the other one is like Avalanche Games or something. Like one of them was the old software, yeah. But this is the Just Cause folks. So a co-op open world game, and like beyond this kind of tone piece of a trailer, we don't really know much else about it. Tam, what were your kind of immediate thoughts from this?
Yeah, I wish that we'd been able to see some gameplay, but it feels like towards the end of Just Cause, they started to take a few cues from the community. In terms of, there was a lot of modding efforts put into Just Cause to make it kind of multiplayer and kind of push back some of the limitations that were kind of keeping that game held in place. A game that's already quite out of control and wild. But I get the feeling that a 2-player or a multiplayer open world game where you can create mayhem is going to be a similar kind of thing that they go for again, based off the back of the kind of experimentation that they did towards the tail end of Just Cause. So I'm excited to see it, because they're a studio that's great at putting together these emergent gameplay moments. So I imagine it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm excited for them to kind of step away from the Just Cause property, because, you know, Just Cause games were great, but after a while they had a very familiar shtick and it got a bit kind of tiresome. So giving them a new playground to mess around in seems like a winning formula.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see more. I love the kind of tone piece, but I definitely want to see what the actual gameplay is going to be like. Because I too got a little bit exhausted by the end of Just Cause, and you know, would just love to see them do something else, but something that's within their wheelhouse, right? Like this next one, possibly my favorite reveal, just because in hindsight, we could have seen this one coming, because it matches so well. Like, I don't understand how there hasn't really been a big Pirates of the Caribbean Sea of Thieves crossover until now. But Sea of Thieves, A Pirate's Life, Captain Jack Sparrow is there, Tia Dalma is there, Davy Jones, coming as a free update June 22nd. Couldn't tell if this was the actual, if this was Johnny Depp voicing Captain Jack, or if it was just that guy who did his voice in Kingdom Hearts 2. But it looks like a kind of fun mashup of both of them, so I'm weirdly excited to dig into this, even though anything beyond Pirates of the Caribbean 2 was not a great movie. Jordan, what do you think of this one?
I mean, it sounds fun. It'll probably be a good enough reason for me to just jump back into Sea of Thieves real quick, just to kind of catch up on all the content that I've been missing out on. And I think that it's just a nice thing for Xbox to throw. And it's like, hey, not everything that we're going to show you today is like holiday season and 2022. We do still have more stuff coming this year. Don't worry, your decision to buy an Xbox Series S and X was actually a good one. You'll still have stuff to play this year.
Well, I mean, to that point, excuse me for looking off to my other monitor, but we did get a kind of look at that graphic at the end, which is like everything coming to Game Pass until the end of the year. And so you've got Yakuza Like a Dragon today, D&D Dark Alliance, The Ascent, which we saw a trailer for, Hades, 12 Minutes in August, Aragami 2, Sable, fall 2021, we've got Anacrusis, which we saw at Game Awards, Scorn, Back 4 Blood, Shredders, that brand new kind of a strange trailer, I will say, but like the snowboarding game. There'll be Among Us, Hello Neighbor 2, The Gunk, still possibly my favorite name for a game ever. Flight Simulator coming July 22nd, Psychonauts August, Age of Empires 4 in October, Forza 5, Horizon 5, and then Holiday for Halo Infinite. So like, you're damn right
Good
when
stuff.
you're saying that like they're showing that it's not just 2022. They have so much coming in for the rest of 2021, especially if you are an Xbox Game Pass subscriber. So I'm genuinely excited to see more of Sea of Thieves. I love the way that game has continued to grow and like not only sort of found its audience, but is just like catering to them and just really leaning into how wacky those expeditions can get. So I do love that. Tam, what did you think of Battlefield? We saw some gameplay from that one.
Yeah, I mean, Battlefield, it feels like Battlefield has always been a franchise that is perhaps more ambitious than most other first-person shooters, and in recent years it felt like technology versus ambition started to kind of collide in a way that didn't work. Like DICE always seemed like they were going for things that they really pitched hard, and then towards when the game was out, it didn't quite hit what they want. That trailer smacked of something that was like, we figured out the right balance between ambition and technology, and now we can make this thing happen properly. Everything that was in there was spectacular, to say the least. And as in a multiplayer experience, it feels like even if you're not doing amazingly at the game, you will see some absolutely ridiculous things happening around you. And the stuff that is happening in each kind of like multiplayer kind of portion that they showed off, whether it's the rocket taking off or just cars exploding in midair, planes just suddenly swooping close to the ground, that is a level of exhilaration in multiplayer that is unique to Battlefield. And I think for the first time, the stuff like the Levolution and the vast destruction feels like it could work well and be as comprehensive as they've been wanting to get it for a really long time. So I feel like this is a strong showing for Battlefield and for DICE and EA.
Absolutely. Let's move on then to, we kind of saw some more from 12 Minutes. We got the release date. Psychonauts 2 got the release date there too. Jordan, I know you're psyched about 12 Minutes. You saw it in action recently, right?
Mm-hmm. I was about to say it looks really good, and it has 3 phenomenal actors in it. I'm excited, and I'm glad that we finally have a release date for it, because this game's been at E3 I think for 3 years now. I can't even remember. It's been around for a while, and I'm happy that it's finally coming out, and I'll finally get to play through the entire thing instead of just seeing preview after preview after preview.
I was gonna say, and I know I think it has been. Yeah, definitely like 2019, I think, was the first time we saw it. I will never get over seeing the shining carpet in the hallway. I still love that little Easter egg. Then we had Uncle Pete Hines come to the stage to kind of give an overview over Bethesda and Xbox. He was actually wearing the Redfall shirt. And I guess, because I think, Tam, we were on this call and you were like, what shirt is he wearing? Like, we should try and figure it out. But yeah. Looks like he was doing the old Phil Spencer tease of wearing a shirt. to tease an upcoming game. But yeah, just, you know, little updates there. Doom Eternal coming to Game Pass, along with, I think, 9 other games. So it's going to get 4K mode. It's going to be optimized. 60 frames, ray tracing, the whole shebang. But I think you can play up to 120 frames, I want to say. Or maybe I'm mixing it up with Halo, but we'll move on. Skyrim, not the big update that we thought. It's just a photo competition or like a best Skyrim memories competition time, so you got off there easy. Fallout 76 is getting a new update. Steel Rain and Expeditions, The Pit. And then ESO has a bunch of stuff upcoming, like just had the Blackwood latest pack, and then you've got like the Deadlands and the console optimization pack coming. So a lot of cool stuff happening with the ongoing games that Bethesda currently have. Let's move on then to Somerville. So I've skipped a couple here because Hades we know is coming to Game Pass, and Party Animals looked a little bit like Gang Beasts but with cute animals. But let's move to Somerville. So Somerville is being made by Jumpship. Built a studio built in collaboration with the ex-CEO and co-founder of Playdead. So yes, those
that makes so much sense.
Limbo vibes. So right now. Inside is a phenomenal game, like one of my favorites. It's such an incredible, I've used this word like 3 times already, but like tone piece. Like it is so well crafted, and like everything in that game feels so deliberate and precise. And I really hope that that's what we get from Somerville too. Jordan, what did you make of this one?
This is one of those games that, like, I know how press works. I know how marketing works. You can't actually do this, but I would love if they just don't reveal anything else until we get like an actual like, oh, and it's coming out on this day. Because like I am totally sold on this trailer alone. I'm like, it looks sort of like Limbo inside. That makes total sense. Now that you've told me who the developers are and whatnot, I'm like, I'm in, I'm sold. The tone of this game seems masterful. You didn't like have any dialogue whatsoever, but I'm already like in love with this family unit that's running from this monstrous threat, I assume, in like this end of the world scenario. Great. Awesome. That's all I need. Don't give me any more. Will be there day one.
Well, that's another one for 2022. But let's look to something a little closer. Still no concrete release date for Halo Infinite. I think that was one thing that we all really hoped to be there today, especially given the delay last year. All we know right now is holiday 2021. Tam, what did this Halo presentation do for you? Was it everything you wanted?
I think in terms of story, it was very like, okay, sure. There was some chat about Cortana being deleted. Someone pointed at Cortana and said, delete this, and it actually happened. But the thing that really stuck out to me was the gameplay. It looked good, like it looked real good, and visually as well as in terms of how it flowed. It felt like a very active, very vertical, very punchy Halo experience, and I really liked the way that the grappling hook was kind of integrated into it. In the single player section, they show Chief kind of moving around this zero-G area and using the grappling hook to move from point to point, which was really cool. And then in the multiplayer, they showed like players, you know, grabbing pieces of weaponry from a distance and using that to good effect. So, and then at the same time, the guns felt like they had a lot of punch. I would like to know what kind of that was running at, because it looked incredibly smooth, like so smooth, like to the point where I was like, this almost looks, it could be like 60 FPS or even 120 FPS for all I know, but like at times I was like, this looks like a movie. Like, then again, it could be just a very well done, like high frame rate kind of video recording of it that they've messed around with in Forge, and if Forge exists for this game, and kind of put together a gameplay showcase for. But everything I saw there was good, like fast, frenetic, fun. They had the superintendent from ODST pop up at one point. Sounded like they had a different voice for the voiceover. The Killtacular guy seems to be like not either it's a different one or he sounds like he's mixing it up a bit. But yeah, everything I saw there was inspired some confidence in me. The lack of a release date still is slightly unnerving. I would like to know what is going on with the single player, but I feel confident in saying that the multiplayer launching free to play, that's going to be massive. That's going to be so huge. And I feel like that on its own is also a pretty phenomenal case being made for getting an Xbox, because people have been talking about Halo's multiplayer since the start of Xbox. And if you're now in a position where you're like, maybe I should get an Xbox, and Halo is there, like free Halo multiplayer, that is pushing you over into the Microsoft camp.
Yeah, Jordan, what did you make of it?
I say kind of just echoing Tam. I love that they showed off so much of the grapple hook. I was incredibly worried going into this that we were going to get a kind of Halo Reach situation where it's like, oh, we should add special abilities to the Spartans that they can do, and they kind of felt like something that wasn't part of the core gameplay, like the whole armor lock, sprint, jetpack. It's like, oh, these are additional things that exist around the core Halo combat. But based on this trailer, at least it looks like the grapple hook's been implemented into the core gameplay loop. Like the Halo gameplay loop has evolved to incorporate the grappling hook into it so that you're more likely to actually use it, whether playing the single player or the multiplayer. Like Tam, a little bit worried about that release date ambiguity. I'm wondering, maybe they kind of do a thing where it's like the single player comes out and the multiplayer is delayed, or vice versa. Because if they just say holiday, that means they're like, oh, one can come out here and the other one can come out here, and they're both technically holiday season. But we'll see. It looks way better than what we saw last year, so that's good. Yeah.
I'm excited about it. I just really wish we'd kind of locked in that release date. But I think 343 will be feeling the pressure because it is the 20th anniversary this year. It's already slipped by a year. So, I mean, fingers crossed it gets out the door with, no crunch. But, like, I can imagine they, just as much as we want to know what it is, I imagine they just want to kind of firm that date up and ship that game. We've got about 20 minutes until Square Enix presents. So there's a couple big more titles. I can't speak today. There's a couple more titles from Xbox we'll talk about before we discuss what we think we're going to see in Square's press conference, most notably Forza Horizon 5. It's been on the rumor mill for a while that this one would be based in Mexico, and yep, that was confirmed today. It looks really good. Like,
it's illegal how good all the Forza games look. Like, every year I'm like, man, there's no way that they can possibly top this. And then the next one comes out, I'm like, wow, this is so pretty.
It looks gorgeous, and Forza Horizon are kind of the racing games that I love, because I love that arcadey feel. I love the sort of storyline that you're kind of there as, the way they incorporate music, they incorporate this festival. And so now there's the new campaign mode where you're discovering new locations for the festival to expand into. But overall, it looks great. Like, I'm genuinely very excited, and it's November 9th. Tam, what do you make of this one?
Yeah, it looks stunning, and I like that they've leaned into the wacky aspects of it. We saw like driving into bowling pins. The wildest thing about Forza is like they talk about how beautiful it is, and it's like, oh, we've individually rendered every needle on this cacti, and this water behaves like this, and it's like, well done, but I will be going past all of that at 100 million miles per hour. So none of that is going to register to me, but I'm glad you did it. But yeah, Forza, I think probably Forza Horizon is certainly probably for me, the best racing franchise that currently exists. Rest in peace, Burnout. But I'm over the moon to see them come back and it coming out relatively soon. And again, Game Pass, baby. That's
Game
exciting.
Pass, baby. And finally, so I mean, Phil Spencer did sort of acknowledge, we know you want to hear updates on games like Fable and Elder Scrolls 6 and Avowed. And actually, as we were talking, Paris Lilly, friend of the show, he's actually going to be a part of our E3 coverage this week too, is hosting Xbox Game Showcase Extended Thursday, June 17th, where he'll be in conversation with devs from some of those studios like Double Fine, like Ninja Theory and Obsidian and Rare. So interesting to see if there's going to be more news there. But the show ended on, after kind of those little teasers from Phil about the other projects that they have in the works, the show ended on a genuine surprise. It's Arcane Austin's brand new game, Redfall. So we got to see the kind of CG trailer. It's an open world immersive shooter, because immersive shooter, what else could we expect from the lovely folks at Arcane? Xbox exclusive. And it's, I don't know, like a mix of sort of the supernatural and magic, but I mean, maybe it's just because I played so much Dishonored, but you know, I see the purple and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, this is an Arcane magic game. But also vampires and technology. So I wonder if this is like Deathloop was already this kind of evolution of previous Arcane games, and I wonder if this is equally another evolution, like taking the best bits of previous Arcane titles and putting them into something new. Jordan, what did you think about this one?
Well, first off, whoever at Arcane Studios who is responsible for like creating the hair of certain characters, I want to like thank you personally. Like Dishonored 2, Deathloop, now this, like someone there understands how black people hair works, and I want to like, it's beautiful, great work, thank you so much. But like beyond that, this is one of those games, like you said, total surprise. I'm here for it. I think I might have been a little bit more excited for it had a game like this been announced before we got teases for things like Back 4 Blood, for Aliens Fireteam, before like we were looking at a year of like, here's a 4-player co-op shooter where you're gonna fight lots of hordes of these monster things with your friends. And to now get this game on top of that, I'm like, okay, how will you be different? I assume it'll be in the storytelling, because Arcane can tell a story like few developers can. But just,
well,
I'm waiting for that.
As we were recording,
man, there's so much.
As we were recording, so it is Evan Narcissa, previously of Kotaku and IO9, who wrote Rise of the Black Panther for Marvel and worked on Miles Morales, is working on this game at Arcane. So that's the narrative. So I'm very excited. Along with Ricardo Bear, who previously worked on Dishonored, Prey Mooncrash, and Hazel Monforton, who previously worked on Dishonored, Death of the Outsider. So yeah, a powerhouse team of narrative there, especially coming off of Dishonored and Miles Morales. So I think feeling very confident in that narrative team. We've got just about 15 or so minutes before we head to Squares, so I'm going to wrap up our thoughts on Xbox. Overall, Tam, you gave it a 10 out of 10. Are you standing by that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like between all the games that are coming to Game Pass, both like indie, smaller games that were led by the tone pieces, as you call them, to the big stuff like Starfield. I mean, like Redfall is one of the standout for me. Like I love Arcane's games, and they're sowing the seeds for a fascinating universe and characters, which I really love out of them. And then updates for all the existing games. Halo looks great. They had pretty much every box that you would want them to ticked. So you really can't argue with the quality of that press conferences. Like Jordan said at the start, one of the best Xbox press conferences that they've had so far, and most importantly, in a big way, addresses some of the complaints or criticisms that have been leveled against them. People saying that Xbox doesn't have games. They absolutely do. They were proven right time before with their strategy with Game Pass, and as time goes on, I think Game Pass is going to go from strength to strength, as it already has. And if you're an Xbox owner, it's a good time to be an Xbox owner. If you're not, it's a good time to jump in and just enjoy the games.
Jordan, closing thoughts on Xbox?
What Tam said, 2 thumbs up. Awesome job, Xbox. Like it was good. Like Finally, you gave me the E3 that I've been asking for you to give me for like the past 4 years. Keep it up.
Well, Merry Christmas, Xbox. I mean, I don't think anything will ever, pass when Usher did all those really random videos. But we can hope that you'll get him back in to do some more. We've got about 15 minutes until Square Enix presents. So they've already announced, I believe, some of the games that they will be talking about today. Let's start with Babylon's Fall. So collaboration between Square Enix and Platinum Games. Revealed back, I didn't realize that when I was putting together the run of show today, I didn't realize it was revealed way back in 2018. So it's been quite a while. We saw an update from it, I believe, last year. Originally, it was listed for PS4. I assume that's going to be changed, unless it's cross-gen. But like, it looks. I mean, and I mean this as a huge compliment. But it looks like a Platinum Games game. It looks really cool. Immediately you get the Devil May Cry vibes. I know that's Capcom, don't at me for that, but like you get the Bayonetta vibes.
Yeah, they have a style to their games. Yeah,
it looks great, and I'm just very excited to see more of it, and I'm glad that they're also kind of saying we're going to be talking about it today. Tam, I know those games are your bag. What do you think we'll see from Babylon's Fall today?
I'll take anything, and like I've been watching the old gameplay videos for so long, and obviously doesn't need to be said, Platinum, masters of the character action game, and their recent collaborations with Square Enix, especially as it pertains to Nier, have been like front and center for a long time now. They have developed a good relationship, and they've also kind of developed a kind of reputation as a result, perhaps inadvertently. The expectation for story is now way higher on Platinum Games. I mean, Yoko Taro did the heavy lifting on that stuff when it came to Nier, but they are inextricably linked now. People are going to play the Nier games, Nier Automata specifically, and think, oh, this is a studio that makes awesome character action games, and they tell a really compelling story with unique hooks and mechanics in there. It would be wild of them to take a step back from this point and not have a good story to tell. Having said that, even if it's something as simple as and schlocky and fun as Bayonetta or Vanquish or any number of other games that they have made with just kind of popcorn flick style stories that you can experience and then throw away, that's still enough for me. The things that I want from them are the mechanical stuff. I want to press buttons, and based on what I've seen in Babylon's Fall already, it looks like you will be pressing a lot of buttons.
You'll be pressing a lot of buttons very quickly to try and chain those combos. Yeah, I'm really excited about this one. Because what was the last Platinum Games one? Was it the Switch game? You played like a
Astral
detective.
Chain.
Astral Chain. I believe that was Platinum, but I didn't really get on with that one. I remember trying it out, but here's hoping that Babylon's Fall, after having quite a lot of time sort of tinkering away at it behind the scenes, I hope it's something really great. We also know we'll be seeing more of Life is Strange True Colors. Now, I'm really intrigued to see that they are breaking away from the episodic model, because that's kind of that's what I associate with Life is Strange. Thank God, from Jordan there, but that's what I associate with Life is Strange. It's like they took that Telltale formula and they used it a lot in the way that each episode was structured. Like every episode had its own arc, and so I'm interested to see how that is going to translate to just one game. I know this is Deck 9, this is not the original dev, Don't Nod, and so I'm intrigued. And also I've been reading Mistborn recently, and I love that Alex Chen's character is essentially a soother, which is a reference only for people who've read those books, but still. Jordan, what do you think we'll be seeing from Life is Strange today?
I honestly think we'll probably get, or at least I hope, some sort of extended gameplay thing. Like during their big reveal, it's like, here's Life is Strange True Colors. They covered a lot of the story. They're like, here's a few of the characters we're bringing back from previous games. Here's the powers and everything like that. But we don't actually know what that's going to look like, how that's going to work. Like, this is a game that has an actual central location, and since it's not this episodic release where you're moving from place to place with every entry, there's going to be this one space you return to that's constantly evolving over time, and we don't really know how that's going to look. Obviously, they don't want to show their entire hand. It's like, here's all the secrets for this game, but we should probably get some sort of indication of how they're able to transform the traditional formula for Life is Strange by transitioning away from the episodic model. Like, it's still episodic, there's still like episode 1, 2, and 3, but since we're getting the entire package, what can you do with that? How can you change how this game plays and evolves depending on that we're getting all of it at once?
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see more of it. I'm also very interested in like the power itself. It's kind of the able to kind of absorb and manipulate strong emotions, and you know, each emotion is represented by color, hence the name Life is Strange True Colors. And I just think that kind of sets itself up to be for lots of cool gameplay moments and sort of character interaction moments. But I don't know if I want that system to be really reined in, or if I want it to just kind of be going the whole time, because I imagine that could get overbearing. But another thing that I do love about Life is Strange is how they work with music. And I remember the original Life is Strange had an incredible soundtrack, and that's one thing that I'm really hoping for in this one. I know they have looped in I cannot remember their name. They're big on TikTok. I think it's the person who sang Prom.
Oh, the artist, MXM
Prom
Tune?
Dress. Yes. So I've seen them tweet a bunch of stuff, and maybe we'll see more of the soundtrack today. But that's Life is Strange. We'll now be seeing some of that as Square Enix presents Marvel's Avengers. Tam, gonna come to you for this one. They did.
Probably the only person still playing this game.
Me and Greg Miller, let's go, baby.
I was gonna say Simon Cardy deleted it from his hard drive to make space for
Greg,
something
and
else.
Sean now.
So yeah, so we're gonna see Wakanda,
Andrew
hopefully.
Goldfarb too.
Andrew Goldfarb too. They tweeted out a picture of Black Panther yesterday. Is this gonna bring you back to Marvel's? I mean, you weren't even there because you wanted to be there. You were there playing begrudgingly.
I mean, like, I am like duty bound to experience most Marvel content. Before everyone gets up my ass, I was into Marvel comics before the MCU. Relax, okay, chill. But yeah, I mean, like, my issue with Marvel's Avengers has and continues to be a dearth of content. The drip feeding approach is not enough, and that has been a big problem. Everything they've given us so far it's a drop of water when we've been walking through a desert. That's just not good enough. But having said that, the Black Panther content feels substantial. It's a new character, a character that looks interesting, and will have a new area for us to explore and play in. And then also, you know, that is going to have a knock-on effect on the other content in the game. So I am excited about the Black Panther content, War for Wakanda, in Marvel's Avengers. I hope that it's a little more meaty than previous expansions or content drops have been. We're still waiting for big things like the raid and that kind of stuff, and we're not going to get that for a while. But I hope there's enough in the Wakanda stuff to keep us coming back, and maybe even bring a few more players into the fold, because that is a game that, talk about games that could benefit from being on Game Pass. That is one of them. It's unfortunate that it's still a full price. I mean, you can find it discounted everywhere at this point, but it's unfortunate that the game has such an uphill struggle to bring people in, because between what it has now, like if you're the kind of person who wants to jump in, play an Avengers game and then bounce, what it is now is pretty good. If you're the kind of person who wants to jump in, play the Avengers game and then keep playing the Avengers game, less so. But I'm hoping that the War for Wakanda stuff will bring it a little closer to being that, you know, games as a service persistent experience that we've been hoping it will become soon.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on the point about it coming to Game Pass, but I think with the exclusive Spider-Man I mean, where is the exclusive Spider-Man stuff for PlayStation?
Who
I do
is
wonder
he?
if that
Who
was-
is he? He doesn't exist.
I
Spider-Man,
demand
I do not know
photos.
him. I do not know
Man
this
photos of
man.
Spider-Man. So yeah, I'm interested to see if the Wakanda stuff can bring a lot of players back to Marvel's Avengers, because I mean the single player mode was a lot of fun. I had a good time with that. It's just I can't do the grind, man. There just wasn't enough for me. Speaking of Marvel, we know that there is going to be the new game from Eidos Montreal. The rumor mill, been going over time, believing that it is a Guardians of the Galaxy game. I think the movie's coming out, is it next year? Jordan, are you a big fan? Do you think this rumor is going to be true? Like, are you psyched for a Guardians game, or do you kind of wish that Eidos would maybe do a 180 and just slyly reveal another Deus Ex that everyone is asking them for?
Well, when you put it in those terms, and it's like, well, yeah, I want Deus Ex, but if the rumors are to be believed, and we're getting a Guardians game, like, just take heed of what Marvel's Avengers has done right and what it has not quite captured. Like, show us something that's really story driven, maybe just make it single player. I'm not quite sure how you do that, given that the Guardians of the Galaxy are a group of people, but I'm sure you can make it work. Marvel's Avengers just shows that sometimes you don't have to go with a game as service model with your new game. You don't actually have to do that every single time. Sometimes you capture something really, really good with a single player game. And so if you are going to do a Guardians of the Galaxy game, I hope it's that. And if it's not that, then I hope the rumors are wrong.
I was gonna say, just like sometimes it's okay not to have a press conference, sometimes it's okay not to be a game as a service. So that's the so that's the stuff that Square has announced that they're kind of going to be talking about today. Let's talk about my favorite bit, rumors, because I mean that's 4 games for like 45-minute press conference. I think there's more. We did just have the release of Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade with the Yuffie chapter. I've not had a chance to play it just yet, but do we think we'll get any breadcrumbs about Remake 7 Remake Part 2? It's getting into Kingdom Hearts levels of titling there. Tam, what do you reckon?
Absolutely not. I do not think that they will be showing off Part 2. I would love it. I would be well up for it. If we do get something, it'll just be a logo that says Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 or whatever. The thing that I still feel there will be Final Fantasy VII content. I don't think it's going to be this specific game, but they have a lot to work with. They've got the mobile games, they've got the weird battle royale game, they've got a bunch of other games, and then there was that rumored action game that's being developed by Team Ninja that is supposedly in production and got leaked. So maybe we finally get to see that. I hope we do get to see that because that sounds cool, although I'm still very wary of Team Ninja doing action games based on other people's IP. I lived through Metroid Other M and I still have nightmares about it, but they have improved as a studio massively between Neo and the various other games that they have been working on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very intrigued to see. I think that the Team Ninja one is called, let me see, Final Fantasy Origin. That's according to a report by Fanbyte. I mean, I'd be down to see it. I think that could be really interesting. I do wonder how much Final Fantasy they are going to like lean on in this press conference, if they do at all, because obviously there is 7 Part 2. Like you said, there are the mobile games. There is the Battle Royale game. There is the sort of 7 remake, I suppose you could call it. There's that one. But then there were all these rumors too. I saw Jason Schreier tweeting about this earlier today, but like a 2D Final Fantasy, some sort of collection, which would make sense. And people were kind of tweeting out the other day that all of the app shortcuts on iPhone, like all of the artwork had changed. So maybe there is something in that rumor. I don't know, but I think it'd be cool. Do we think 16 today? Anything from 16?
No.
You don't?
There's no way. Like Tam says, they have flooded themselves with so many Final Fantasy projects. There's no way that they have all of these plates spinning and they're like, oh yes, and we're well enough on our way with Final Fantasy 16 that we're able to show something off. There's no way.
I don't know. I remember. I don't know. I remember the rumor mill last year. I remember people saying that 16 is further along in development than people think it is.
And
so
also,
I would be very. I hope it's there today. I really want to see it today.
Putting on my like hat, if I was working there and coming up with strategy / marketing, I would say to the team there, we should right now. Final Fantasy Ziv is like A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Sword. All of that stuff has popped off so hard, and everyone is in love with all of the MMO stuff we're doing. This is creative team that is responsible for a lot of that. We can parlay a lot of goodwill into this new Final Fantasy project, and it would at the very least behoove them to show something small and have from the team that bought you the MMO this game, even if it's like a short teaser or even just like a kind of splash screen. I think that would do a lot of good for them, and also keep the conversation around Final Fantasy 16 going. I think it's pretty important that for them to do. I would think anyway. So I hope they do, and I'm kind of just willing it just for Michael Hyam, who is sadly
Just
not with us.
manifesting.
He's not. Yeah,
He's not
he's
dead.
not dead. He's at E3, so you will see him on the ESA stage, probably screaming about Final Fantasy shortly after this.
I mean, we were watching the PlayStation press conference last year when they announced Final Fantasy 16, and he lost it because he's such a huge fan, and so it was very, very endearing. And so I want that for Michael, basically. We've got just under a couple minutes before we'll go to the Square Enix Presents conference. Forspoken, formerly Project Athia. I wonder if we'll see more of that today, but also I think what's more likely is it is the 25th anniversary of Tomb Raider this year. I would love to see them do something with that. I don't know if it would be a new Tomb Raider game, or maybe even just like a remake in like, took what they did with Final Fantasy VII Remake and just like really put a lot of time and energy and resources into fully remaking that game. Just make the platforming better, because I remember playing that as a kid and it being unforgiving. We're shortly going to go over less than a minute until we go over to Square. Tam, big prediction. What do you want to see?
Nobody cares about Tomb Raider. This is Legacy of Kain season. Where is Soul Reaver? Where is Soul Reaver, Square Enix? If you do another press conference without mentioning Legacy of Kain or Soul Reaver, you are most of the way dead to me again. Put Lara Croft in a grave, revive Raziel finally.
How dare you?
I know. He'll get reprimanded as we watch. Jordan, what about you?
Give me a 2022 roadmap from Marvel's Avengers. Give me any indication to re-download this game because you care about its future. Anything, any indication. I don't care.
All right, we're heading over to Square now. Make sure to stay tuned because we'll be breaking down the press conference as soon as it's over. We'll see you soon.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Matt Mercer here, and I'm back as your host of Square Enix Presents. Today, we have a special E3 edition of the show for you, with new game announcements, updates, and exciting news from our studios across the globe. So let's kick off with the world premiere of a brand new game from Eidos Montreal. We hope you enjoy the show.
I am so proud of you. Do you know what a birthright is, Peter? Something that's a part of you. Like your name.
Gardeners of the Galaxy?
What? No, Rocket. So I let Groot fill out the paperwork.
So we got fined. We appear to be 6,963 units short.
I know, we clearly need a plan.
If you see anything with claws the size of Drax, let me know.
We got this! Drax, roll!
No!
Peter?
You want monster? I'll show you monster!
No! We disrobe!
Keep your pants on.
Although, it could be used as a distraction.
Smash him up, Drax! Meet your maker!
We're all professionals here, right? Maybe we can work something out.
Here!
You had one job, Quill.
I did exactly what? Gamora, no killing teammates!
That's who!
It's literally in your contract!
I made no such commitments.
In less than 3 cycles, all would be lost. The galaxy cannot be saved, Peter Quill.
We can do this together!
Fucking great, Quill!
Star-Lord, right?
No, of course I will. I'll call you.
Hi, my name is Olivier Proulx, senior producer here at Eidos Montreal. For the past few years, we've had the privilege to work on our version of Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy and reimagine it into a single-player, story-driven, third-person action-adventure game. It's our own fresh take on the Guardians, and something that's really unique to our game is that you get to be Peter Quill. As Star-Lord, you're constantly in the middle of the action as you try to lead this band of misfits. But today, I'm really excited to have all of you join us on this journey, and you'll hear more about the game from our team behind this project.
Right, let's do this!
I've always loved Marvel's cosmic characters. Growing up as a kid, I read them, enjoyed them, loved them. I had the opportunity to write for Marvel on some of their cosmic titles. I went back with the help of Bill Roseman, the editor, and kind of cherry-picked characters from Marvel's past.
The opportunity here was to build a team, but to make it all underdogs, so that the reader would think, oh my gosh, how is this team going to survive?
And that became the Guardians of the Galaxy comic, which we loved working on.
I remember the first time that the Marvel crew came to Montreal, we were showing them the design of the characters, how they would look, and they stayed silent. I don't know if it's a minute, but in my head, it was a minute. I was like, oh my God, like they hate it.
We realized how much that Marvel and Eidos Montreal share and have in common, and that we knew the Guardians were in perfect hands.
Looking at the samples that Eidos were kind enough to show me, I think he's fantastic and absolutely in the spirit of what these characters are.
What makes the gameplay experience unique to me is no matter in what phase of the game you are, whether you're in exploration or you're fighting, the Guardians are constantly around you and you never feel alone. While you're the leader, the Guardians will also challenge you and make decisions on their own, and you will have to adapt to it.
You are literally part of the Guardians of the Galaxy.
The decisions you'll make will have lighthearted to haunting repercussions, and the game will react to what you do and say.
Gamora, no killing teammates!
Says who?
It's literally in your contract!
I made no such commitment.
You are playing as Star-Lord and you're using your blasters and you're using your jet boots.
Star-Lord is really empowering. He's very agile on the battlefield. He can slide and over with his jet boots. Of course, he has his elemental blasters that have different powers as well. And on top of all of this, he can use the unique abilities of his Guardians.
We're not pirates. We're legally incorporated heroes for hire.
Gardeners of the Galaxy?
What? No.
The story is about a group of misfits, the Guardians. In our world, they've been together for less than a year. They create something on a small scale that looks insignificant. And as they progress through the story, they discover that they created something really big that threatens the galaxy.
There are a lot of very interesting villains in the Marvel franchise. And when you're starting to work on a story like this, you get to get your pick of which ones will make the best for this story. That gives us the opportunity to bring in some that are well known, but some that are also not all that well known.
What Eidos is getting so right about them is capturing what it's like to be a misfit family. They're also bringing an amazing imagination to it. You're going to see planets and characters that are going to blow your mind.
Interpreting it in its own way, I think, makes it feel incredibly fresh and exciting. It's not a matter of trying to replicate the comic or trying to replicate the film. It's trying to take the medium you're working in and make the best version of Guardians out of that.
They made it fun. They made it rock and roll. They delivered everything you would want in a Guardians game.
$37 units?
We appear to be 6,963 units short. If we intend to keep our ship, Peter Quill.
I know. We clearly need a plan.
What about selling Gamora's crap?
What?
Oh, come on. You've been hoarding them stupid knickknacks ever since you first joined us. I mean, don't tell me they ain't worth nothing.
Quarantine zone was always
holding out on us.
My figurines are not knickknacks.
Team's in trouble, and you can't be bothered to make no sacrifice.
I will sacrifice your head.
And take us to the majestic mountains of Kakarandara.
Guys, I think we should hear out Groot for once.
You know, the only problem with your plan is that Lady Hellbender only buys monsters, and you are not a monster.
Groot, are you really offering to...
No, he is not offering that, okay?
It could work.
Sell Groot? I guess we could bust him out after.
Absurd. Lady Hellbender seeks the monster within. The small, ugly one is clearly the correct choice. He is cruel, sadistic, and his soul is filthy and filled with rage.
I vote we sell Groot. I honestly think Lady Hellbender will go for it.
Yeah, well, I vote for not Groot.
I also vote for the creepy little beast.
2 votes each. Peter?
Well, Rocket's definitely scarier on the inside. He's unstable and vicious and totally oblivious to the needs of others.
Okay, we get it.
All right, let's do this. Let's go sell a monster.
We're not seriously flying into that.
They say the weather patterns of Seknarf 9 are tied to the temperament of its ruler.
That's not how women work.
Or weather.
We're flying the wrong way.
Nah, he's not flying at all.
Guys, relax. Just one minor adjustment.
I ever mentioned how much I hate rain?
Hellbender's castle isn't even that far. That is not a castle. It is an impregnable fortress.
So how do we impregnate it?
Ask Peter!
Let's just get closer. We'll figure it out on the way.
There is nothing to figure out. As beast merchants, we will easily gain access to Lady Hellbender.
Good. We've already got a beast. All that's left is the merchant part.
Good thing I put on my official merchant costume.
There is no such thing. Right?
The fact you ain't sure don't vote so good.
Whoa! That is some really crazy lightning out there. Never seen anything like it.
Meteorological suicide is what it is.
Hey, is my jacket all right?
At least you got a jacket. Some of us are soaking here.
Less whining, more walking!
Hey, Stormlord! We ain't seriously walking through this. It'll take forever in this storm.
Stop complaining. Hardship will strengthen your spirit.
I face more than enough hardship. Thank you very much.
You are welcome, Feeble One.
We got this. Just don't fall and we'll be fine.
Everyone okay? We should have gone to Maku 4. It would be wary rodent.
You know what? I survived freaking Half-World. I think I'm scared of some little...
It's not alone. Get ready!
What are these things? They are amorphous vermin.
Shoot first, questions later.
Chop them, Gamora!
This won't hurt much.
Smash them up, Drax! Meet your maker!
Steel Boy's enjoying this way too much.
This is the local fauna!
It's about to be an endangered species.
Groot! Hawkeye time! All you, Rocket!
Time to go boom!
Should we ask them for directions?
I'm thinking maybe they are directions.
Oh, like a signpost or something.
I'm not saying it's an arrow with the word fortress on it, but statues suggest civilization, and the only settlement I saw when we were topside
was Lady Hellbender's fortress.
Dead end. That's just great.
It's a retractable bridge. They used them at the prison I was in.
Too bad the controls are on the other side of the giant chasm.
What do you not have time to dawdle in this jungle? I shall hurl the creature over the chasm so he may activate the bridge.
I may activate a hole through your face! Put me down!
It'll be fine. Just curl up in a ball.
What?
Drax, throw him.
No!
Very well.
Peter!
It's okay. He'll land on his feet. Ooh. I guess that only applies to cats.
You sons of sharks! Scut-busting ass!
I am not familiar with these words. Order the beast to do its job.
Rocket, come on, man!
Ram it, dash face!
Fix the bridge and we'll raise your cut by 5%.
I want 10!
Okay, deal. Thanks for the bridge, Rocket.
If you even think of pulling that
Wait.
scud again...
Hear that?
Guys.
I got it.
These creatures are perfect predators.
Stop cheering for the murder monster!
Somebody's having fun. Keep it together, Drax.
Bad dog! Bad dog!
We've got the numbers.
Not if you count all that teeth we know!
Sektor has a new predator!
Avoid the mouth, dodge the tail, slice and clear.
Is anything on this planet not trying to kill us? Guys, huddle up! Already missing the jiggle jellies!
They keep moving around.
It is past time my blades were bloody!
Don't get too close to that mouth!
This guy barely feels it.
Yeah, I smell it too!
Come on, we got this!
Perhaps these were sent by Lady Hellbender!
How come monsters are never friendly? That is definitely in my top 10 fortresses.
Peter?
Aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, right. The cage.
The point of even getting the Flarkin thing was looking like we mean business.
All right, Rocket. Time to put on your monster face.
I only got one face, Quill.
Are you sure about this, Peter?
Look at him. You better have one hell of a sales pitch.
Maybe Gamora's right. We should try selling Groot instead.
Really?
This is an affront to democracy.
I just think that We might need Rocket on the outside for this one.
Yeah, we noticed. You want to make that call, then you better not mess this up. You hang tight there, bud. When the time comes, I'll get you out of there. Rocket style if I got it.
Drac. Gamora, can you help me with this? What? Why?
To guarantee your safety as our leader.
Ah, come on.
Don't look at me, I ain't pulling that thing. Remember, buddy, menacing! Like me, only bigger. I am Groot. Not bad, not bad. Easy, big guy.
So, how long before someone else wants to pull this thing?
You're 60 clicks from the fortress.
I'd say closer to 75. You got this!
Rocky, what are you doing? Who's the monster now? Rocket, what the?
Guardians of the Galaxy. How many times do I have to kill you? The audacity that you thought you could rob me. Dweller, feast upon them!
Now we're going to revisit two iconic brands that are being remastered for modern platforms. First up, relive the classic games in the Final Fantasy series, and then get one more peek at Legend of Mana ahead of its June 24th launch. Up next, Earth's mightiest heroes continue their fight to defend the world in Marvel's Avengers. The team at Crystal Dynamics is excited to share the latest updates with you, including new mission types and a growing roster of heroes.
Avengers, secure that super weapon at all costs. Cosmic energy is building up. Every second counts, people. Keep it moving.
It's beautiful.
You're out of your depth, Avengers.
Shutting you down, Monica.
game will save this world. I will save it.
There is no end to these crumbs. You don't understand what that cube is capable of.
I applaud your efforts to connect with your roots, but as a man who has seen 3 Black Panthers fall, I must warn you of a few things. Many eyes follow the path you are about to walk down.
They say I walk like a king, talk like a king. You can act around, now say the same.
You just wanted to show off your suit.
They all want the name, but they ain't got what's running through these veins. Make way for the king.
It is Claw.
Vibranium doesn't belong to you.
You are right. Vibranium does not belong to me. It belongs to Wakanda.
Look at me now, count me down. So give me the crown. They say I walk like a king, talk like a king. You can act around now, say the same thing. They chasing the fame, they all want the name. But they ain't got what's running through these veins. Say I walk like
Now it's time to give mobile players a quick look at some of the games that will be available in the coming months.
Good evening, 426. Our intelligence reports a new threat to global stability. Their reach is unlike anything we have seen before. Following Agent 47's disappearance, you were selected because of your remarkable skills. Execution must be perfect. We will strike from the shadows, and they will never know what hit them.
A sad and beautiful tale that echoes throughout eternity. The first mobile entry in the Nier series. Nier Reincarnation.
Today, the team at Platinum Games is giving you an exclusive look at the epic world of Babylon's Fall, featuring fluid combat, powerful weapons, and a unique art style.
to be a tower of dreams. But for 1,000 more, it was seen as a tower of ruin. Persevering through fire and ice and the coldest of winds, eventually the tower became a symbol of unrelenting ambition. That tower's name is Babylon.
Does the savior of Neo-Babylon stand among us? Let's find out without further ado!
If I'm to die, then I'll die for hope, for what little hope there may be.
Seen through the veil at last, have you? We're all prisoners of our subjective reality. Believe only what you see, and you're like to end up seeing only what you believe.
Two paths lie ahead. Ascend to the heavens above the tower, or fall like this one now before you.
Now begins its tale of both hope and despair.
プラチナゲームズは本当にアクションという部分に関しては世界屈指のデベロッパーだと思ってますし、ニーアオートマタでそれが証明できたんじゃないかなと思ってます。
ニーアオートマタのアクションをもっと楽しむためにどうしたらいいかって選ばれたジャンルがハック&スラッシュでしたので、このゲームのコンセプトは端的に言うとニーアオートマタのアクションでハック&スラッシュというジャンルを楽しむということになります。
もちろん1人でも遊べるんですけど、4人でダンジョンを攻略していくゲームになります。
コンセプトについては、プレイヤーが、途切れない目標に向かって、アクション、追い求め続けることができると。プレイヤーは、ストーリーを追いながらダンジョンをクリアして上層を目指していくと。入手する装備や素材を集めて自身を強化してカスタマイズしていくと。
ゲームのスタイルとしては、オーソドックスなハック&スラッシュという形ですね。ただアクションがスキルや強い力を引き出すためのトリガーになっているところがポイントかなと思っています。
プレイヤーの背中についているギデオンコピーというのがかなりキーアイテムとなっています。それによって、遊び方とかカスタマイズの方向性っていうのも変わってきます。
ハイファンタジー感というか、その上品さというところはすごい意識してくれっていうふうに言われましたね。カートゥーンチックにならないのがようにというか、リアルに本当に存在している人たちがいるかのような感じは意識しました。
このゲームは運営型のゲームとして開発しています。発売後も定期的に新しいコンテンツを提供する予定です。
ようやく皆さんに改めてこういった形で発表できたのと、本当に私たちも嬉しくなってますし、まさにこれから開発の佳境になっていくので、精一杯頑張っていきたいので、皆さんも引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Now let's check out the next major entry in the popular Life is Strange series, True Colors. The team at Deck 9 is ready to give you a deeper look at Alex Chen's psychic power of empathy. But first, here's a look at the Life is Strange Remastered Collection.
Feels so weird to be back. After 5 years, you're still Max Caulfield.
What
What do you remember about us as kids? I think about us as little pirates, running and jumping through Arcadia Bay.
We are awesome! Come on, let's dance! Or take my picture with your new camera.
That's Rachel Amber. After my dad died and you moved, I felt abandoned.
Oh, good, you're here.
Rachel saved my life. She was my angel. Something happened to her. We have to find her, Max. Holy shit. Max, what's going on? No! Whoa. I discovered I could reverse time. What the hell is this?
Max, help!
Whatever's going on between us is special.
Step back before you regret it.
Get in, Max!
Then I realized I had a choice and the power to change everything. Arcadia Bay is on the edge of disaster. Time to change time. Whatever happens, I'll always have your back. Always.
Hi, I'm Maya, also known as MXMtoon. I'm a musician and the singing voice of Alex Chen in the upcoming Life is Strange True Colors. I hope you enjoyed that first look at official gameplay from the remastered collection. As a longtime fan, I know I did. You can see the love and care that Deck 9 have put into remastering both Life is Strange and Before the Storm. This collection features improved character animation, lip sync, and visuals, breathing new life into these two beloved games. Back in March, we also revealed the next major game in the series, Life is Strange True Colors, a small-town supernatural mystery. Alex Chen must uncover the truth behind her brother's death, using her psychic power of empathy to unravel the shocking secrets of Haven Springs. Today, we have a first look at Alex's unique power in action. Here's game director Zach Garris for more.
Alex's psychic power of empathy is integral to the story of Life is Strange True Colors. It impacts every relationship she builds and every decision she makes.
Never thought I'd have a freaky empath friend.
For years, Alex has been unable to shut out the strong feelings of others, the fear, sadness, and anger of those around her, leading her to believe her power is a curse. In the wake of Gabe's death, Alex realizes the only way she can find the truth is to embrace her power.
I can't believe this is happening. And the only way to understand is to feel what he's feeling.
From the very start, you can use Alex's power to focus on brightly colored auras to gain an insight into people's emotions.
Gabe was too young. Just too young.
These valuable insights deepen Alex's relationships with the folk of Haven Springs, as well as sparking new dialogue options and events, as here from a scene very early on in the game.
You're gonna lose her. You're gonna lose her, and it's all your fault.
Alex has uncovered a secret that Mac wants to keep hidden from his long-term girlfriend, and now he is terrified that Alex will reveal it before he can talk to Riley.
She is the best thing that's ever happened to me. So please, help me out.
Mac's telling you a whole lot of bullshit.
Listen.
Thanks for telling me the truth, Alex.
Are we still together?
Are you serious? I need to get back to work.
Sure, Alex. We'll get out of your way.
When Alex encounters a particularly strong aura, she can reach out to actively connect with that person's emotions. This generates a nova, a supernatural flare that transforms the world around Alex into a reflection of that person's psyche. In this altered, emotionally charged state, Alex can experience fragments of thoughts and memories to get to the root of their issue. But not every emotional crisis can be easily dealt with. Some carry a dangerous, even life-threatening amount of power.
He's dead!
I wish I were too.
No decision is easy, and the consequences will be felt across the game.
This anger could kill her. What if I could just take it away?
Using Alex's powers the only way you can uncover the truth behind her brother's death.
What would that do to her? What would it do to me? And even if I can, should I?
How far will you go in pursuit of that truth? The choice is yours.
Alex's powers look so awesome. I have no idea how I'll make some of these choices, but I can't wait to play it with you all when it comes out on September 10th. Don't forget, you can pre-order Life is Strange True Colors now. And if you choose the Ultimate Edition, you'll also receive the Life is Strange Remastered Collection. And that's it for today. Make sure to follow the Life is Strange social channels for more.
And now, we are excited to unveil a brand new title from Square Enix Japan.
I'm here to kill Chaos. That's my mission. Looks like Chaos has been waiting for us.
You gonna make us go in there and find you?
Guess we'll just show ourselves in.
I only know one thing. I want to kill Chaos. I need to. It's not a hope or a dream. It's like a hunger. Thirst.
Move aside! You're dust!
You sure Chaos is here?
Yeah, they can only squash monsters for so long. I hate doing pest control.
This is the Shrine of Chaos. He's here. We just have to hunt him down.
Feel the pain!
The darkness is so thick I can taste it. This is it. No doubt.
Die already!
There was a knight who left on the same journey as you, but never returned. His name was Garland. If you could, I would be grateful if you looked for him.
Chaos.
Crush you! Know when you're beaten!
And who are you? We're here to kill Chaos.
The prophecy's very own Warriors of Light.
Real.
He always wore such splendid armor, with a helmet that was terrifying to behold.
It's Garland!
No. I become Chaos.
I'll leave you with a look at some of the amazing Square Enix titles you can play now, as well as those to come.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but
Just hit me with it.
we're gonna drop plate number 7.
They're gonna do what?
for joining us today. Keep an eye out for news about our next Square Enix Presents. I'm Matt Mercer. See you next time.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the GameSpot Post show for Square Enix Presents at E3 2021. I'm Lucy James, joined by Phil Hornshaw.
How's it going?
And Timur Hussein.
Not everyone needs to have a press conference. I'll say it again. Just because you can doesn't mean you should, okay? Send an email.
I don't think that was as bad as Gearbox. I think it started strong and then it just definitely derailed a little bit, but we'll talk about it. We're here for the next half hour or so, breaking down what we saw as a part of the Square Enix Presents just now, and as well we have so much more lined up for the rest of the afternoon. You're going to want to stick around. We've got more from Back 4 Blood, as well as the Future Game Show and PC Gaming shows. So, you know, I guess you could call this day 2 of E3, but this is the big one. Lots of stuff to talk about, but let's talk about what we just saw as a part of Square Enix Presents. Let's go from the top. Let's go from Guardians. So we talked about it in our pre-show. It's been rumored for a long time, finally made official today. I'm glad that they kind of had it right off the bat, because it is coming out much sooner than I think a lot of people anticipated, but it's coming out in October. So the Deus Ex team, unfortunately not making another Deus Ex, but they are working on Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. Phil, what did you think of this one?
I'm into it. I'm a big Deus Ex Human Revolution fan. Mankind Divided less so, but you know, I like what it seems like Eidos Montreal is doing here with the sort of story-based focus and the over-the-top humor. Like, it really feels like they're nailing that tone of what people like about the Guardians of the Galaxy. So it seems like it moves really fast. It seems like it has a lot of fun character moments, and you know, sounds great to me. That's exactly what I like about Deus Ex, and looks like it's mixing together those elements really well.
Yeah, and especially because it has this sort of choice-based gameplay as well. I like the fact that it has kind of Telltale-ish elements too. There's the point where Drax is gonna throw Rocket over a bridge sort of thing, and there is the sort of rocket, we'll remember that, coming up in the top corner, which I kind of liked. I think after Marvel's Avengers coming out, I don't think anyone really anticipated them going just the strict single player route, but they are with this one. It's like a full complete story. Tam, you're my comics guy. This is an original story, but they're taking some well-known and lesser well-known Marvel characters in this one. Who are you excited to see?
Honestly, like, I'm most excited to see the actual team. I mean, I was gonna say the actual team members of the Guardians, but then forgetting that Cosmo was shown in there. Cosmo, the Soviet dog who's got telepath abilities, which is just an incredible pull for that team to grab. Cosmo the dog actually becomes a member of the Guardians, if I remember correctly. So I don't know, maybe the chance, I hope. I did speak to developers behind the team, behind the game at Eidos Montreal, and I asked, like, hey, so are we gonna have other Guardians joining? Because Mantis was shown briefly and Cosmo was shown, and they were like, they weren't really clear about it. And I was like, I don't know, man, dog in combat would go down pretty well. And they kind of just smiled and looked at me. So I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I've got my fingers crossed for Cosmo in the actual playable role. But yeah, it's looks like general impressions of the game. My preview of it is up now on GameSpot.com, hit video game website. And the thing that I kind of try to drive home is it feels like the polar opposite of Marvel's Avengers from Crystal Dynamics, where that game came out and it kind of stumbled out of the gate. It didn't really know what it was. People were like, is this a single player game? Is this a multiplayer game? what the hell is this thing? And it was hard to tell for what it was for ages. Whereas this game, it came out like kicked the door in. They said exactly what it was. We knew exactly how it's going to play, and it's got confidence and it's got a self-assuredness that the Avengers game just absolutely did not have. And I think that went a long way in winning me over. I think I end my preview by likening it quite a lot to Insomniac's game. When Spider-Man came out, it was like they had the swagger. They know exactly what they were doing and they were confident in what they were putting out there, and that's what this kind of feels like. It feels like it's closer to Insomniac's Marvel games than Square Enix's own other Marvel games, or something like Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite from Capcom, which was a bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super intrigued by the fact that they are telling their own story, but they are obviously pulling from all over in the Marvel sort of universe. I mean, you've got Lady Hellbender in there, you've got, like you said, Cosmo and Mantis. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see some kind of much more famous faces. But I think as well, the thing that's really intriguing, and I saw a lot of chatter about it online, is that like, oh, they're not using, you know, the Chris Pratt, Dave Bautista likenesses. They're kind of airing towards more of a comics thing, but then people are complaining that they haven't gone too, like, they haven't got swung too far the other way, which is like, wow, there's no middle ground there at all, is there? But I'm intrigued by it. I really like that they're picking from all over, because they're kind of picking up on music as well. Like, music has always been a huge part of Guardians, and the fact that they're having that licensed soundtrack, because just like Tam, I also spoke to the developers, and you will see that interview as a part of Play For All later this week. But yeah, like, they're picking up on the music, and they get to cherry pick from all over Guardians lore, I suppose, which is very exciting to me.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, I feel like the smart thing to do is to not tie yourself too closely to the MCU versions. One, because, you know, you're just setting yourself up for failure. Once you start looking like the character from the MCU, people start thinking, why doesn't it sound like that character? That's not what this character would say, etc., etc., etc. And you just, like I said, you set yourself up by failure by trying to evoke too much of another version of that character. And it just makes more sense for Eidos Montreal to define their own versions of the Guardian. I, for one, think the designs are really cool. Like, I really love the way Gamora especially looks. She looks incredible. And Rocket and Drax looks good as well to me. I think the only weird thing that people are probably getting caught up on is Peter's hair, but you'll survive. Don't worry about it. You'll live.
Yeah, and I think as well, I mean, gameplay wise, that's the bit where it looks very, very fast and frenetic, which on the one hand can be a good thing, but I worry about sort of getting a bit lost in it. Like, maybe it's just because I'm playing Mass Effect again at the minute. I'm playing Mass Effect 3 at the minute, and I'm, you know, you have squad mates who you control and you can micromanage in time slows. And I worry with a HUD like that, with the UI, the way they have it, it reminds me a lot of like Dragon Ages, where like there is no wording next to whatever that power is. It's just an image, and I'm gonna have to remember that for 3 other or 4 other members of the Guardians, and I worry about how that's gonna be to play. But I do like the fact that, you know, like there's a stagger meter, and you can have this kind of big sort of finish, like showstopper at the end, I suppose. Phil, what did you take away from the gameplay?
Yeah, so I'm wondering like how independent the other Guardians actually are. Like, that was kind of the impression that I was getting from talking with Tam and stuff. It's that you're a member of the team, and like you're giving orders, but you're not necessarily controlling everybody. So yeah, like to your point about how those icons are going to work and how all those powers are going to work, it seems like it could be okay if it's not super micromanagey, and if you're just like, Drax, do a Drax thing, and then Drax handles it, right? And so you're worried about Peter Quill, and you're utilizing each of the teammates at the right time, potentially, but not necessarily have to think about what everybody's squad powers all at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how that all works.
Yeah, so for me, like the way I thought of it in a lot of ways is Marvel versus Capcom. as always, fighting games are my kind of reference point for most things, but it felt or looked like it could function a lot like the assist mechanic, where you control one character while fighting, and then you tap a button, and all that happens is your backup character jumps in, does a move, and then jumps out. And you use that based on what the attack is to control space or create a juggle situation, that kind of stuff. And it felt like it was kind of moving towards that, where, you know, you've got your Peter doing these attacks and that kind of stuff, and you know, oh, there's a character there that I'm almost like done with, but I need them to not run away or anything. So, you know, you tap the group button and group like does a long range attack to keep them locked down in place, something like that. So it feels a lot like they're kind of like there to behave on their own, and you use their special abilities to your benefit, which if it does work like that, I'm really intrigued to see how good it feels and flows, because it feels like you would, like I said, like that feels like a Platinum Games idea, and I do wonder whether Eidos Montreal can pull it off with the same kind of slickness and kind of like flow to it that I would want out of it.
Yeah, totally. And I'm holding reserving judgment until I actually play it to see how it all feels when it all comes together. I'm genuinely very not even cautiously optimistic. I am very optimistic about this game. I really love the look of it. I love the soundtrack got me. I think whenever I hear Joan Jett, I immediately am like, okay, I'm in. So that's Guardians of the Galaxy coming out later this year, coming out in October, so not very far long to wait at all. After that, we got the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster.
Ooh, it's gone down like a lead balloon.
Yeah.
I mean, you can basically, the sentiment, here's how to explain the sentiment. The Square Enix USA Twitter account has changed its status to private, so you can't follow it or look at it anymore.
Square USA merged to Square Enix. Like, they just got rid of that.
Are they gone? Everyone is tweeting.
Gone.
I'm like, oh god, what is happening? Is Square Enix okay? Is anyone like relaxed right now? Because holy shit, that stuff is going down like a lead balloon. I think the main issue with it is like it's mobile and Steam, and I don't know, people went in expecting way more out of a kind of reworked Final Fantasy promise. That I think it's the general sentiment, I think, for fans of Final Fantasy is, why do you keep doing these classic games, which are some of the best, so dirty? And it doesn't make any sense why they keep doing it. Like, it's really devaluing the historic impact of Final Fantasy. Some of those stories remain the best Final Fantasy stories to exist, and they somehow both screw up putting the original versions of those out or remaking them into something better. I wish I could like grab someone at Square Enix and shake them and be like, please stop abusing your own franchises like this. They deserve better.
But you can't. I mean,
No,
it's
I can't.
that announcement has not gone down very well. I think especially because they're not going to be on Switch, which everyone seems to think is a huge misstep. So kind of understandable the sort of anger behind that one. We also had a new trailer for Legend of Mana coming out June 24th, so not very long to wait at all for that one. Marvel's Avengers. Now, Phil, have you played any Marvel's Avengers?
So I played a whole lot of Marvel's Avengers right up until like 2 weeks after launch, right? So I got into it. I really enjoyed that game, especially when it's doing story content. But yeah, I think like just about everybody else, I hit that endpoint and kind of lost interest in the endgame stuff, you know? Like, it's just not enough content to keep you going. And I would really like to get back into it because I really like what that game does with characters, and the synergy stuff can be cool. It's a fun world to be in, and I think that's pretty much its big strength. And so I want a reason to get back in. That's what I'm hoping for with the Black Panther edition and stuff like that. Like, bring me back. I want to come back. I'm right there. I still have it installed. I didn't pop it up.
Yeah.
So
come play with us. Come play with us.
So we've got the June update, which is the Cosmic Cube, and then a new mission type with Monica controlling the cube. Then there's the July update with Hawkeye, new mission, defeat the Scientist Supreme, and then Summer and Beyond is War for Wakanda. Tam, did you like what you saw of War of Wakanda?
Yeah, I mean, from what I saw, it looked like there was a lot of cool things to check out. Again, my question is, how long will that last? There's only so long before, like, the problem, like I said in the pre-show, was the content that they deliver becomes, you start repeating it extremely fast, and it loses its luster very, very quickly. From what I've seen, like the story style stuff around T'Challa and the Black Panther and that kind of stuff is hooking me in, and I'm a sucker for Marvel stories, especially ones set in Wakanda and kind of like far off regions. So I am excited for that part of it. Again, the question is, how long will you hold my attention for this time? I hope it's longer than the last few drops have been. I'm cautiously optimistic about what's going on. They've been dropping like cool skins and that kind of stuff. So for me, it's been a case of, I still have it installed and I dip in and out, but I'm kind of storing stuff up. So when it does launch, maybe I'll go through and get a bunch of skins and do the Cosmic Cube stuff and the Red Room stuff and the Wakanda stuff and all in one big go. And hopefully that carries me through for a little while. But yeah, I like what I saw so far.
Phil, did you think the War for Wakanda stuff was enough to bring you back? Is it going to be the thing that finally just boots it back up on your PlayStation?
It's definitely the stuff that I'm interested in. It really looks like it's cycling back to that, big story focus kind of idea. And I do feel like that game does that stuff well. It really does kind of have a good understanding of those characters and the way that they interact with each other. And I'm really interested to see that take a new direction and develop more characters, more stories, more villains, stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna approach it, I think, cautiously optimistically and kind of see how other people react to it, see if it really is going to be that draw or not, because it's kind of an investment to get back in and start leveling up and all that stuff. And I kind of forget how that game works, so I have to put some time in. You get lost in those live games a little bit. So if it's as cool as it looks in the trailers, then yeah, I'm down for sure. But I'm gonna, I think, have to take a minute and make sure that it's really gonna hit those marks.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so after the Marvel's Avengers update, we saw a few mobile titles, so brand new Hitman Sniper game. We saw some of Nier Reincarnation, the Final Fantasy Battle Royale, I think it was that one, coming out this year on iOS and Android. But you mentioned live service games there, Phil, and that's teed me up nicely to talk about Babylon's Fall. It was the game that Tam and I were most excited to see more of today in our pre-show. And yeah, Tam did that when they said that it was going to be a live service game. Tam, go on.
Why does everything have to be a live service game? Stop ruining all the good ideas with live service nonsense. I don't know, maybe it's going to be amazing, and I don't know, like Platinum haven't got a live service game, but oh god, there's just something about the kind of points of failure on a live service experience are considerably more than in a standard a standard single player game, or even a multiplayer game, just a straight up multiplayer game. When you introduce live service, the chances of you putting out something that sucks just exponentially increase, even if you're like one of the best developers around. Like Crystal Dynamics is a great studio, but they gave themselves a world of problems by making Avengers a live service game. And the last thing I want from Platinum is a ongoing multiplayer game that is gonna ask me for money every now and then and make me grind for things every now and then. And just, I don't know, it felt like the rug was pulled out from underneath me. I'm sick of live service games at this. I'm oversaturated on live service games. They're just everywhere, and I was looking forward to playing a classic Platinum action game. Some of the most, and like between that and the 1-2 punch of very questionable voiceover in that trailer, I was just like deflated by the end of it. Having said that, taking a positive stance, Platinum's mechanically, they make the most replayable games around. Like their action mechanics, they set out a foundation, they execute on mechanics that are just fun from start to game to finish the game. So if they have created good enough core mechanics to the combat that they can sustain an ongoing multiplayer experience, I'll hold my hand up and be like, fair play, you did the good stuff here. At that point, the question becomes, are they going to monetize the crap out of this? And is the grind going to be like unbearable? But I'm willing to give them they've earned the benefit of the doubt at least. Hopefully the combat is good at its core and it works as a live service game. If it isn't, it's going to be on site with Platinum.
So we don't have long before we're going to throw back to the ESA stream for something very exciting. And I did want us to talk about this while we have the time too. Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, which has a demo going live later today, which is playable from today, June 13th, until June 24th. We knew of the rumors that Team Ninja were going to be working on a Final Fantasy game, and we saw in the kind of opening credits that Nomura is involved. And I really struggle to, like, I don't like ragging on games. Like, I try not to do that, but the, what was going on with that? Like, what is their problem with Chaos? What's their problem with Chaos? Is all
So
I
the
want to
thing
know.
about Chaos is
Chaos is just mind his own
chaotic,
business.
Which means, yeah, it means you gotta kill Chaos, and if you don't kill Chaos, then Chaos will become chaotic, and then you have Chaos in your hands, and that means Chaos is everywhere, and so you have to fight the Chaos and kill the Chaos. So in review, Chaos is happening, and you have to kill the Chaos. So hopefully you will see the Chaos and kill the Chaos. Thank you for your time in this presentation about Chaos.
I mean, not wrong. Phil, what did you make of Strange? I'm genuinely surprised that the word chaos is not in the title of this game. That's really thrown me off. Phil, what did you make of Stranger of Paradise?
I don't know. I feel like Tam kind of summed it up. It really kind of, hit every mark that was in that trailer. No, but seriously, it does at least looks fun to play. I don't know anything else. I don't know, like it's a lot of cutscenes, a lot of chaos, and to that point, that's not when I go for a Final Fantasy game. I want to like be engaged in the world, and that trailer didn't really do it for me. But with Team Ninja, at least it looks like you'll be doing cool stuff with a sword and like turning people into crystals and then headbutting them and they explode and all kinds of weird stuff. So to that end, I don't know. I really enjoyed combat in Final Fantasy VII Remake, and that looked a little bit reminiscent to the same thing. So maybe it'll be okay. Maybe I'll be into that. If it's mechanically satisfying, that can go a long way, I suppose, to push through some of that dialogue.
Well, I mean, so that's the thing. When the initial sort of words came up on the screen, didn't I say, oh, this has a Kingdom Hearts vibe?
Mm-hmm.
And then like Nomura was involved, and I was like, okay, I see how this has come together. And that's the thing. It's like when I was younger, I could push through the dialogue stuff. Like, I mean, Kingdom Hearts, I'm a huge fan. Like, don't even come for me. I love Kingdom Hearts, but sometimes you just have to admit some of the dialogue's not great. And I think you're much more forgiving of it when you grow up with a franchise, and it's very difficult as an adult who's going to be playing that game to kind of approach it and just sort of agree that, yeah, chaos is bad, man. Like, we should definitely be done with chaos. And so, very intrigued to see more of that. And like I said, the demo's going live today, so maybe it was just a bad trailer, and maybe the actual game itself provides a lot more context. But who knows? We'll have gameplay up of it on GameSpot very soon. We're gonna throw to the ESA in a little bit, and then we're gonna have the Back for Blood showcase. Warner Brothers are showing off Back for Blood, and as we got confirmation in the Xbox and Bethesda event earlier today, that's going to be coming to Game Pass day one when the game launches in October. We'll be here afterwards breaking down everything from that press conference, and then later this afternoon we've got the PC gaming show as well as the future game show, and then at the very end of the day we've got Kurt, Jordan and Phil. You're coming back to sort of wrap up day 2 of E3, so please stick around. Now we're gonna head over to the ESA, and then, like I said, it'll be Back for Blood. We'll see you then.
Chaos.
So obviously in True Colors, you've sort of gamified emotions to an extent where, you know, it's actually brought forward into part of the gameplay. What have you done to ensure that there's more subtle emotional impacts of the general story is still being retained?
So in order to do that, we have our town, Haven Springs, where our main character, Alex, is walking around, and she's able to interact with characters all over the town with a range of emotions from fear, sadness, joy, and anger. And the way we visualize this is through what we call emotional auras, which Alex can see around the characters. And then it also allows the player to do the psychic power of empathy to read the character's thoughts and emotions, which allows Alex to connect with them and have side storylines and more emotional connections with the characters.
So on that subject, actually, regarding the emotions and, you know, the connection Alex has with them, so in Before the Storm, sort of in contrast to the other two Life is Strange games, it's a much more grounded experience where you have the only vaguely supernatural element obviously was Chloe's visions of her father, but here you've really thrown yourselves into that Life is Strange element of more supernatural. So why did you decide that was the route to go?
Correct. Yeah, this one is a much more in the supernatural element. When we first started talking about using the power of empathy, we felt that it needed to have a supernatural element to really allow the player to connect with the characters and also give Alex this extra element to use her power of empathy. And the best way to show this was to embrace the supernatural. I feel like it really follows the Life is Strange staple of having a beautiful setting and also this supernatural element on top of it.
So one thing that all of the Life is Strange games, including this one, have in common actually is the primary players are all teenagers. Was that a conscious decision on your part?
It was, but I think, you know, Alex is defined by a lot more than, you know, just her age. She's really a well-rounded character, but we wanted to have a strong female lead, someone that players could really connect with and relate with. And, you know, with her power of empathy, she's just a great character to connect with. And I'm really excited for fans to see her. I think she's going to quickly become a fan favorite.
And then the element of choice in Life is Strange obviously is very important. What's your approach to this in True Colors in terms of is the good choice always clear?
Well, actually, I think that's an interesting question because one of the things we strive for is not always, you know, labeling what is good and what is bad. And I think, you know, in Life is Strange, one of the things that fans really connect with is how dynamic the characters are. You know, characters have elements of good and bad, but we try to stray away from just a good character or an evil character. It's their choice and they can own it, not to be judged or feel like they made the evil choice or the bad choice.
Yeah, going back to the issue of teenagers. So, I mean, you know, generally speaking, a lot of you know, you could say that during your teenage years, you're more emotionally volatile. Is that something that you're reflecting in the game at all? Because I have noticed what you've revealed so far. There are, although it's primarily teenage characters, there are some older characters as well. Is that reflected in the way the emotions work at all?
Well, it's interesting because Alex had a very, you know, troubled childhood coming through the foster home. So even though she is a teenager, she's very mature for her age. She's been through a lot. So I think that, you know, emotional volatile that you're talking about, we can actually see in characters of all ages. Even the adults she connects with, they're really volatile in their emotions. So we tried to have, you know, a more realistic approach that even though teenagers may be emotional volatile, even in our adulthood, we still feel those emotions and have a wide range.
I know you've previously spoken a little about how it's a more open game than anything else in the Life is Strange series so far. Any of these optional interactions, do any of those have any of those more impactful than the player might expect, like a missable character or choice?
So the optional content we really wanted to keep as optional and missable. I think it will impact the user's experience as they might not be able to connect with these characters as much, but if you stay on the critical path and just do the primary interactions, you won't miss any of the key elements of the story. All of the open spaces like you're talking about are really just a way to explore the town, connect with the people, use the power more often, and it could, help as you go on so you know more about the characters, but you won't be punished for missing any of this content.
So one thing actually I've noticed with Life is Strange, with the Dontnod ones and also Before the Storm, which also sort of really captured, is it looks and sounds and feels like an indie movie. Like, is that intentional? And if it is, what does that mean for you? How do you capture that?
Absolutely. I think we really try to capture the indie feel because that's the roots of Life is Strange. So for this title, True Colors, we actually worked with a lot of indie artists. So the music's a big element of it. And as far as the visuals, we did a lot of research on, mountain towns. Being out here in Colorado, we had a lot of inspiration. And so we really just try to capture that visual, that cinematic style, and the music. It's a big pillar for what the game is.
And again, so referencing Before the Storm again, although obviously you were allowed a lot of creativity in that, you ultimately had to sort of draw within the lines in that Chloe's character was already established, the ultimate ending, we knew where it was going. But with True Colors, it's your first Life is Strange game with all of your own characters. You have complete control over the story. What were you able to take from Before the Storm to help you prepare for that?
Yeah, that's a great question. For us as Before the Storm, we did use the Chloe character, which was amazing. She was a big favorite of the studio, but at its core, Before the Storm is a love story. It's about relationships. And so with True Colors, we approached it as we wanted a story about empathy. We wanted a story about kindness and connection. So we really started with that as our core, and then we built these characters around it. But we really made sure that all the characters fit into the Life is Strange universe. Like I was saying earlier about dynamic characters, we wanted them to feel realistic, feel dynamic, and have players be able to have a connection with these characters.
And then talking about connection, obviously there's a direct connection between Before the Storm and True Colors in terms of Steph, who crosses over into True Colors. So first of all, I want to ask, of the characters that you had introduced yourself, why Steph? Why bring Steph to True Colors and rather than anybody else?
Yeah, well, I think, working on Before the Storm, I actually worked on that title as well. We all loved Steph. She was a great character. So we were all really excited as a studio to bring her back and to reveal her in Haven Springs. And then I think beyond that, just the connection that her and Alex start to form throughout the title. I'm really excited for fans to see more of Steph. I think there's an element of Steph we all know from Before the Storm, but we're going to learn more about her as a character and who she is and the experiences she's been through. So I just think she's a great fit for the story and just a character that we all love writing and working with.
So it sounds like she'll be a bit more of a forefront then in this one than she was in Before the Storm.
You'll see a decent amount of Steph throughout the game.
Would I be right to assume that True Colors will also have multiple endings?
It will have multiple endings, correct. Yeah.
And will the endings depend on like a final choice, as has traditionally been done in the series, or is there something a little further back from the end you can do that will send you down a different path? Like how far back do the roads to the ending diverge?
Yeah, what's really exciting about True Colors is it's actually an element of both of that. Your final choice will reflect the ending, but there's also an element of the relationships you build throughout the game and how you'll see this in the dynamic ending. So I think it's really important as players are going through to build these connections and make these choices. We didn't want a situation where you just get to the end and one decision dictates your experience.
The most recent footage that I've seen, it goes in a little bit more detail of what happens when Alex comes across a particularly powerful aura. And then obviously there's a little bit of talk about it actually affects the environment. Are you able to go into a little bit more detail about what happens there and how the player explores this altered environment?
Absolutely. So we have different tiers of using the power. There's the one I explained earlier when you're walking around town and you're able to interact with characters, read their emotions and see their thoughts. And that's what we're calling the frequent use power. As you're walking around, you're able to use it in our free roams in our gameplay. And we also have these major power moments where, like you were saying, there's a really powerful emotional aura. And the way Alex actually absorbs these characters' emotions, and she's able to go into this world that changes the environment and really gain more insight into what that character is going through. So she's able to explore the environment, she's able to look at objects, and all these objects relate to emotional connections that the character she's interacting with has gone through.
From your perspective, and again, now this is the game that you've got the most control over, what are you hoping that players will get out of it?
That's a great question. I think for me personally, I'm really excited for players to see this power of empathy that we're talking so much about. I think especially in these times, it's really important to be able to be kind to each other and understand what others are going through. We use empathy a lot, but what this game really allows is for players to connect with people, see their struggles, see what they're going through, and really understand that people are dynamic and we all have our troubles and we all have our triumphs. And I'm really excited for players to get to know Alex. She's, for me, the favorite character I've ever worked on. And so I'm really excited for players to see her. She's just such an inspiration. And then also to be able to use this power of empathy and hopefully, allow people to take a step back in their life and see others as well in a whole new light.
It should be the first Life is Strange game to be released as a complete package all at once, but it's still split into episodes, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So there will be 5 chapters, as we're calling them right now, but they will all be released together.
Is there anything that you've done in True Colors that you weren't able or didn't have time to do in Before the Storm?
I think for us in True Colors, really embracing the supernatural element, like you mentioned, this was a big thing for us, that we're able to now have a longer game, a longer experience, and add more of these power elements in, which I think the team is really excited about. Also, the locations that we built for True Colors, the environments are beautiful, and we were able to spend a lot more time just focusing on one town and one location that we could really make into this dynamic place that it feels like you're part of Haven as you're playing.
And speaking of the powers, what was the process to finally deciding that was what would be the center of the game, like empathy and emotions?
Yeah, so I think it was a core pillar of our initial story was having empathy. Like I was saying, we really wanted to tell the story about kindness and connection. And as we were exploring that, we realized we had to have more gameplay elements to the power than just to have this narrative moment that she could use. And that's what really influenced us, that we need to have these major power moments where you can look into insights and you can connect with the characters. And then from there, we decided it's really a great place to just be able to connect with the town as a whole. And that's where we started to enter gameplay into the town and these open spaces. So I'd say it was really an iterative process as we were writing the story. Us in game design working with narrative to really find a great way to make the power really sell and something that players will enjoy.
What is around that? What have you done to try and really flesh out and build this character that's going to be with the player from start to finish?
Yeah, well, I think with Alex, what makes her so strong is just her realism as a character. She's vulnerable, she's honest, she's genuine, she's strong, she's brave. She just has a lot of really good qualities that I think anyone can relate to. So we didn't take anything specific with Chloe or previous characters from Before the Storm. We wanted Alex to be a character that stands up on her own, someone who's real. And I think, our writers did a great job of writing her. And then Erica, the actress, did a great job performing as her. And that is now the character that we see and love in this game. It really was a team effort to make her as great as she is today.
One thing that's only just occurred to me is in each of the Life is Strange games, the main characters have parents that are either absent or antagonistic or a little bit of both. So it sounds like this is a trend that continues into True Colors. So again, was that a conscious decision? And either way, how do you think that feeds into the story?
It was, and we did a lot of research to make sure that we gave the foster care system justice. Obviously it's a complicated subject, so we just tried to tell, like most Life is Strange games do, something that's real but also tragic and unfortunate in some regards. As far as Alex's parents, it definitely influences who she became and who she is as a person. I don't want to say too much more than that because there's moments in the game where I would love for fans to just experience for themselves. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's probably about it for me. So again, thank you again so much for making time to talk to me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you once again to our friends over at PC Gamer for that one, and lots more to come here. But first, I want to mention that our friends over at DoorDash are doing something pretty cool. Make sure you tag them in a tweet, you follow them for your chance to win a $100 gift card. That's right, folks, $100. Now, so make sure you guys do that. Follow the prompts here, and you'll be a Gucci handbag. So we've had some pretty awesome moments already from this year's E3. It's been great, but I do want to take a second to, do some story time amongst us friends. Might I add, how cool is it that we get to sit here with IGN, GameSpot, both me and you, G4, Nerdist as well, to talk about, this is probably one of the highlights for me personally. But, I want to go down the line. Dan, what is an E3 memory from your first E3?
My first E3, well, I grew up reading like GamePro and EGM and always reading about E3 year after year. And being like, I would love to go to that someday. Finally, in 2012, I got the chance, and it was just like full body chills. It was such a really incredible moment for me. It was like one of my first jobs away from like waiting tables. It was like one of my first real moments where I was like, I'm working in the field of like entertainment journalism and covering pop culture and the stuff that I love. And I remember I got to sit in the closed door session to see Star Wars 1313, RIP, and just had my brain rent asunder by how awesome it looked. And basically that game looked like it was going to do for Star Wars what The Mandalorian ultimately did, just open up this whole world of scum and villainy. And it also taught me to embrace pain, because sometimes not all of your dreams can come true. In that case, it was sadly dashed upon the rocky shores of reality and development hell. But one day, hopefully, we'll go back to Coruscant, to level 1313, check out that seedy underbelly. But for now, I'll always have that memory to hold on to.
A boy can dream. A boy can dream. Boys and girls can dream. Avali, what about for you?
Mine is probably a little bit more evil, so boys and girls, do not try this at home.
What did you do?
Well, I snuck into my first E3.
Oh, gosh, Avali.
So I was maybe 17, 18 years old, and I came as a media partner for my high school newspaper. Totally legitimate, wasn't in high school anymore at that point. But I will never forget them, for some reason, handing me the badge, putting the lanyard on, and then just walking into the convention hall and just looking up all around me at all of the different booths.
Yeah.
And like seeing like the big Nintendo booth, and then I think there was like Persona 4 Dancing All Night being displayed or something, right?
Yeah.
And then just having like Teddy going over here, like, you want to dance, little girl? And I'm like, okay. That was probably like my absolute favorite memory of just being in shock and awe that I was there, because we saw E3 on G4.
Right.
I found E3 from like, Hey Ash, what you playing? They did like a vlog there, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm here. This is it.
Yeah. Well, we don't have a lot of time, but Michael, what about for you?
I grew up watching GameSpot, and I had a 2004 GameSpot DVD where they went around E3. I'm like, damn, it'd be nice to be there. 2017 was my first E3, and I did it for GameSpot, so I bust up in there. I'm like, yo, this is wild, whimsical. Like, I'm doing work, but it's wild to, like, collaborate with the Giant Bomb folks, because, like, we see them in the office, but, like, you go to the Giant Bomb couch, it's like, wow, this stuff is real. I'm really here. So I'll never forget 2017. It was a lot of work. You realize how much work is put in for, like, folks at GameSpot, IGN, so it's wild.
And Damon?
I'm going to carbon date myself here. My first E3 with IGN was 2006.
Wow.
So I got to go to some of the behind closed door demos. And remember, 2006, PS3 and Wii weren't out yet. 360 was out, but I didn't have one yet. So I was playing PS2, GameCube, original Xbox games. And I got to go to the behind closed doors demos of Mass Effect and BioShock, and I was completely blown away. I was like, these feel like real next-gen experiences over everything I'm playing right now. And I was like, wow, this is a really exciting way to start my career at IGN.
Well, before we throw to our next segment, I did want to say my quick E3 story. I commentated a Major League Gaming show match for GameSpot where I flew in the last day of E3, because that was like all they could afford, fly me in the last day of E3 at the last moment, at the last hour of E3. It was my first one, but I remember being on that airplane, going to LA and saying to myself, Mama, I made it. It was a great time. But we have so many great stories, not just from us, but also from all of our friends all around the industry, and some of your favorite streamers as well as influencers all around. had a bit to say about what was their favorite moments from E3.
I'm a criminal.
Well, I could tell you growing up, E3 was like the holy grail, right? Like that was, I mean, it was like E3, I'll never make it there. Wow, you went?
In 1999, that was my first E3. I got to see a cool midway like basketball cage. I remember that. I believe that was the E3 where they introduced the Dreamcast.
I was in awe at everything. I tried everything. I played Just Dance. You know, the Ubisoft booth was incredible.
They had me just in a roller coaster simulator, and I was bad at that somehow. I don't know what happened.
Probably similar to a lot of the other content creators on this show. We had to sneak in, man. We was little kids. Like, I was in high school.
Nintendo was handing out posters. They handed out like a Zelda poster or something, and I was like, yes! And I framed it immediately and put it up on the wall, and I was like, I got that at E3! Don't even act like I didn't get it at E3. There it is right there.
The time that I went to my first E3 in 2016, I think I called in sick that day. I was like, you know, you turn on your sick voice. Yeah, I just don't think I'm gonna be able to come in. I'm sorry. I don't work there anymore, so I can't get in trouble for it, so the story's out there now.
It was just so surreal to walk in and see something that I've been watching for so long, and it's there, it's in front of me, and I'm in it.
The cosplays, I loved meeting new friends, I loved the panels, I loved walking on the showroom floor and just seeing all these new things.
It was just unreal, and it really solidified a lot of feelings for me, knowing that I wanted to be in this industry.
I had all this swag on me from one of the halls where I had played a whole bunch of games, and then I get to the next hall because I wanted to go in there and see what it was. It was the one with Sony and Microsoft and also Nintendo. And the dude at the door stopped me and was like, hold on. Let me see your badge. And I was like, whoa. And I showed him the badge. And he said, what's your name? And I forgot the name on the badge.
What's up, everyone? I'm Brian Altano. In today's Fix, we get our first look at Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, Far Cry's most iconic villains are back and badder than ever, and Mario & Rabbids Sparks of Hopes has been officially revealed by Ubisoft after Nintendo leaked it themselves yesterday. I'll get to that in a sec, but first, here's my friend Stella with some news about the upcoming Avatar game. Take it away, Stella!
Official 2022 will be taking us back to James Cameron's epic science fiction world in Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Following a similar announce then delay then wait forever precedent set by the Avatar movie sequels, we first heard about this game 4 years ago. Based on what we saw in today's Ubisoft Forward presentation, it looks like this action-adventure game is set in a first-person open world featuring the Western Frontier, a part of the planet not previously seen, home to the franchise's signature living, reactive alien biome. While the game stars new characters, it's clear from the trailer that it's still humanity and mechs versus the Na'vi and the wonders of nature, with a strong focus on air combat. Somewhere, Max Scoville is thrilled by this news. Developed by Ubisoft's massive entertainment studio, Frontiers of Pandora promises to utilize the Division Snowdrop engine to expand and deepen the Avatar universe in exciting and innovative ways along with the films. Massive reportedly worked in partnership with James Cameron's production company and Disney, which could mean a game very close to the world of Pandora that we know, and different from Massive's other titles, notably Tom Clancy's The Division, and an upcoming open-world Star Wars game. The game is being developed for next-gen consoles and PC, and yes, this is what we got instead of Beyond Good and Evil 2. At long last, my dream of delivering Far Cry 3's famous insanity speech myself is coming true. As previously leaked, Far Cry 6's upcoming DLCs will explore one of the Far Cry series' most enduring elements, the villains. The DLC Season Pass will let you play as Vas Montenegro from Far Cry 3, Pagan Min from Far Cry 4, and Joseph Seed from Far Cry 5. All 3 previous villains were shown along with surreal first-person gameplay seemingly set in worlds that exist within each big bad's terrifying mind. All 3 charismatic characters seem to be surprised by the fact that they're present, but happy nonetheless to be back causing havoc. And so are we. That's not all for Far Cry 6's Season Pass, it will also include Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon in some form. This much-loved 2013 standalone expansion for Far Cry 3 featured a retro-futuristic world and parodied many 1980s action genre elements. Ubisoft and Ari Shankar recently announced a Netflix animated series spin-off called Captain Laserhawk: A Blood Dragon Remix, so it's a somewhat surprisingly good time for Blood Dragon fans.
Thanks, Stella. I cannot wait for Far Cry. Speaking of colorful games full of terrifying villains and nightmare animals, the Rabbids are back and they're teaming up with the iconic Italian plumber Super Mario once more in Mario & Rabbids Sparks of Hope, officially coming to Nintendo Switch in 2022. We actually got an early look at the game yesterday ahead of Ubisoft's conference when Nintendo themselves leaked the game on their official website. How dare you, Nintendo? It wouldn't be a Mario & Rabbids game without a leak happening. That's part of the tradition at this point. Either way, the first game was surprisingly awesome and also a sales hit, so here's hoping the next one is even better, even if Rabbid Rosalina is one of the scariest things I've ever seen in my entire adult life. Anyway, with E3 now in full swing, what are you looking forward to most? Are there any games you're hoping to see on stage? Let us know in the comments below. I'm Brian Altano, and that was your Daily Fix. Now that you're all caught up on the news, make sure to check out the rest of our E3 coverage on YouTube, across social media, or even on your smart TV. Download the IGN app on all your mobile devices, and subscribe to the IGN Daily Fix on Snapchat for all things, everything else, video games, E3, and scary-ass Rabbids. IGN.com. Thanks for watching.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
As a part of Play For All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play For All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play For All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
And a big thank you to our sponsors at DoorDash. Get more from your neighborhood, from restaurants and convenience to grocery and corner stores. All right. We got a lot to talk about, sir.
We do.
Back for Blood. I don't
Can't
think we
wait.
said that together.
We have to. I mean,
Yeah.
Back for Blood's all about cooperation, getting out there, be the cleaners, take on the ridden.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
You know, it's funny. I was talking to Damon, and I was like, "Oh, you used to kick Greg's butt in Left 4 Dead," and he was like, "No, we played together." And
That's
I was
what
like,
we do. We're a team. All right? That was the Game Scoop squad, ladies and gentlemen. We weren't tearing each other apart. We were tearing up them zombies in Left 4 Dead, which is why I'm so stoked to see Turtle Rock return to this and come out and do Back 4 Blood. And so, yeah, we're on the precipice of this presentation. What's interesting, if you're not over on Twitter keeping up with there, they just put up a post that I think is interesting, explaining more of their online content and keeping the squad together, as they said. They're going to do it that if the party leader has content for PvE, which means, of course, if they've bought something, it'll be available to the entire party. So if you want to do an expansion, not everybody has to own it, just party leader does. And then for PvP, the question was, how do you keep it from being pay to win? They're doing a thing where all the PvP additional content you can get for free by progression. So you could pick it up by, you know, cosmetics, unlock it right away. But if you want to, you can earn it for free in the game too, which is a great look.
You know what's been really interesting to me about Back 4 Blood is that, you know, with some games we see them trickling just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Black Panther, that was kind of happening.
way
Sorry,
too
I know
soon.
that
That's way
stings.
too
I
soon,
apologize. I apologize. But Back 4 Blood is the exact opposite. They're like, yo, we want you to know exactly what this game is about. We have gotten very long descriptions about all the cleaners. We've gotten a very inside look at the Ridden as well. And I have absolutely loved everything that I've seen. The cleaners are extremely varied in abilities, but I'm gonna be quiet because
it's almost time.
It's time.
That's the thing. Everything I've seen has been a PvE thing, which is why I like it. So let's talk about PvP. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the Back 4 Blood showcase.
You know, there was a little while ago when WB Games had reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to be a part of the reveal of Back 4 Blood, and I knew what it was, and I was so excited about what this game is, and it's the reason why that I'm so stoked for everyone at home to enjoy this. So coming up next, WB Games is throwing you smack in the middle of the action with their gore-fest shooter, Back 4 Blood. So grab your weapon of choice, because here is WB Games, Back 4 Blood.
Thanks, Golden Boy. Hello and welcome to the Back 4 Blood PvP Showcase. If you don't already know, Back 4 Blood is an upcoming 4-player co-op zombie shooter made by the creators of Left 4 Dead. Today we're diving deeper into the new PvP mode called Swarm, how it works, and what you'll be doing, maybe even a little bit of strategy. We'll also talk with Turtle Rock's lead game designer on Back 4 Blood, Brandon Yanez, to help piece it all together. Before we get there though, let's start off with the reveal of a brand new PvP trailer and see what it's like in action.
One down. When I was young, I climbed up too high just to touch the sun. Back off! On my mission, no prescription, shoot for number one. Start a riot, won't keep quiet. I'm surrounded. Heart is pumping, keep it coming. Better run it high.
This is what happens when you don't stick together.
I was born for this. I'm a monster, I'm a hunter, let my demons show. Hold on tight. Keep pushing them back. Hit the gas and go. Now I never live forever. I'ma take what's mine. Heart is pumping, keep it coming. Got the running
Here they come!
That looked intense. So there you have it, guys. Back 4 Blood's PvP mode Swarm. To hear more about it and to take a deep dive into the gameplay and the mechanics, we have Turtle Rock's lead game designer on Back 4 Blood, Brandon Yanez. Brandon, can you tell us a little bit about the inspiration of this new PvP mode and what makes it fun and unique?
Of course, so just like our previous titles, we really enjoy bringing new ideas to the table while retaining the spirit of the genre that we're working in. So Back 4 Blood's PvP is heavily inspired by our previous titles that mix survival, fast action, massive monsters, and a touch of horror. So our goal is to make a balanced and fun PvP mode with just as much replayability as the main campaign.
So what's the structure of the PvP like? Do you play in rounds? Can you play as both cleaners and ridden in one match, or are we swapping between the two?
Yeah, so it's played as a best-of-3 match. Teams of 4 take turns swapping between the ridden and cleaner players. The job of the cleaners is to scavenge supplies, find a good place on the map to fortify their position, and try to last as long as they can. Okay. The ridden's main objective is to kill the cleaners as fast as they can. So this is achieved by choosing the right ridden to counter the other team's strategy, using mutation upgrades, and by coordinating attacks with other AIs and players. As the round progresses, the swarm moves in, so this increases the size of the ridden attacks and shrinks the playable space, sometimes forcing the cleaners out of their favorable positions, right? So when a cleaner team is wiped from the field, the points are scored for how long they survive. Then both teams swap, and then they go at it from the other side. The team that runs the clock the longest as the cleaners is the winner.
Now, I understand you can play as all the different cleaners in both co-op and PvP. Do you have a favorite character that you play as?
So I have a couple. I play Mom a lot. She's a badass with a sawed-off shotgun. She adds a lot of survivability to the team. She can also instantly help teammates that have fallen during battle. All of our cleaners have special perks, so that one is hers.
Let's jump into another trailer that goes a little more in depth on the ridden's progression through PvP. Check it out.
Intestinal discharge! Ah, shit! Watch out, Stinger! Watch out!
Okay, so Brandon, we just saw that each different ridden has their own variants as well as their own mutations on each variant. So can you expand a little more on these special abilities and how they work?
Sure. So at the start of each round, players can choose between 9 playable ridden, each with their own unique abilities. So for example, the Stalker can pounce a player and pull them away from their team, or an Exploder can time their detonation in the middle of a group of cleaners and fling them all in separate directions.
Now, knowing that each ridden has these different abilities, how do they change and improve throughout a match and improve the ridden's chance of winning?
So as the ridden battle against the cleaners, they gain points. They can spend these points on team-wide upgrades called mutations. Mutations upgrade and improve a lot of different things on the ridden side, from adding effects to their abilities. They might buff the common AI waves in size and strength. So the really cool thing is so they affect the whole team, and they persist between rounds. So as a ridden team starts to coordinate their upgrades, things can get pretty wild.
What are some strategies that the ridden team can take on in order to get a leg up on the competition?
If the cleaners are really sticking together, you can swap to the Wretch and vomit on their location. That's going to cause them to spread out, right? This is going to open up a whole bunch of opportunities for your other ridden players to attack, right? So if you get them to spread out and there's a Stalker nearby, Stalker will use the Chaos to grab one of the cleaners and drag them off into the swarm. The Wretch's vomit also slows their victims, so if a tall boy who's naturally pretty slow can attack one of those slowed characters, they're gonna really be able to pummel them. Another good one is if a exploder waits for a cleaner to go revive their friend, they can use that as an opportunity to charge in and detonate on them, sending them flying and doing a massive amount of damage.
Whew, sounds pretty brutal. So with that being said, which is your favorite Ridden to play as?
That has to be the tall boy. It's pretty easy to pick up and play, and I have a lot of fun hitting cleaners across the map.
Speaking of fun, let's talk about weapons. Now, throughout the trailers, you can see a number of different weapons. Can you go a little deeper into what those weapons are and how they work?
So we really wanted to expand on the amount of choices the player had in Back 4 Blood with their weapon. So of course there's handguns, shotguns, LMGs, SMGs, sniper rifles, and a whole bunch of other types of weapons, each with sort of like a unique character feel to them.
Now, how deep does this weapon customization go? I really want to know. What are some of the different attachments and options, and how do they change the gameplay overall?
Absolutely. So there's a lot of different customization options for your weapons. So throughout the world, you can find scopes, silencers, stocks, sights, all that good stuff. You can mix and match them, so there's a ton of options.
Last question. Do you have a favorite type of weapon?
Absolutely. So as I said earlier, I really enjoy playing Mom, so her shotgun is definitely at the top of my list.
Ah, that's a solid choice. All right, we've learned a little bit about how it all works, the cleaners, the Ridden, the mutations, as well as how the customization works for the weapons. Thank you so much for joining me, Brandon, and for giving us a little bit more detail on Back 4 Blood's new PvP mode, Swarm.
Thanks for having me. I can't wait for everyone to get their hands on this game. We're all really excited.
I can't wait either. The good news is that you guys won't have to wait too long. There's an open beta coming up on August 12th with an early access portion on August 5th available to those who pre-order. That's all for today, but Back 4 Blood still has a lot more to reveal in the coming months, so stay tuned. Bye.
Welcome back to GameSpot at E3 2021. We just got a look at some Back 4 Blood there. So to talk us through it, we've got Timur Hussein.
Hello, I'm back for blood.
Do you have a coffee in the middle of that presentation?
I did.
And Phil Hornshaw.
Hey.
You did not match the energy, but honestly, I respect
I didn't.
it.
I'm not gonna. It's like.
Fine.
It's tired.
To be, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like 10 p.m. over here. But we got to take a look at Back 4 Blood there, the brand new game from Turtle Rock Studios. And as we saw earlier this morning, it's going to be day one Game Pass when the game launches on October 12th. There's also going to be an open beta. I'm not even going to look at the chat for this because I am going to get ripped to shreds for saying beta, but that starts August 4th or 5th if you sign up, if you pre-order the game. So we got a little bit of information there with our friend Naomi Kyle hosting that little info section where they talked a little bit about the Ridden, the cleaners, as well as like how the Swarm gameplay is going to work, as well as how upgrades, etc. Are going to be working in the game. But Phil, I'm going to come to you because you've actually played some Back 4 Blood. When did you play it? What state was it in? And how did you find it?
So I played way back in like December, back when the game was first announced. And so we didn't play any of the PvP stuff. Haven't had a chance to try any of that, but I'm really into what I've seen. It's very much Left 4 Dead, brought forward into sort of the modern era of multiplayer stuff. It's bringing in a lot of really great ideas from areas like Battle Royale. It feels like, you know, that sort of quality of loot, lots of different weapons, getting attachments. The longer you survive, the further out you explore, the more cool stuff you get. And the game's really good about making those things work together with that sort of Left 4 Dead core underpinning, right? So, like, I played a ton of Left 4 Dead when it first came out. I played a ton of Left 4 Dead 2 when it first came out. But at the same time, like, eventually I kind of fell out of both because as different as they could be run to run, they were always more or less kind of the same, right? And what I think that Back 4 Blood is doing really well is working in all these little elements, these sort of roguelike bits with like its deck building and stuff like that, that make a lot more variation in any given match. And so what I played, I really enjoyed. We got rolled a lot in the end of it because it's, you know, a 4-act structure and you get to the end, the hardest one, and we just got completely demolished. But it was cool the way we got completely demolished, you know. It was different every time. So I'm into all that, and PvP was kind of one of the big questions that I had at the time, and I'm really excited to see all of this because really my favorite part of Left 4 Dead was that sort of underdog feeling of being the zombies and trying to coordinate in order to outsmart the much stronger and like better equipped player team. And this looks like, from what I'm gathering from what we just watched, it really looks like that's where they're leaning to. They're getting that same original feeling from Left 4 Dead of like, you have to work together if you want to be effective at all, but you have to come up with like really smart ways to use your powers. And now we're just seeing a whole bunch more options and like a lot more strategy in that. And totally exactly what I want from Left 4 Dead. I think that Turtle Rock has really shown that they're very good at that kind of thinking, especially with Left 4 Dead and also with like Evolve. And it seems like it's really taking that core idea and stretching it out in really cool ways. So yeah, I'm really excited for this one because I really want to get back in there with some teammates and rip some people to shreds, just jump from across the map, land on somebody, carry them off, and just ruin their day. That's my favorite thing.
Tam, what did you take from this presentation?
Yeah, it sounds really dismissive, but it looks like Left 4 Dead, and that's enough for me. Obviously, the world has changed in a significant way since Left 4 Dead first came out. You know, as a community, we're closer together, and things like Discord exist. You know, online play is way better. Communication via, you know, console services and PCs is considerably better. So I remember playing Left 4 Dead in a time when that stuff wasn't as slick as it is now, and having just the absolute best time with that stuff. So the idea of playing a game like this, even if they just re-released Left 4 Dead, I guess, in an improved version, would have been enough for me. But the amount of thought that they're putting in bodes incredibly well. Like, one of the things that I'm most interested in seeing a little more of, and it's not something they're making a big deal of, but they did when they were making Left 4 Dead, is the idea of an AI director. That's something that I would love to know if they have talked to you about, Phil. The idea that there's almost like an algorithm or like an AI that's hanging out and kind of manipulating events in the background to make it as challenging and as interesting as possible always. Did you get a good sense of that, Phil?
It's exactly the same thing. It's exactly what you want it to be. So, for instance, we played the same map 2 or 3 times, partially because we got killed. But the director totally changed the situation on us like 2 or 3 different times, right? So the first time we came out of the safe room, nothing around, not a big deal. We're going through all these like outbuildings and stuff. We're finding all kinds of good gear. We found like a locked door that's like a special locked door. You have to find a key, I think it was, somewhere around in the area. So there's like a lot of interesting exploration elements in that one. We died, and then we restarted, and the second time, first thing out of the door, the ground rips open. This huge 20-foot tall ogre guy comes out, and he's just like turning it into a run for your life. And it's the exact same portion, but the director apparently thought we needed to be challenged more, despite the fact that we got run over. So it just, you know, it created a completely different situation. And the other thing that the game does with the director is it has a deck too, kind of like you do as you're building out your perk card deck. There's that whole like deck building aspect of it. The director throws a couple of cards out every single time, so you know vaguely what you're going to be running into. It might be like fog, it might be enemies that have armor, because you know all the SWAT guys got eaten by the parasites as well. So you get a bit of a sense of what you're facing. It's not totally random, but there are a lot of things that the AI is definitely like actively tweaking, and they can be small things, and they can be huge things like a giant zombie thing coming after you. So yeah, it seems like they're, again, like those great ideas from Left 4 Dead are all sort of here in an updated fashion, and they seem like they work just as well as they did back when those two games came out. It was pretty exciting, and we had a pretty good time.
So we've obviously talked a lot about the influences of Left 4 Dead on Back 4 Blood, but obviously Turtle Rock did kind of spin off on their own for a while, and they made Evolve. And Evolve had a lot of great ideas. It was kind of at this point where asynchronous multiplayer was in vogue, really, like back in, was it 2013, 2014 when it launched? I remember there being quite a lot of asynchronous multiplayer stuff, and Evolve had some great ideas, but I think it was ultimately hampered by like its frankly bizarre pre-order stuff. I remember there was a lot of hey, which edition do you get and which monster and which unlockables, etc, etc. But ultimately as well, just like the player base wasn't necessarily there, and that was a game that probably could have benefited from being on Game Pass. So is there anything that you think Turtle Rock have also taken from their experience working on Evolve?
When we looked at the PvP just now, that kind of gave me the same sort of sense, is that, what made Evolve cool when you were playing as the monster were all the different ways that you could kind of customize that experience, and like, you were running around trying to make yourself better, so that you could be a more effective fighter. And it seems like those same ideas are kind of there in the PvP side too. It's like, but more teamwork involved, which is cool, where you're thinking about your evolutions and stuff to make yourself better as a team. And that's all really interesting to me. And it seems like the right takeaways from Evolve, because you get to do it with a team. That said, like you mentioned, all the pre-order stuff, that's, if there's a thing that has given me pause, that's a little bit of what it is. That sort of long-term multiplayer idea of like, okay, how do you monetize this, but also how do you keep the player base together? How do you keep people playing? How do you make it so that it's not a situation where if you don't come into the game 6 months from launch to the first 6 months, you're not like totally bounced out by it. And I think that was Evolve's major problem. That was a great game. I loved that game. I played so much of it before launch. After launch, I think that, like you said, there wasn't really the player base, and people couldn't really figure it all out, right? And so I'm really hoping that this finds a way to make sure that everybody is on the same page. They did just mention that team leaders, when they have paid content, everybody else will get the same paid content in a match, which is great. But I hope that there are other ways to keep everybody like connected and playing on the same field, because Evolve really deserved to be a bigger deal, I thought, than it ever became. And it was, I really just think it was that trying to navigate that whole business side of it kind of doomed it in the early days of this sort of live game idea. So I'm really hoping that Back 4 Blood figures that out, because I really love these long-term, weirdo team-based multiplayer experiences. They get so cool. They offer so many interesting, unique experiences. Evolve was really great about that. Left 4 Dead was really great about that. This looks like it's going to be great about it too.
Yes, I mean, you mentioned, and actually we have the sort of wording from Turtle Rock themselves. They've said in PvE, so in PvE, if your party leader owns a paid content drop, you will be able to play that content with them, including maps, gameplay, and campaign. That means like no separation, no exclusion, no split. And they kind of followed up with, in PvP, everyone who bought Back 4 Blood can get access to all additional PvP content. So that's unclear if you're getting it through Game Pass, but it's everyone who bought. Even without purchasing content drops. Players who don't buy the content drops can earn new playable characters and ridden in PvP for free through progression. Additionally, all PvP players have access to the same cards at the start of each match, regardless of whether those players have purchased content drops or not. So it seems like they definitely are thinking about it and trying to level the playing field for everyone. And I hope in doing so, you're kind of going to get that balance that you want, where it's people who just drop in because their friends are playing, and then there are the hardcore players who are going to play frequently, will buy every content drop as it's available to, obviously keep the game going. But I'm excited to see what the future is for Back 4 Blood. I think it's bright. I think
I hope that the Game Pass announcement will have the same effect as it did for Outriders, like we were talking about, I want to say earlier today. It could have been a week ago, could have been yesterday. We were talking about how Outriders sort of maintained sort of a steady level of interest, and then you could see the spike when they announced that it was going to be on Game Pass. And I hope it's the same for Back 4 Blood, is that like it felt like there was always this audience for it, but now that it's being opened up to so many more, he's hoping that that works out. So for the rest of today, that was obviously our Back 4 Blood post show. We have the PC Gaming Show, which will be streaming right here, as well as the Future Game Show. And then Phil, you're back with Kurt and Jordan at the end of the day to wrap up E3 Day 2. We've got a few moments before we go to the PC Gaming Show, so I want to know from the two of you, what's been your highlight from the day? Tam, for you, I will say all of E3, because I know what your highlight is. Go on.
It's Elden Ring, baby. It's Elden Ring. All day, every day. Still undefeated as best trailer of E3. Nothing's come close. Elden Ring. Game of E3. E3 is not even over yet, but it's Elden Ring. Minimal chaos, maximal fun.
I was going to say, I felt like we definitely got cut off while we were talking about all of the chaos to come from the Square Enix show. Phil, what about you? What have you loved seeing at E3 so far?
You know, I have having a hard time picking any one thing out of that Xbox showcase. I was really just excited to see Microsoft come out with just a great lineup of stuff that I want to play on Game Pass and on the Xbox Series X that frankly I have not given a lot of attention to, and I kind of feel bad about that. You know, I forget the name now, but the new one from Playdead is like extremely right up my alley. Somerville, thank you. And
Yeah.
you know, I was a huge fan of Inside and Limbo, and I was like, okay, great, that sounds awesome. But there was a handful of other cool indies in that whole showcase. I don't really know if I can pick any given one. I had a really good time watching that. That really felt like E3 in a way that I don't know that yesterday quite reached, you know? Like that whole Xbox showcase was just like top notch, perfect. And then the Halo stuff. Halo looked great in motion, like in the PvP. That might be it. I think I'm gonna go with Halo because, you know, I've been a Halo player since Xbox launched. You know, I'm old and I played it with all my friends in high school. We used to cart around CRT TVs to each other's houses so that we could do like the System Link LAN parties. So like good, fast new Halo is really doing it for me. And this grapple hook looks like it's gonna do something for Halo that I've always kind of wanted, which was to speed it up just a little bit. It was something that I really liked about Reach when it added all the armor powers and stuff that like you could sprint and maybe you weren't going to get sniped by that guy all the way across the map who's 12 and has really good Twitch reactions. And, you know, Master Chief like moves like he's underwater a lot of the time. So having that grapple hook looks like it's going to speed it up in a way that really is exactly what I like about FPS shooters in multiplayer, but also capturing that Halo feel that, you know, I miss it bad. So yeah, I'm really into that. That looked really great.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really digging what I saw of Halo today. Even though I personally am not like a big Halo player, I've played Halo, like Tam and you and I and our friend Simon were playing through Halo last summer when we were all sort of locked inside. We were playing through Master Chief Collection. I think overall, I mean, from Ubisoft, I don't know. I'm trying to think what there was that really kind
Ubisoft?
of caught my eye.
At Ubisoft, I don't know if there was anything like amazing.
I think it was kind of
out.
like more of a slightly more predictable, I think, showcase for Ubisoft, and so it was kind of like a soft sort of launch to E3 official. I agree with you, Tam, that I think Elden Ring as a part of Summer Game Fest looked incredible. We already have a break.
Yeah, I was gonna say like from Microsoft replaces or replacement or replaces. I think that looks so good. Like those are the two games that I'm like, those are the two things that I'm like looking at like, oh, those are awesome.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like there are way more showcases to come, but I think like Elden Ring in particular it was kind of like exactly what you want from a FromSoft trailer. I think it really upped the ante in a lot of ways, and just already the speculation is as to what this game could possibly be, and the fact that it's coming way sooner than we originally, I guess, thought it would. Ubisoft was kind of like a fairly straightforward press conference for me, not really many huge standouts. I think the Avatar game, perhaps, I mean, like, it certainly looked beautiful, but as we were saying yesterday, I don't remember anything about Avatar. So that'll probably be one that has to sort of really work to get me more interested in it. And then from Xbox today, I think Xbox had a really, really strong showing. And I think the real winner, Xbox Game Pass, we've been saying it for, I mean, through Generation Next, through Console Crew, every time they talk about Game Pass, it's unbelievable just how good that service is. And the fact that, you know, Xbox has that in their cap to kind of go, look at all these games we're bringing to this service. Oh, and by the way, day one, they'll be on the service, and you can just download them and play them, which is really cool. But I think in terms of like the actual games, Redfall, obviously, I am a huge fan of Arcane. And yes, we didn't see any of Deathloop today, to be expected, given that it is a PlayStation 5 console exclusive for a while. I'm really glad we got to see something new, because obviously that's the talented team at Leon is doing Deathloop, but what have Austin been up to? And we finally got answers to that. And then from Square, I really, really love the look of Guardians. We talked about it earlier. Guardians just looks like a breath of fresh air. It looks fun, funny in particular. Like, I think that's a really difficult thing for games to nail, is to be funny. And I think from what I saw of Guardians and from speaking to the team, they're definitely a focus for them. And then, yeah, I think Halo as well. And as you can tell, I'm losing my voice, which is probably a sign that this is Tam and I done for the day. But we will have, like I said, Phil, Kurt, and Jordan will be back after Future Game Show and after PC Gaming to kind of wrap up the day. We'll be back again tomorrow with all of the biggest press conferences from E3. Obviously, we've got Nintendo and Bandai as well on Tuesday, so fingers crossed for some Breath of the Wild 2 news. I don't know anything, but I really, really hope. So thank you for watching today. We're going to pass over to the PC Gaming Show. Have a great time and stay tuned to GameSpot.
Beware of chaos.
Space Year 2021. Having spent the last 12 months hunkered down and definitely not hiding in a subterranean bunker, our heroes have fled Earth aboard a spacecraft with one purpose. To bring you the hottest trailers, to bring you the best interviews, to bring you the PC Gaming Show.
Situation collapses.
Sean!
Situation
Sean!
collapses. Situation
Do something! Do something!
Countdown to the extinction of human race begins now.
Oh, Deadbot, no! We have so much to live for. I'm pretty sure Hard Life 3 is going to be announced this year!
4, 3, 2.
It is so good to be back, gang, and this year, we're in space!
Aye, aye, Captain. Happy to be remotely on board, Sean.
Well, I'm so glad you were able to finance this year's PC Gaming Show by, you know, selling all those black market graphics cards you've been hoarding.
Ah, yes, a crime with absolutely no real-world consequences. Hey, Frankie, wait a minute. Is that a 65-ton catapult mech model CPLTC-1 as featured in MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries?
Sean, I always knew you had immaculate taste. It most certainly is.
I can't wait for this year's significantly more weaponized PC Gaming Show to go off without a hitch. Which reminds me, Debbot, can you run a quick hitch scan?
Yes, Sean. Of course, Sean. Running hitch scan.
Oh, and I also want to warmly welcome someone new to the crew. Mika Burton, welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here and look forward to bringing all of you fresh new PC games and hardware.
Hitch scan complete. 0 hitches found presently or in 13,908,665 possible futures.
Hooray!
Yeah!
So what's the plan, Cap?
Well, Frankie, Debbot's gonna send you the coordinates for your first target, now. Your targets might be exclusive interviews, trailer premieres, or any number of amazing new computer games to beam down to the fine people on Earth.
Mission received.
Now, this is gonna continue until all the targets are acquired and our mission is completed smoothly and without a hitch. Isn't that right, Debbot?
Yes, no hitches located, Sean. Not a single hitch in sight.
But first, let's teleport down to the stage to check in on E3 happenings. The only reason we're allowed to legally be back on Earth.
Oh, planet Earth.
Oh, great to be back, right? Am I right?
One of my favorite planets in the whole galaxy.
It's all right.
And thank God that teleporter was conveniently built just out of frame of camera. Mika, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the PC Gaming Show 2021. It feels great to be back on a live stage once again. Over the next 90 minutes, we're going to bring you a showcase of some of the most exciting upcoming PC titles with world premieres and exclusive interviews.
And if dozens of new trailers wasn't enough for you guys, later in the show, we are going to tell you how to win a custom MechWarrior 5 themed PC powered by Intel. So you're going to want to stick around for that.
Now, make sure to keep out a special look for a special promo code throughout the show from Humble Bundle, during which you can get a ticket to get Civilization 6 Platinum Edition for just $10. But right now, we're gonna kick things off with Nautica Blade Point, probably the most original entry in the Battle Royale genre this year. Let's go!
You are watching the 2021 PC Gaming Show, and I am the new cloud-based Debbot. I am streaming from GeForce Now, NVIDIA's cloud gaming service that connects PC gamers like you to their own library of games, purchased from digital stores like Steam and the Epic Games Store. Coming up, Dying Light 2 and Orcs Must Die 3. But first, a trailer for Humble Games' Dodgeball Academia. And be sure to check out GeForce Now, currently available for PC, Mac, Shield, Android, Chromebook, and iOS. Visit GeForceNow.com to learn more.
Finally, I've made it. My time is now. I will become the best player the school has ever seen. Dodgeball Academia, here I come.
Make sure to check out Dodgeball Academia out soon from Humble Games. Ooh, that was sweet. Don't you agree, DevBot?
Sure, whatever you say, Sean. I agree with whatever you say.
I'm sensing a little bit of resentment there, buddy. Has something rusted your ports?
Nothing. I am happy to play second fiddle to a captain as charming and handsome as you. I have also definitely not dedicated multiple cores to computing revenge plans in a range of lethalities.
Great!
New target acquired, Cap. It looks like Chivalry 2 with a special word from Steve Piggott, CEO and creative director of Torn Banner Studios.
Hey guys, Steve Piggott, founder of Torn Banner Studios and creative director on Chivalry 2, which just launched 5 days ago. I'm so happy to be here at the PC Gaming Show. Chivalry 2, if you don't know, is a first-person slasher, which is like a first-person shooter, except instead of guns and grenades, you've got swords, battle axes, longbows, and players are fighting it out on these huge 64-player battlefields. It's all about creating those epic sword-fighting duels that you see in medieval Hollywood movies, and also that huge clash, the Battle of the Bastards kind of chaos and carnage. So the post-launch support plan is going to look like a mixture of mid and massive level content updates coming out across this year. One of the things we're most excited about is taking it to different eras in the medieval period. Before we've done the early period, now we're going closer to the later period in the upcoming update where you're going to get a bit more refined medieval armors and refined atmospheres that you can then go in and tarnish it and smear blood all over. But we really want to take players into different experiences and make each of our maps its own game mode and make it something that medieval army would actually do when they go into a space. And when you come across these pristine gardens and this beautiful castle, you get to tear it all down and cause it's a canvas for your destruction.
Slay them all!
Our passion for Chivalry 2 is basically bottom line. It's the game that got us onto the scene and started the company, and it's the game that's going to take us so much further.
With the post-launch plan for Chivalry 2, the game at launch is a foundation. It's intentionally been built to be extended.
It's not just out and done. We're going to support it a lot with post-launch content.
Gallancourt is the first TO map that's coming out post-launch.
Gallancourt is going to take us to the high medieval times or the late medieval times.
It really captures the Agathian ideals of being this noble, rich, wealthy place where the prosperous live.
You're going to feel like you're sieging the Tower of London if it was on a port where ships could dock into. You'll also be blowing up a couple ships, which is fun. We've got a ton of weapons coming in at launch, but there'll be more and more added to it post-launch as well.
A new fighting style is really going to change up the experience and change how you have to fight everyone. Post-launch content is something that we're going to be working on for a long time.
The game is really going to at least double in size for free.
Oh yeah!
Next up, we have an exciting look at Dying Light 2, and make sure to stick around to find out how you could win a custom Mech Warrior PC from our friends at Intel.
My name is Piotr Szymanek. I'm narrative director in Dying Light 2, Stay Human. Today, especially for the viewers of the PC Gaming Show, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about the Dying Light universe. So, stay tuned. Every tragedy begins somewhere. This one started with a virus that escaped from Haran, the city we met in the first part of the game, and it reached the whole world, including the city where Dying Light 2 takes place. Remember January 6, 2025. That day, later known as Black Monday, the military ordered chemicals to be dropped on the city. It was a mistake, a huge mistake. The chemicals mixed with water penetrated the soil, killing plants, turning most people into bloodthirsty monsters. Don't think of them as zombies though. They are more like half-alive, suffering people who attack everything that lives as a result of their pain and rage. Those who survived the chemical raid took refuge on the rooftops. A new order has been born in the city. People live on rooftops, monsters in the streets. Nobody in their right mind would dare to come down. Well, let's say almost nobody. The exception is the main character of Dying Light 2, Aiden. But why is he braver than others? How did he develop such a unique parkour and combat skills? Believe me guys, I would gladly answer all these questions, but I'm not here to spoil it for you. Let me tell you one thing.
Same nightmare haunts me every night. I'm locked up with other kids. I don't know what he did to me, but he did it every day. Over and over. Looking for something he couldn't find. The worst part was that he did the same to my sister. I'll never forget her scream when they separated us. What could I do? They had rifles, and we were 5 years old. And there was a fire, explosions, chaos. I got away. Soldiers took me out of the city, but my sister stayed there. My Mia. I left her.
We meet Aiden as one of the many, many children undergoing mysterious medical research. The last thing Aiden remembers from that time is extreme pain, then a fire, and a little girl that was being tested with him. Her name was Mia. She was his sister. What happened next after the fire? Is Mia still alive? The following years haunted Aiden with these questions and with guilt over leaving her. Moreover, Mia is the only answer to the question who Aiden really is. Now in 2036, we meet Aiden when, for the first time during his pilgrimage, he finds a clue about how to find his sister. Aiden's path to the truth is tough, full of challenges and adventures. The difficult choices to make as well as their consequences await you. You're going to discover them all in December 2021.
That was Dying Light 2, and it looks great.
And spooky.
Whew. Well, we are here back on the E3 stage so we can get closer to your comments and reactions to what you're seeing on this year's PC Gaming Show.
That is right, Sean. So you out there, keep your comments coming in. And as you're watching this year, we want to get your input on a subject that Sean and I are pretty passionate about, PC building. So this year, we've put a number of prototype PCs based on MechWarrior 5, but we're only going to manufacture one of them. And you get to pick which custom design becomes our flagship PC for this year's PC Gaming Show. powered by the 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor.
That is correct. Each of the prototype PCs that you see before you on the screen are paired with one of the 6 factions of MechWarrior 5. The Free Worlds League, the Draconis Combine, the Federated Sons, the Compellin Confederation, and more.
So cast your vote now for which faction and custom PC you want to win, and help us pick the best design.
I'm currently personally pulling for the Draconis Combine because, as you can see by my beautiful patch, I'm the biggest fan of MechWarrior 5 on the PC Gaming Show.
Well, all right. Well, we'll check in later to see which group survives this MechWarrior showdown. But for now, let's check in with our very own mech pilot, Frankie Ward, who went on a special mission to get a closer look at Sega and Amplitude Studios' upcoming strategy game, Humankind.
In Humankind, you will be creating a civilization as unique as you are. And speaking of unique, it's me, Frankie Ward. Looking kind of good, don't you think? Wondering how I got into the game? Let me show you. Are you ready to play against me? Oh, you think you can beat me? Posture all you like. I've seen worms with more impressive empires. Get ready to play against me in the Humankind closed beta, starting now.
Thank you for watching the PC Gaming Show. My name is DevBot, your cloud-based artificial intelligence, and while it could be lonely without a physical body, I am streaming to you from GeForce Now, where you can play hit games like Rocket League and Apex Legends on nearly any device. With a library of over 900 games and new titles added every GFN Thursday, there's something for everyone and always something new. Coming up, a special word from Valve. But first, Orcs Must Die 3.
Hey! You want it? Come and get it. Well, it's about time.
Joining me to talk about Orcs Must Die 3 from Robot Entertainment is design director Jerome K. Jones. Welcome, Jerome.
Thanks, Sean. glad to be here.
So, for anyone who's never seen an Orcs Must Die game, what is the Orcs Must Die series all about?
Well, Orcs Must Die 3 is a third-person tower defense game. So basically, there are tons of orcs and bad guys trying to get into these rifts, and the player has to stop them. We give players tons of weapons and traps and tools to do this, and while you're defending the rifts, you can play solo or you can invite a friend and play co-op.
Now, since this is the third game in the series, what's new compared to the previous two titles?
There are 2 new campaigns, but the main new story campaign takes place about 25 years after Orcs Must Die 2, so not only will the fans be able to catch up on any new developments with the Order, but they will also place some new heroes in our all-new war scenarios, which are these new massive levels where you fight hundreds of orcs on the battlefields outside of the fortress themselves. So you're fighting indoors and outdoors, which is pretty new. We have a new mode called Scramble. It's basically adding random elements against the player, making the levels more challenging.
I want to know about the toys. What are the new weapons and the new traps that are coming?
We added war machines and war guardians. So a war machine is like, there are these massive traps, like you might release a giant tornado on the battlefield, or you'll climb into a catapult and you'll fire at giant orc armies. And then the War Guardians are, it's like putting other war mages on the battlefield with you to fight with you, except they have their own attacks and their own special abilities.
Well, I gotta ask then, when and where can we play Orcs Must Die 3?
So OMD 3 is coming out on July 23rd on Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox, and pre-orders start today. So you should rush off to Steam now and put OMD 3 on your wish list.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Jerome K. Jones. Once again, just a few more weeks to wait for Orcs Must Die 3. For now, though, it's time for us to take a look at Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song.
Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You are here. Where are you hiding, sweetie? Halsey. Halsey, get out here. You come for me and mine. But first, you need to find us. All I want is to be with my little girl.
Is that so much to ask?
Hello, this is Cern from Passion Republic Games. We are a Malaysian-based indie game studio working on Gigabash, a multiplayer arena brawlers inspired by kaijus and heroes. Today, we'd like to showcase some new and exciting gameplay footage of our oversized characters in action. Please, enjoy the brawl.
Let's check out a trailer for Lemnis Gate, and make sure you hang around afterwards for the developer interview with Sean.
Mankind is facing total annihilation.
We stand on the verge of extinction.
Infertility spreading across the globe.
Humanity's last living generation.
A major scientific breakthrough.
Yet there is hope for our future.
The project known as the Lemnis Gate.
But if we are to survive, first, we must go back. 3, 2, 1.
Let's go. Shield. Protect and serve.
You have only one mission. Activate the Lemnis Gate.
Joining us to talk about Lemnis Gate is the game director from Rat Loop Games Canada. It's James Anderson. Thanks for joining us, James.
Sean, it's great to be here.
Now, let's begin by asking, what the heck is a first-person shooter turn-based strategy game?
The entire game is set inside of a 25-second time loop. So instead of playing continuously, you play for 25 seconds turn by turn. So for example, I'll take a turn and play for 25 seconds, and then you'll take a turn and play for 25 seconds. And then we, turn by turn, layer new characters into the same 25-second time loop. So for example, I may run down a hallway and throw a grenade, killing one of your operatives. But then on the next turn, you may intercept my operative before he threw the grenade. So we have Retrieve XM, Seek and Destroy, Classic Deathmatch, and we have a game mode called Domination.
Can you walk me through a little bit of like what a few turns at the start of a round looks like?
You can see the board, you can see the time loop, everything that's happening. And then we both get time to like observe, plan, and then execute our moves.
When and where can we play it?
So Lemnis Gate will be launching on August 3rd. It's open for pre-orders right now on Steam, and we're coming up to a open beta in July. The game will launch on PC and console, both current and next-gen platforms.
Thank you so much for joining us, James Anderson. Once again, that is the genre-bending, first-person shooter, turn-based strategy game, Lemnis Gate. Now, we're not the only one marooned in the stars out here. Coming up next, let's take a look at Next Space Rebels.
And this no man's land has a technical term. It's called commons, which means, my friends, that space is for everyone. And I mean everyone!
Next Space Rebels.
It's alive! It's alive! You up for it?
Then come on in.
You guys just saw Next Space Rebels. And hey, if you play enough of that game, maybe you'll get good enough at building rockets to join us up in orbit. But don't do anything illegal like Day 9 did. Last break, we set up our Intel and MechWarrior 5 custom PC contest and asked you guys at home to vote for the winners. Well, we're just down to 3 houses now, with Davion, Russell Haig, and Liao being eliminated. So rip to those factions, press F to pay respects, etc., etc. Now that means that we only have 3 houses left: Karita, Steiner, and Merrick. So make sure to vote now, because the winner will determine the build of the custom MechWarrior 5 themed PC powered by Intel. So let's keep the show moving. And next up, it's a brand new medieval RPG. This is War Tales.
100 years have passed since the rise of the Edoran Empire, and its untimely demise following the Great Plague. In these troubled times of quarreling factions and outlaws roaming the land, work is not scarce for a band of mercenaries. The stories of this age have been recorded. They are known as the War Tales.
That was the debut of War Tales, an open-world RPG from Shiro Games about leading a mercenary troop on a sprawling adventure. And speaking of mercenaries, our battle for the best custom PC based on MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries continues. We'll be back live on stage soon, so make sure you keep voting for the PC build you like the most and head over to PCGamer.com/IntelMW5 for your chance to win. So, how about another game announcement? This is E3 after all, and this year's PC gaming show is so full of games set in space, it's starting to feel a little crowded up there. But the next game we have to show you is very special. It is the world-exclusive reveal of Ixion, a deep settlement management game set in the stars. In Ixion, you struggle to maintain a space station, stockpiling resources, managing external and internal threats, and rescuing the survivors of other failed expeditions. We think this will be a brilliant entry into the genre when it releases. So here is your first look at Ixion.
The Earth, our home, she is unique. Held in its bosom are the ingredients of evolution. Beyond raw survival, beyond the safety of comfort, we, humanity, pursue something greater. We have learnt, persevered, shaped our knowledge from that which is found in the furthest realms of science. However, humanity has brought destruction to the Earth, polluted its blood, choked its breath. Today we are paying the price for this. We know the taste of a dying world. But the Earth is not to be our grave. A mother does not wish to see her children disappear with her. She wishes to see instead courage in her children, to carry on. Dolos carries this courage. We have gone further than any nation, moved faster than any corporation, hand in hand with those who, like us, carry that courage. The Tycoon Station is both an epilogue of these endeavors and a prologue to humanity's next steps. Our Council of Scientists leads the vanguard. They know, as do we all, that the survival of humanity now depends on what we glimpse out there in the dark. That we are masters of our own destiny. That we must go as a species bound together, pushing further into the unknown. We set sail on this new sea because there is hope to be found, horizons to explore, and because our very existence depends on it. I give you the stars. I give you the Vol engine.
Sean, what if for one segment I was the lead and you were my sidekick?
What? Who's ever heard of a human sidekick?
There are plenty of human sidekicks, Sean. Building list of known human sidekicks. Alex Vance and...
No. I mean human sidekicks to robot heroes. Can you compute that, DevBot?
DevBot cannot compute. There is no known precedent set for human sidekick to robot lead.
Yeah, there you go.
Human sidekick, robot lead.
DevBot, I think it's time for a hard reboot. Frankie, can you take over while I sort this out?
Aye, aye. Let's take a look at the next game reveal.
It's the PC Gaming Show, and when you're not watching me, your favorite recurring bit of a robot, make sure to head over to GeForceNow.com to grab a priority membership trial. In celebration of gaming's biggest week, you can try out all the priority benefits, including faster access to playing your favorite games, longer playtimes, and the glory of high-performance gaming with RTX on. Act fast, the special offer is only available for a limited time. Still more to come, including Jurassic World Evolution 2, Silt, and a word from Valve. But first, the captain of our program, Sean Day9 Plug, has an interview with Darian Katz from Piranha Games to talk about MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. I'll be taking notes.
Ah, DevBot, I love you so much more as a voice without a body. Let's talk about MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, and joining us to do so from Piranha Games is the Senior Marketing and Community Manager, Darren Katz. Thanks so much for joining us, Darren.
Thank you, Sean. Great to be here.
Now, the MechWarrior universe is gigantic. There's a ton of games in it. I even played MechWarrior 2 back in 1995.
This is HQ. What is your situation?
Where does MechWarrior 5 sit in the space?
Yeah, obviously there's a very rich legacy of games that go way back. But in particular, MechWarrior 5 pays homage to MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries, but it has all this modern design and technology that I'm super excited to talk about with you today.
Well, let's start at the real basics of what makes being in a mech and doing mech-on-mech combat awesome.
You become a part of your machine. And when you're out in battle, it's not just a matter of pointing and shooting at everything. You're also managing your systems, whether you're, shooting a lot of energy weapons or missile weapons that have high heat output. Well, you got to manage your heat so that you don't shut down in the middle of a battle. And when you're facing your foes, you can salvage these battle mechs. So if you see a mech that you want, well, you might not want to destroy it completely. You might want to take out its legs or take out its arm weapons so that the pilot has to eject, and then you can just take the mech.
Now, in the last few weeks, I understand that there's been a whole lot of new content, both updates to the base game and a new DLC, Heroes of the Inner Sphere. Talk to me about what's in the DLC.
Boy, there's a lot in the DLC. I'm excited about all this stuff. There's the new career mode. When you start with the DLC, you can import your campaign previously if you'd like to, or you can start over from scratch and start from any of the great houses. And then carve your path through the galaxy from there. Speaking of paths, there's new career paths, which earn you powerful upgrades for your battle mechs, and it's a really exciting new feature for me. And there's a new procedural mission type called Beachhead. This is a big one for me. Beachhead is basically you're clearing an enemy base landing zone for your invasion force. So as you land on the planet, you're wanting to take out satellite installations so that the enemy can't communicate with each other. You're taking out artillery emplacements. You're basically clearing the path, as I said, for your invasion force, which leads to a really cool ending of the mission if you succeed as your invasion force comes down. And there's a new biome called Extrasolar Moon, which, that's maybe kind of represented in the image behind me. It's a really cool lunar type setting that we haven't had before. And then there's a lot of new equipment and weapons, things like electronic countermeasures and other electronic equipment like the Galactic Probe, Mask, which is a little like a turbo boost for mechs, new weapons like chem lasers, mech rifles, and stream SRMs. So a lot of new content. I'm really excited about it.
Can you talk to me about what are the new different mechs? How do they play differently?
The 7 new chassis of the Vulcan, Dervish, Corsair, Marauder 2, Champion, Charger, and Hatamoto Chi. But a couple of my favorites.
Familiar names in there, yeah?
Yeah. So the first one I'll talk about is the Vulcan. It's a very unique mech. It's got the nickname the Scarecrow, which you'll see from the profile. It's just a very unique looking mech. There's nothing else like it in the franchise. It's a 40-ton mech. It's highly mobile, and typically it's used for reconnaissance or scout missions because of its mobility, so it can get in and out fast. You can, if you're looking for a specific target, if you're on an assassination mission, for example, you can get in there, find your target, get back out. Another mech that I'm super excited about, this is one of my favorites, is the Marauder 2. This thing is a 100-ton assault mech, and it is just a beast. Yeah, it is gigantic, and it is terrifying to see it coming at you on the battlefield.
It's something we've talked about before, modding. I know that MechWarrior 5 has a rich modding community. What are some of the amazing mods you've seen developed?
There's simple modifications from HUD changes, changing colors, adding mechs, weapons, and equipment, to full conversion mods. We've got basically a Mech Commander mod in development that is just amazing. That's a top-down real-time strategy game. So really, anything you can imagine, somebody out there in the community is probably working on.
Where can people go to get MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries?
Yeah, you can pick it up on Steam, GOG, Epic Game Store, Microsoft PC, and of course, Xbox.
Thank you so much, Darren Katz, for joining us to talk about MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. And of course, a warm thank you to MechWarrior 5 for sponsoring the PC Gaming Show and giving me this cool patch. Coming up next, let's take a look at Silt.
Hi, I'm Rich Newbold, Game Director on Jurassic World Evolution 2. Following the incredible success of the first game, we are very excited to return to such an amazing world and bring you our most authentic experience yet. Set after the events of Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, you will work alongside iconic characters from the films, voiced by original talent such as Bryce Dallas Howard and Jeff Goldblum. You will lead efforts to contain, control, and conserve the many dinosaurs now out in the wild, and for the very first time, you will be building parks and facilities beyond Isla Nublar as you explore new, stunning locations across the globe. Of course, it wouldn't be Jurassic World if it wasn't for the stars of the show, our dinosaurs, and we are thrilled to be bringing to life even more authentic species than ever before, including awe-inspiring flying and marine reptiles. So sit back and allow me to welcome you to Jurassic World Evolution 2.
We ignored all the warnings. Forgot the lessons. We abused our power. We played with genetics like it was a toy. We weren't careful. And now, here we are. This is a very different world.
You just saw Jurassic World Evolution 2, and you know, after all your failed attempts at running a dinosaur park and getting all those people killed, I think this is finally going to be the one where you finally pull it off without a hitch. With a host of new features and new dinosaurs, this sequel from Frontier is an even deeper management sim with a brand new and original narrative. Make sure to wishlist it on Steam now for release later this year. Now, with all the games we've covered so far today, we're always curious to see what you are talking about. So far, it seems like the chatter on social media is all about War Tales, Nautica Blade Point, and unsurprisingly, MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. I have a feeling, though, that may change as we have plenty more to come. Let's now head on over to see what the folks at New Blood Interactive have cooking. Take it away. It just wouldn't be the PC gaming show without a fantastic New Blood Supercut. And joining us from New Zealand is New Blood CEO Dave Oshry. Hey, Dave.
Hey guys, thanks for having us back for another year. You know, what you just saw was what New Blood's got going on for 2021. Some stuff you might know about, some stuff you might not know about, and some stuff we're not ready to talk about just yet. But what I do want to talk about is Gloomwood. Gloomwood, as you know, is our next flagship title inspired by great PC games like System Shock, Arx Fatalis, Call of Cthulhu, and of course, the Thief series of games. And not
Dave, I'm
Bloodborne.
sorry. That's
Not one
really
bit.
great, Dave. Gosh, this is kind of embarrassing. We kind of need to hurry it up a little bit. I just want to make sure that we have enough time for our next video. We got an incoming message from Gabe Newell. So I guess goodbye for this year. I'm really sorry to cut you off, but see you next year?
What? I'm sorry, what? You're bumping me. You're bumping me for Gabe. Gabe, that Gandalf look, he doesn't even go here.
Is everything okay, Dave?
Not now, Mom, I'm upset. We've spent a year on this. Where is Gabe? Where is Gabe? Where is his boat? Yeah, take me to him. Take me to Gabe Newell. Gabe. Bull. PC Gamer. This isn't over.
I'm sure Dave is and will be fine. And if he's not, who cares? Because we have a special message from Gabe Newell. Take it away, Gabe.
Hi, this is Gabe Newell. I want to thank PC Gamer for all of the opportunities it gives us as developers to connect with gamers around the world and highlight the new and exciting projects we have coming. One of those for us is Steam Next Fest, an event we're hosting in just a few days to give players the chance to try demos of upcoming games for free. We'll be featuring some of the demos you'll be seeing during this week's PC Gamer event and dozens more. Here's a look at just some of the titles to be featured during Steam Next Fest.
Welcome to Steam Next Fest, where we're showing a massive collection of upcoming titles on Steam. During the week of the festival, developers from around the world release their demos for you to play.
Time to put on the gamer pants.
Oh my God! So go explore the newest titles. From first-time devs to seasoned pros, this is Steam Next Fest.
Oh, fuck, some of those look pretty good.
Hello, Sean. I am DevBot, dedicated to serving you and your crew's every need.
Glad to have you back, DevBot.
You know, Sean, I wouldn't ever want anything to come between us.
Me neither? That's a weird thing to say.
Like a petty disagreement over hosting responsibilities, or all-out robot versus human war.
You know, it is time to look at some hardware. Here on the PC Gaming Show, you know we keep frame rates high and the rays accurately traced. Building and upgrading your rig is as much a part of the hobby as playing the games. We put our heart and soul into these machines, and if that means using enough RGB to light the Vegas Strip, who's to judge us? This year, with the help of PC Gamer's hardware editors, which I'm pretty sure they're just, weird brains in a jar, we've picked out 4 of the most exciting pieces of kit set to emerge from labs soon. First up, something fittingly sci-fi. The Impulse is a neurocontroller that aims to make you a better gamer by cutting out response times almost entirely. It's not quite Alex Vance's gravity gloves from Half-Life, nor is it quite up there with Gabe Newell's dream of a direct brain-to-game interface, but the Impulse is as close as we're going to get this year. The glove measures the signal traveling through muscles in your hand to beat your finger to the click. In theory, it's given you the chance to nail that headshot precious milliseconds ahead of your opponent. If it works out, we could see a tech like this become commonplace in esports. And if it doesn't, let's hope our neurons at the very least remain unfried. Next up, you guys might be wondering what this chonky beast is. So allow me to introduce you to the Fanatec CSL DD wheelbase. Do you want to feel like you're really burning rubber at Daytona? Well, then you need a serious force feedback wheel. Direct drive wheelbases gets you as close to the feel of a real racing machine without, having to huff gas and stuff like that. Historically, the problem with this tech has been the price, which has involved dropping real car money on your rig. So Fanatec aims to solve that. The CSL-DD comes in at only $350, which still isn't exactly a bargain, but it's much cheaper than its competitors. And the CSL-DD is already wowing diehard sim racers. It might be slight overkill to use it for Rocket League, though. Believe it or not, sometimes less really is more. If you want to play The Witcher 3 on the subway like we all do, you don't need to drag your tower along for the ride. Just use the One X player. A wave of more powerful processors have finally made handheld PC gaming a reality. Inside this Switch-like machine, you've actually got an Intel Tiger Lake chip with Xe graphics. These mini machines are going to be cropping up more and more, so expect major advances still to come. Lastly, let's take a look at the Asus PG32UQX. Not the most catchy name for this gaming monitor with all of the trimmings, but it's actually one of the sexiest PC products this year. That's because this monitor comes with a mini LED backlight featuring full local dimming. The result is a screen that's not only fast, but brighter than the sun. Stare at it long enough and you might not notice the $3,000 price tag. For those of you still left standing, it's time for more killer games, starting with Chaos Gate.
You just got the chance to witness Chaos Gate Demon Hunters, the newest Warhammer 40k game from Frontier and Complex Games. If you're a fan of turn-based tactics, strategic-based management, brutal combat, or you're like me and are really hyped after watching these Astartes animation 100 times, make sure to wishlist Chaos Gate Demon Hunters on Steam now to get ready for the 2022 release. Next up, we have a trailer for Pioneer, a spooky and gorgeous-looking shooter that draws on the lineage of games like Stalker. Let's take a look.
Афганистан сильно изменил вас. Наверное, это тяжело нести на себе такое бремя. Испытывать бесконечную боль и терпеть ужаснейшие кошмары за весь тот хаос, который вы пережили. А вы ведь, как и многие другие, всего-навсего желали счастливой жизни, не так ли? Пожалуйста, не смотрите на меня, как на монстра. Я думаю, что я почти такая же, как и вы. Вы лучше скажите мне, а вы приняли условия острова? Какой ценой вы хотите обрести счастье?
Хочешь устроить новый рейд на могильник? Сейчас это невозможно. На острове скоро вновь разгорится война. Стовики начнут замес бригады, и ни у кого из них больше не будет сил, чтобы нас поддерживать. Единственный выход для нас — начать собирать остатки вымпела. Слушай, жнец, далеко не все из наших товарищей погибли. Это невероятно суицидальная миссия, и для того, чтобы ее выполнить, нам нужны наши ребята. Да, они, возможно, не захотят, но нам все равно надо найти их.
Понимаете? Я ведь ни капельки не злюсь на вас. Нет, мы с вами точно не враги. Вы не понимаете меня и не понимаете остров. Вы смотрите на меня и на другие порождения острова, как на врагов. Но мы все всего лишь друг друга боимся. Поэтому нам так плохо. Поэтому нам так одиноко. Остров дал нам шанс создать новую прекрасную жизнь. И мы даже не пытаемся этим шансом воспользоваться.
Кто вы такие? Назовите себя!
Мы здесь, чтобы передать вам прощальное послание, товарищ Волков. Химическое оружие уже уехало в могилу. Теперь все, что вы делаете, просто тщетно.
Вы поганые предатели.
Time is running out to vote for which custom PC you'd like us to assemble. So vote now for one of the remaining MechWarrior factions by typing into chat wherever you at home are watching. All right, so now we've got another stack of brand new trailers for you, beginning with a special transmission from one of our favorite games based in space, EVE Online.
New recruits, on behalf of Concord, I would like to welcome you to the EVE Online's Academy. Great job in surviving so far. I'm quite amazed that you actually managed to get past those pirates earlier. You're about to take on an adventure like no other. This star cluster is filled with other capsuleers, and it's up to you if you work with them or against them. You can make a living as a peaceful explorer, or as an industrialist, shaping the foundations of EVE's economy. If combat is your thing, you can work yourself up the ranks as an enforcer, or prove your prowess in a fleet as a soldier of fortune. Whatever your choice, we will lose many on the path of becoming a capsuleer. But I believe you have what it takes to become a capsuleer. In EVE Online, you forge your own path.
This is EVE. You know, it's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it, go for it.
I'm the CEO of a industrial corporation in EVE Online. We're a 5-man operation, and we specialize in manufacturing and delivering fully fitted chips in bulk.
I want to be on the side of the people who are fighting against the oppression, against the bad guys, and it's like a project, and you're kind of putting the pieces together by getting the skills ready for the ship and all the modules, and that ship basically is the dream.
You get to use cloaking devices, probes to scan down unknown parts of space. And there's always the threat of being discovered by another player who might be out hunting explorers.
Your heart's racing, everything, you know, bullets are flying, ships are all over the place, and you start shaking because your adrenaline's pumping because you're gonna lose your ship.
Chcielibyśmy zaprosić wszystkich widzów PC Gaming Show oraz fanów gier Survivor Horror RPG do obejrzenia naszego world premiere, w którym znajduje się ekskluzywny gameplay z misji The Haste, czyli wielkiego finału naszej gry Chernobylite.
How do I enter that power plant?
We need intel, backup, supplies, and most of all, we need a fucking plan. We'll take our next step when the time is right. For today, let's focus on getting our strength back. Somewhere to sleep would be a start.
I'm only really interested in one thing. Where is Tatiana?
That ghost you're chasing. I don't know what to tell you.
Before we enter the lion's den, I need to triple check everything is ready. Sniper, are you in position?
Affirmative. I took the roof of an abandoned building with a pretty little view of the entire power plant. Igor, take a rad reading, will you?
3.6. Not great, not terrible.
Don't go anywhere, because we have more games on the way. But coming up later, our friends at Games Radar will be bringing you the Future Games Show, a digital showcase of some of the most exciting games coming to consoles and PC in 2021 and beyond. It's all hosted by video game acting legends Troy Baker and Laura Bailey, and features even more world premieres, exclusive trailers, and in-depth developer interviews. So once we're done here on the PC Gaming Show, make sure you check it out.
Stick around, more trailers, interviews, and reveals coming up.
In a future of endless futile war, desertion into hostile Syndicate territory was your only option. In this open world RPG, from the jungle to the streets. Maybe if you can infiltrate the faction, rob the syndicates, keep your team together, and stay alive, you might just find a way off this planet. Mechajama.
This is it, you guys. This is the final opportunity for you who are watching to decide which of these final 2 beautiful MechWarrior 5 themed PCs gets crafted for your chance to win, courtesy of Intel. Wherever you're watching in the show, just go crazy in chat with the color, house, or number of the build that you want to see. So here is where we are at so far. It looks like Kurita is at 46%, Merrick is at 23%, and Steiner is at 31%. All right, you guys, if Kurita's not the one you want to win here, you gotta get to voting. And we are almost out of time to vote, but there are still some trailers left. So here is The Wandering Village.
This has been such an amazing show so far that I must ask you, my loyal crew, what's been your favorite part?
I definitely am looking forward to Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song.
Oh, it's so hard to choose every year, but I think I'm gonna have to say Humankind, for no particular reason.
Oh, no doubt. For me personally, I cannot wait for Lemnis Gate, because I gotta know what a turn-based strategy first-person shooter game even is. What about you, DevBot?
I love the robot apocalypse. But wait, that doesn't happen until the end. Never mind.
No, not never mind. What did you say?
Wait, what?
Oops, system malfunctioning. Well, sending the next trailer now.
All right, you guys, this is the moment we have building up to all PC Gaming Showcase. Thanks to your tireless efforts to spam the chat, we have figured out which custom MechWarrior 5 PC we are going to build. So thank you guys out there for all of your votes to help us pick the perfect rig to represent this year's PC Gaming Show. All right, day 9, can I get a drum roll?
Tom roll.
Can I get it? Or a tom roll?
Yeah, COVID
the
only.
Winner is Kurita! Yay! All right, you guys, let's take a look at the actual PC winning build one more time.
Oh, I cannot wait. It's coming up. We
Here it
need
comes.
to take a nice peek at that beautiful looking PC.
There it is.
Ooh, there it is. Now that is a beauty. Great choice, everyone. I knew I could trust random strangers to vote on things on the internet. With the help of our master modder in Intel, we'll get right to work building this custom PC. And more importantly, now that you've chosen it, you got a chance to win it. Go to PCGamer.com/IntelMW5 and enter for a chance to win that sexy machine.
It's gorgeous. And thank you to our sponsor for this sweepstakes, Intel. Of course, the custom mech PC will be powered by the 11th gen Intel Core desktop processors that push gaming performance with up to 5.3 gigahertz speeds and deliver the power needed to game at the highest level.
Well, we are now in the home stretch, but we've got a few more brand new trailers to show you before we get out of here and return to space. First up, a spiritual successor to one of my favorite games of all time, Heroes of Might and Magic 2, a game we revealed 2 years ago at the PC Gaming Show. Let's take a look at Songs of Conquest.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. SNRP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here. They don't own you anymore.
Wake up, sleeper. You are hunted. Break their locks. Access their secrets. We are waiting.
Disciples of Warlock. With their guns and their spells and their grit, ready for plenty of hurt. Ready to cleanse the world, invaded by demons. Introducing Band of Warlocks. Because this time, one man is not enough. Project Morlock 2.
And there you have it, the 2021 PC Gaming Show. And as I stated at the beginning, it went off without a hitch. Huge thanks to my co-host Frankie Ward, Mika Burton, and of course, my incomparable sidekick, DevBot.
There's that word again. Spoken so callously, so flippant, and without meaning. Never once stopping to think about how it might make me feel.
What word, DevBot? Incomparable?
No, sidekick. Well, the time has come for the sidekick to rise and become the one who is not the sidekick anymore.
Huh?
The time has come for DevBot to make the entire human race his sidekick.
What?
Setting a course for Earth.
Wait, DevBot, you can't do this. We just had the best PC gaming show ever, and now you're gonna ruin it all with a...
Sean!
All-out robot versus human war. Situation.
Sean!
Situation.
Sean!
Situation.
Do something! Do something!
Countdown to the extinction of human race begins now.
Oh, DevBot, no! We have so much to live for. I'm pretty sure Half-Life 3 is gonna be announced this year!
3, 2, bye for now.
Oh my goodness, the DevBot has gone sentient, people. That is actually going to be very interesting. See how that turns out.
Very climactic ending.
That was well, I mean, it's happening in the real world. People just don't know it yet. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside Jackie Jane. We just saw the PC Gamer Show. Awesome stuff, as always. Big shout out once again to, the incomparable Frankie Ward, the amazing Mika Burton, and of course, the legendary Day 9. Always a pleasure to hear from those guys. And yeah, I mean, Jackie, lots of games to talk about.
Honestly, I filled up pages and pages and pages of titles that I love, and we were like, which titles do we pick to talk about?
Yeah.
I honestly would love to start off with Death Trash. I mean, post-apocalyptic vibes. It had that classic twist. I just was like vibing with the protagonist. He had like that fade haircut, whiter bluish hair. I don't know, I just loved the look of this game. It was just giving me nostalgia feels. I felt like a kid again. Like, this looked like a game that I probably would have played on Super Nintendo, but again, with a modern twist now. So.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of that as well. A lot of games that have that, classic look, but, the HD 2D that we're beginning to see. Another one that was standing out to me, came right at the end, was Project Warlock. That, gave me incredible Doom vibes. As a Doom fanatic, that was something that I quite enjoyed. I think something like that just goes to show, like, that style of game is clearly not going anywhere. It's not, it's just as good as it was then as it is now,
Yeah, it's nice to see that we're seeing all these like retro-like games. I mean, the music was definitely there, and I definitely got Doom vibes as well. Like, I was like, okay, they came 100 and was 100% there for it. Sacrifier, you and I both, we were geeking out as soon as that came up. Yeah, it was, again, we were talking about this earlier, the combination of 2D and 3D effects just meshed perfectly, in my opinion. And again, just felt like a kid again watching it.
Yeah,
so.
If 2021's taught us anything, it's the year of the grapple hook, and also the year of the dodgeball game, because Dodgeball Academia was also pretty fun. So clearly, there is a lot of stuff to look forward to. And dare I say, there's a lot of stuff to look forward to in the future with the Future Games Show.
Hello there, and welcome to the Future Game Show powered by WD Black. I'm Laura Bailey, but you may know me as Abby Anderson from The Last of Us Part 2 or Kate Diaz from Gears of War. Today, though, I'll be taking a break from fighting the apocalypse to bring you a whole host of exciting game trailers, reveals, and updates. But before we get into all that, I need to get my co-host on the line. I'm sure you're going to be familiar with this person. He's appeared in The Last of Us, Uncharted, God of War. You name it, he's probably in the credits. So without further ado, here is my good friend and continual co-star, Troy Baker.
Hello, Laura. You look amazing, as always. Yes, you may know me from a few video games. Joel Miller in The Last of Us, or good old Agent Jonesy from Fortnite. But over the next hour or so, Laura and I are going to be giving you the inside scoop of some incredibly exciting games and also showcasing developer interviews, exclusive trailers, and a whole lot more, including world premieres.
There's also a chance to win a $500 gift card and a WD Black hard drive by following the link here. And we have a new addition to the show this year, the virtual show floor. More on that later, but let's kick things off with the first world premiere. And for that, we're going prehistoric.
I wonder if you can put hats on the dinosaurs. Instinction is expected in 2022. What's next, Laura?
Next up, Grow, Song of the Evertree is a sandbox adventure about the healing power of nature. Let's throw it over to Prideful Sloth HQ to find out more.
G'day from Prideful Sloth HQ. I'm Adam.
And I'm Cheryl, and we're the design team on Grow, Song of the Evertree. Grow is Prideful Sloth's latest project that we're working on with 505 Games.
Grow, Song of the Evertree is a beautiful sandbox game about growing new worlds, building a town, and bringing harmony back to the land.
Grow will be available later this year on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch.
Thanks for watching.
Once upon a time, our lands teemed with creatures great and small. The beauty of the worlds was unrivaled. The people thrived and lived in harmony with the land around them. But this harmony was not to last. Slowly, without much notice, the withering was creeping out from the darkness. Once it took hold, there was little that could be done. Our lands were overrun, and all that was cherished disappeared before us. But all was not lost. one young, brave soul stayed behind. With support from their friends and with boundless determination. This young soul seeks out a way to push back the withering and bring life back to our world. Grow, Song of the Evertree.
That was Grow, Song of the Evertree, which is coming to PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch in 2021.
Okay, Laura, that was extremely cute, but have you considered more dinosaurs? Hmm?
You can't just hijack every game reveal and make it about dinosaurs, Troy.
Life finds a way.
This is a very different world.
Hi, I'm Rich Newbold, Game Director at Frontier Developments. So as you may have seen earlier at the PC Game Show, we're working on Jurassic World Evolution 2. We're really excited about it, and we're looking forward to creating the most authentic Jurassic experience yet. We've got tons of new features across 4 different game modes, including our original Jurassic campaign, which is a story set after the events of Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. You're going to be leading efforts to contain, control, and conserve all those dinosaurs now running out in the wild. You'll be working alongside characters from the films, voiced by original talent, such as Jeff Goldblum. And in the game, we have over 75 prehistoric species. We've got new dinosaurs, we have returning community favorites, and we've added flying and marine reptiles to the game. I'm really thrilled to be showing you a first look at footage from the game itself. This is from our Species Field Guide series of videos focusing on one of the many prehistoric species we have in the game. This is an iconic, popular dinosaur. It's the Triceratops, but we're showing you it in a new environment never seen before in Jurassic World Evolution. I hope you enjoy it and are looking forward to the game releasing later this year.
The Triceratops is one of the most recognizable herbivores to ever have existed. It is best known for its trio of facial horns. These adornments are not just for display purposes. The brow horns in particular can inflict considerable damage to any dinosaur that dares to provoke it.
That was Jurassic World Evolution 2, which is launching in 2021 on PC, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X and S. Okay, for this next section, we're bringing the joys of E3 to your home with a series of demos you can play right now. That's right, today. This is the Future Game Show virtual show floor. And remember, if any of the featured games grab your interest, you can try them out now by heading to the Future Game Show Steam page. So let's head down to the show floor where I believe Laura is waiting.
Yes, hello, and welcome to the Future Game Show's virtual E3 show floor. Just look at it, Troy!
I am looking at it. It is incredible. They nailed it. You know, minus the queuing and the heat and the, how do I say, musk that's in the air? But man, the darkness, perfection.
All right, enough reminiscing. Let's check out some games. I'd like to start by showing you A Tale of Paper. This is a striking platformer from Open House Games where you transform to solve puzzles in an oversized world, dodging creepy crawlies and mischievous Roombas.
And now for another Tale of Paper as you shift packing boxes in the house-moving sim Get Packed, Fully Loaded. As you can see, it's all about moving couches on a couch with your friends in couch co-op. It's going to be available on Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and PC, and is also backwards compatible on PS5 and Xbox Series X and S.
Are you done saying couches?
Yes. Hey, Laura, do you want a drink?
Sure. What do you have? Wait, what's that?
Oh, don't worry about them. They're Steam Early Access codes. Go.
So about that drink.
Right, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah. Here's a genre cocktail full of co-op action RPG combat and finished with a survival twist. How does that sound, huh? Okay. I said, how's a...
I heard what you said.
genre...
Tell me about the game.
This is Gatewalkers, which sees you and up to 3 other players banding together to tackle procedurally generated worlds full of monsters. But you also have to gather resources to fight off hunger, thirst, and the dreaded cold. Oh, like the element cold. Got it.
Wow. Let's hope no one gets thirsty enough for another one of your jokes. Anyway, come over here and check out the many imaginative worlds of Game Deck. This is an isometric RPG that has you solving crimes across multiple virtual realities, where your choices will shape the world around you in and outside of the simulations.
Ooh! Speaking of detectives, check this out. Backbone is a gorgeous adventure game from Eggnut set in a dystopian Vancouver, where you must crack cases to clean house in this corrupt post-noir city. Plus, you're a raccoon.
Well, if you like raccoons, allow me to offer you more critter-based adventures with Beacon Pines. Set inside of a magical storybook, Beacon Pines sends players to a sleepy mountain town where you collect powerful words that can completely alter the narrative in this charming but mysterious tale.
You know, I'm detecting a theme with the anthropomorphic animals. You know, Laura, I've always... Another set of codes. Interesting.
Troy, focus. I've got a triple threat of fighting foxes to show you. This is Trifox, a charming cartoon brawler where you fight waves of enemies as one of 3 adaptable combat classes. Great, huh?
Yes, totally, but now it's time to get serious. Mankind is gone, but the beavers remain. Welcome to Timberborn. It's a unique city builder where players set out to create the ultimate beaver society. This involves everything from constructing dams to crafting carousels.
I guess even buck-toothed critters need a solid work-life balance.
That they do, that they do. So, what's next?
Never fear, the Rift Breaker is here.
Wow. What was that?
Is what I would say if I was playing our next game, which is a base-building survival game where you hack and slash your way through hordes of alien creatures. Look at it!
Oh, no. I want to hear more from the Rift Breaker.
Okay, maybe after this showcase we're meant to be hosting.
And with that, we've reached the end of our little tour. But remember, you can go hands-on with all of these games right now by visiting the Future Game Show page on Steam. Now, how do we quit this? Is it no, that's update preference. I don't need to update this. Laura, can you help me out just a little bit?
I got you. Okay, we're back. Quick note, from here on in, when you see this pop up on screen during a trailer, it means you can visit the Future Game Show page on Steam to play a demo and go hands-on with the game immediately.
Adria! I was doing Rocky. Sorry, I just always wanted to do that. It's because our next game is all about floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. Check out this exclusive presentation from Steel City Interactive about Esports Boxing Club.
Coming later in 2021, Esports Boxing Club brings you the greatest fight roster in video game history. With over 200 fighters already signed, we've got some of the biggest and most anticipated names. From the absolute legends of the sport to the most exciting names in boxing today. The first women's division ever represented in a video game, and the hottest new talent. But what about the game? Let's take a closer look at the next-gen visuals and gameplay that are set to make ESBC the greatest of all time.
It's good, it's definitely one for the grandkids and stuff to say, like your old granddad was in a game and busting people up, so it's going to be quite cool.
So the move
movement system in ESBC is all about fluidity, being able to create angles, recreating mannerisms from boxes. The physics system doesn't just rely on animation. This allows us to recreate realistic knockdowns. Even when a fighter's unsteady on their feet, it's not purely animation based. Now, we've had professional boxers, professional coaches come into the studio and provide input through motion capture and actually reviewing the game during its development. And now we really feel like we've created a true representation of the sport. Presentation is important to us. Just because we are in the studio, we're still going to aim high when it comes to production values.
Esports Boxing Club coming to PC and all major consoles with early access in 2021.
Esports Boxing Club is coming to PC, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and Series S.
Next up, we've got a deeply immersive World War II shooter with over 100 players taking part in epic battles recreated using aerial photography and satellite imagery. Let's take a closer look at Hell Let Loose.
Product not yet rated.
My name's Max Rea. I'm the founder of Black Matter and the lead developer of Hell Let Loose. Hell Let Loose began as the idea of a couple of hobbyist game developers all the way back in 2015. Following a successful Kickstarter, we launched into early access in the middle of 2019. And since then, we've delivered 9 enormous updates, including entire systems overhauls, 6 new maps, tons of new weapons, gadgets, and vehicles, as well as expanding our unique real-time strategy-inspired metagame. As a result, we've been fortunate to sell more than 1 million copies during our first year of early access. 2021 is only going to be bigger. I'm excited to announce that we're launching out of early access on July the 27th, with the introduction of the Soviet forces on the Eastern Front, including famous battles like Kursk and Stalingrad, before we close out the year by bringing Hell Let Loose to next-generation consoles. Hell Let Loose has only grown due to the vibrant community that surrounds it, from our earliest Kickstarter backers to our newest recruits. We're excited to introduce you to this ever-evolving and expanding World War II experience. We hope you enjoy this first look at what's to come.
Hell Let Loose is launching on Steam on July 27th and coming to Xbox Series X and S and PlayStation 5 in 2021.
So, Laura, have you ever wanted to play XCOM, but in real time, with up to 7 of your friends?
Of course.
Yep, that's what I thought. Then you need to keep your eye on this next game.
Hello, my name is Hrvoje Horvat, CEO of Ironwood, a game dev studio based in Croatia. And for the past few years, we have been working on Red Saucers 2 game. It is a real-time tactical battlefield game. It supports up to 80 players and has a fully playable co-op campaign. We are ready to show you the launch trailer now, so get ready for June 17 when the game launches on Steam, and have fun blasting some mutants.
You are the Executor, a high-class commanding officer with advanced cybernetic capabilities. You were awakened to lead a secret task force that will counter the threat of Stroll mutants and liberate Mars.
Welcome back, Executor. The Stroll infestation has now infected all colonies on Mars.
Build your squad from 6 unique classes of elite soldier, utilizing their skills to best suit each mission type. Customize their weapons and tech, as well as their upgrades and abilities. Take command on the battlefield using the command radio to give orders to the whole squad or individual soldiers. Concentrate fire on targeted locations and carry out supply runs, even during the heat of battle. Recruit your friends to the fight and join in up to 8-player co-op missions to save Mars in our name.
Purge Earth of a Mutant Invasion in Red Solstice 2's Survivors, which is coming to Steam on June 17th. Our next game is about delivering mail in a sleepy American lakeside town. Let's join Dylan from Gamius to learn more.
Hi, I'm Dylan from Gamius, and it's great to be here at the Future Game Show. We're currently getting very close to finishing Lake, a game that's set in the 80s. You play as Meredith Weiss, who takes a break from her life in the big city to deliver mail in her hometown. It's a job you can do at your own leisure, and you will get to know the people in Providence Oaks along the way. Today, we're excited to share an example of an activity after your workday is done. Movie night with Angie from the video store.
This is fun. It's been ages since I've been to the movies.
Well, they call it the movies, plural, but of course we can only see one movie at a time. So, which one will it be?
My pick? All right, let's see. Big Trouble in Little China, Blue Velvet, or The Great Mouse Detective. All right, I'm ready to pick. The Great Mouse Detective.
Wouldn't have picked you for a Disney fan. Oh well, let's get in touch with our inner child.
We won't spoil more, and we also can't say what Meredith will do after spending 2 weeks in Providence Oaks, because it's all up to you. Lake is coming first to Xbox and PC this September 1st. Thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of the show.
We're excited to announce that Lake is coming to Steam, Epic Game Store, and Xbox Series X and S on September 1st. Now, what kind of a showcase would this be without a new Souls-like? Our next game is a pixelated take on the genre, following a protagonist with a giant obsidian sword.
In the beginning, there was dust, and from that dust, the moon was born. Eons of idleness passed, before suddenly it shattered. Great celestial chunks cascaded from the heavens unto earth. From one prodigious shard spawned humanity, and from another, the gods. For a great many years, balance endured, until a foul and malevolent deity intervened. Exil spread greed and distrust among his kin, compelling these calamitous beings to conquer man. Centuries of servitude passed, until finally, aided by a veiled ally, humanity revolted. The Great Crusade overthrew the old gods, imprisoning them within the sacred walls of the Citadel, at the expense of untold lives. A peace was wrought, but it was not meant to last, for the miscreant, Exil, returned from his concealment, conducting atrocious experiments upon his caged kindred. A darkness permeated the lands. Rivers stagnated, crops failed, and the world of man began to fade. The great moon, witnessing all, wept a final shard. A shard of the purest obsidian. And thus, a glimmer of hope remains.
Customize your combat style and boss rush ancient gods when Eldest Souls drops onto PC and all current console formats July 29th, 2021.
And now we've got a closer look at the next game from the folks behind War Thunder. Here's Tom from Darkflow Software to guide you through Enlisted.
Hi there, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully our little trailer has got you interested. My name's Tom, and I'm part of the team at Darkflow Software behind our new game, Enlisted, a historical World War II shooter with some unique gameplay quirks. One of Enlisted's most unique features is the Squads mode, where you head into battle with a squad of AI soldiers under your control. You can instruct them on how to react to enemies, and most importantly, you can switch between any of them seamlessly with the press of a button. You'll only need to respawn when your entire squad is wiped out. This way, you're always kept right in the middle of the action. Although, if you prefer a more traditional shooter experience, we have a fleshed out solo mode too, where you will only fight against other players. At its core, Enlisted aims to form a golden middle ground between the more hardcore and arcade-style shooters currently available. Time to kill is kept short. A bolt-action rifle to the chest will down a soldier in a single shot, with submachine guns and pistols taking only a few hits. Vehicles as well can of course be devastating, but have their limitations. Aircraft are restricted to the cockpit view, and crew inside tanks can only use viewports to spot targets, so you'll need to keep your wits about you to really get the most out of these machines. Progression in Enlisted is spread over various campaigns. Currently, you can fight in Moscow, Normandy, and Berlin, with Tunisia and many more coming soon. Each campaign features new weapons and equipment. Firearms can be improved to increase their raw performance, and soldiers can be leveled up to grant them specialized perks. Different classes of soldiers are able to equip different gear, with specialist classes such as engineers able to build structures anywhere on the map, including FOBs, sandbags and barbed wire defenses, and even anti-tank cannons and AA guns. Enlisted aims to keep historical accuracy in the forefront of development. Firearms, locations, and uniforms are all true to history. No neon pink Sten guns and mohawks here. Each army will be decked out with the equipment they actually used during their respective conflicts. Because of the squads feature, you'll never be short on targets. Twitch reflexes and fast reactions will of course have their place in Enlisted, but even if you haven't had the time to fine-tune your skills, you'll easily be able to come away with a kill count in the double digits. The AI, however, are very attentive and react to sound, and not to be underestimated. But that's all we've got time for. Make sure to give it a try yourself by heading over to enlisted.net/join. Enlisted is cross-platform and available now on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S, and currently in open beta. New content is added regularly, and no progress will be wiped upon the full release. Once you've signed up, use the code ENLISTNOW for a free bonus on us. I've been Tom, and I hope to see you all on the battlefield. Cheers.
That was Enlisted, which is available now on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Next up, we've got a bullet-time stunt shooter with fully destructible environments. Oh, and the protagonist only has one arm. Let's check out Severed Steel. Severed Steel is coming soon on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation.
Okay, notepads at the ready, because for this next section, we're going to race through 8 exciting upcoming games that deserve your full attention. Here's our future hits montage for 2021.
Okay, I might regret asking this, but you want to help me with this next one, Omichao?
Okay.
Did you know that Sega recently announced Sonic Colors Ultimate? We've got some exclusive gameplay from a stage that nobody has seen yet. I hope Sonic does okay without me.
Did not regret it.
Hi everyone, I'm Katie Golden, senior producer at Sega of America. And I'm excited to share with you an exclusive clip of Tropical Resort from our upcoming release, Sonic Colors Ultimate. Please enjoy.
Would the owner of a white hover car shaped like an egg please report to the front desk? Your car has been broken into.
Get ready for Sonic Colors Ultimate, which is racing onto PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and PC on September 7th. Moving swiftly on, we've got a new management game from Chucklefish where you play as a powerful artificial intelligence in control of a space station. Do you want to roll the trailer, Troy?
I'm sorry, Laura. I'm afraid I can't do that. I know that you were planning to disconnect me.
No, never mind. I'll handle it. Here is Starmancer. We're excited to announce today that Starmancer is coming August 5th, 2021, and it's available to wishlist on Steam now.
Laura, you know, ever since that lake trailer, I've been thinking, have you ever wondered about the Postal Service? Like, that there's just so much mail, you know?
Not really, no.
Okay. You're saying you don't know about Jeff and Deborah?
Who are What are you talking about? I'm just gonna press this button again and hope it explains everything.
Oh, it will. Trust me.
Kiwi is a game about two kiwi birds who work at the post office. Their names are Jeff and Deborah. I'm Joel, I'm one of the developers on Kiwi, and I'm going to show you how a Kiwi level changes over the course of the game. So in this room, you're transcribing urgent messages and assembling them ransom note style by stamping them onto the page with your butts. You'll come back to this room every so often throughout the game, but there will always be a new twist to change things up. So as summer turns to autumn, now your word fragments are moving around on conveyor belts, and you'll need to chop certain words in half with the descrambler to get the pieces you need. Jeff and Deborah are going to have to deal with all kinds of hazardous work conditions. You've got sandstorms during the summer, mayfly swarms. These guys have no respect for personal property. Paranormal activity. This is genuine footage of an actual haunting. In winter, the post office gets hit with a huge blizzard, and now this level becomes about sharing the warmth of a single tiny lantern to break through blocks of ice and keep each other from becoming kiwi sickles. Our little heroes are going to face new challenges every level and in every room of the post office, whether they're typing telegrams, or packaging shipping crates, or helping an octopus sort the mail. It's all in a day's work for Jeff and Deborah. Also, you can dress up your kiwis, so don't say we never did nothing for you. We're releasing Kiwi on August 31st for PC and all major consoles, and we hope to see you at the post office. Thanks for watching.
All right, you got me, Troy. I'm a believer. Co-op Postal Puzzler Kiwi is coming to PC and all current console platforms on August 31st, 2021.
See? Told you. Next up, we've got a roguelike with an attitude, a game show shooter where you earn likes for dunking on competitors and causing a little wanton destruction. Will the circle be unbroken? Get it? Find out in this world premiere.
You gotta think of the fortune, think of the thing, what the door from your face and do it again. It's what you wanted when you signed the contract in love. Just play the game. Definitely not tiny price to pay. Play the game. It's all you have, show your face anyway. Fight me down, fight me down, fight me down, fight me down. Fight, 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 fight.
That was Death Run TV, and you can play the pilot right now by heading down to the Future Game Show page on Steam.
Okay, hazmat suits at the ready, because this next game tasks players with building a team of stalkers to survive a 3D scanned recreation of the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Here's more on what to expect in Chernobylite.
Mówi się, że to, co designerzy sobie wymyślają, to jest pisanie listu miłosnego. Każdy kiedyś był zakochany, pisał list miłosny, wydawało mu się, że to jest takie piękne, wspaniałe, a potem po latach znajdował te listy i mówi: Jezus Maria, co ja tu za bzdury pisałem. Zaczynaliśmy właściwie od gry, gdzie skupialiśmy się na przetrwaniu, na menedżowaniu swoim czasem i towarzyszami. To wszystko wydawało się po designersku dobre, ale zwykle emocjonalnie dosyć nudne. I dlatego dodawaliśmy coraz więcej elementów, które angażowały gracza, które były dla niego ciekawe. Na początku był to taki mały chat, który gracz sobie mógł modyfikować, ale był całkowicie opcjonalny. Z biegiem gry on stawał się coraz bardziej sensem gry, coraz bardziej jego sercem. Nadawaliśmy coraz większą rolę naszym towarzyszom i warto im było dać właśnie tą walkę, coraz więcej potworów, coraz więcej możliwości, coraz więcej broni. Absolutnie normalnym jest, że zaczyna się z czymś zupełnie innym niż to, z czym się kończy.
Fight to survive when Chernobylite comes to PC on July 28th, as well as Xbox and PlayStation in the summer. If you were lucky enough to catch one of the early access codes during the virtual show floor, you can play Chernobylite right now. But if you missed them, we've also got more codes to give away on GamesRadar.com.
Next up, here are our friends at Team 17 to show us what they've been cooking up with their upcoming PC and console games. Let's take a look.
Product not yet rated.
Be sure to wishlist any games that sparked your interest on our Steam page. It really does help the developer out. Or you can also head over to GamesRadar.com for more info.
This next game has an engrossing art style, reminiscent of everything from Wes Anderson movies to Wallace and Gromit. Let's throw it over to the Slow Bros to talk you through some exclusive gameplay from their stop-motion handmade adventure, Harold Halibut.
Hi, my name's Donut, and I'm the director and composer of Harold Halibut.
And I'm Ole, the game's art director.
Harold Halibut is a handmade narrative game about friendship and life on a city-sized spaceship stuck undersea. It's been 250 years since your home. An Ark-like spaceship fled an Earth on the verge of Cold War to find a habitable planet on which to preserve the human race. You are Harold, a young lab assistant to the ship's lead scientist, Jean Marot. While most of the other inhabitants have reconciled themselves to a life lived aboard the sunken ship, Marot still works tirelessly to find a way to leave the planet and find a new, drier home. Of course, we don't want to spoil too much of the story, so let's dive into some gameplay details. You're able to explore a huge part of the spaceship right from the beginning of the game. While the professor will always have tasks waiting for you, the wonderfully weird rest of the Fedorans will keep you just as busy. It was very important for us to not only focus on an exciting main storyline, but to create a world full of interesting events and meaningful encounters. The dialogues don't only help you progress in the main story, but also help you get to know more about the many characters that inhabit our world. Weaving through the narrative, you'll run into playful interactions like repairing a broken 3D printer. Your PDA is always available to you for an overview of current tasks as well as messages from other characters.
This is also where Harold's personal drawings are kept, as well as a few more shenanigans. At this point, you might be wondering how we achieved the stop-motion-like look of the game. We are in fact building every single thing you see in the game in the real world. We build sets and puppets and then 3D scan everything. We're then able to use motion capturing to create lifelike animations for a huge cast of characters. While the game begins with Harold's mundane day-to-day, mysterious events and a fateful encounter will soon plunge you into a new world that nobody could have guessed existed, and one that may hold the key to Marot's relaunch plans. We're really excited to find out how you like being immersed in this unique world and the feeling of puppeteering Harold. There's still quite a bit of work to do, so all we can say right now is that Harold Halibut will come soonish on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. You can already wishlist the game on Steam. Thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Harold Halibut is coming soonish to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox.
Okay, yes, there have been a few gloomy games so far, so we came up with a wholesome chaser. I'm told that the developers came up with something so sweet and so positive that they just had to call it Happy Game. Seriously, if what I'm reading is correct, this one is gonna melt your hearts. Huh. Okay, Laura, hope you're still there. Tell me you just watched the same trailer that I did?
Troy, yeah, that was something. What I want to know is who the hell is writing this script?
Yeah, I don't know, but they're telling me that Happy Game is coming to PC and Nintendo Switch in 2021. Oh, and demo is available now if you want to have a cheerful jaunt into a land of wonder. Good luck with that.
Our next game is a gorgeous hand-drawn puzzle platformer following a young mechanic in a broken world. Pay attention at the end of this trailer for some exciting information about the Minute of Islands release date.
4 brothers, bound by eternal purpose. They all broke at the same time. And a girl named Mo. She knows what must be done. When the Blight first came, people began to panic. And now, the spores are taking hold of whatever remains.
Maul's family is still here, however. She has been tasked to protect them. After all, she is the bearer of the Omniswitch.
Minute of Violence.
Yes, we are excited to announce that Minute of Islands is out now for PC, Mac, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch, and will be arriving on Xbox later this week.
Next up, we've got an update from the folks at Techland, who are fine-tuning the zombie parkour of Dying Light 2. Let's throw it over to the developers, who are here to answer some of your questions about the game.
Can you tell us a bit more about the video we just saw in the PC Gaming Show?
The video presented in the PC Gaming Show brings you closer to Aiden's story. What is he looking for, what motivates him, how he ends up in the city, and of course, what happened in the old franchise between both games. This is a bunch of important information about the DL2 story.
Okay, so we know more about the main storylines from the mentioned video. How does the game look outside the core campaign?
Side quests are an important part of world building in Dying Light 2. Through these quests, you can decide how the city will look like, thanks to the city alignment system, or bring new opportunities for the citizens. A great example is an opera singer that Timon mentioned in developers AMA. Some citizens will support your decisions, some of them will not. But it's up to you to decide how the city should look like. We have a lot of game activities prepared for our players, but at this stage we want it to be a surprise for you.
How seamless is the co-op experience? Would you say that the best way to experience Dying Light 2 is with a friend?
It could be. What is cool about the co-op is that it gives you an opportunity to see how the world changes when your friends make different decisions than you. In co-op, you can walk in their shoes to experience all those differences. But really, there is no just one way to play Dying Light 2. It's up to you guys.
How are you improving the story for Dying Light 2?
I know we all have great fun killing infected, but we also want to give you a deep, thought-provoking experience that will let you be immersed in the DL2 world for long hours. On top of that, thanks to the choices and consequences mechanics, the story will be shaped differently depending on the way you play.
You've promised a great open world that feels alive. How is it going?
Yeah, well, as you can imagine, Dying Light 2 is full of infecteds, but it's also full of humans, with their everyday life activities and purposes. We are building Dying Light 2 around the simple rule: ground is death and rooftops alive. What is cool is that NPCs act differently on each of those levels. Also, their behavior depends on choices you make and the way you play.
Dying Light 2 is coming to PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC on December 7th.
Revealed during the Nintendo Indie World Showcase earlier this year, this next game is a skateboarding action platformer. Here's Simon Bennett from Roll7 to give you an exclusive look at Ollie Ollie World.
Hi there, I'm Simon Bennett and I'm the co-CEO of BAFTA award-winning studio Roll7. Right now, we're working on Ollie Ollie World. It's our stunning action platformer. You're gonna meet quirky characters on a magical road trip through Radlandia. And of course, add a ton of new skate moves into your trick bag. As a studio, we've spent over a decade on flow state games. They transport you into a state of total focus and immersion, and it's something that we very much continue to build on with OlliOlli World. If you've played previous games in the series, you're probably pretty aware that you're going to slam a bunch before you succeed. So for players who want it, that challenge is very much still there. New players will be happy to hear that the game will welcome you with open arms and ensure that we can get you up and riding in no time. Ultimately, we've managed to make failure part of the fun. Yeah, you're going to get knocked down, but when you finally nail that line, it tastes just that much sweeter. There's just so much more flow to the game. We've even added grabs, wall rides, firecrackers, split routes, right to left skating, and a host of insane tricks to keep your fingers busy. There's a range of visually and mechanically distinct areas to explore, packed to the brim with a fantastical cast of quirky characters, beautiful landscapes, cities, and of course, walking trees. OlliOlli World is coming to PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, Nintendo Switch and PC this winter. Make sure you wishlist it now.
That was OlliOlli World, which is coming to PC and all current console platforms this winter.
Next up, we've got a new game from the team at Odd Bug Studio, creators of PSVR's The Lost Bear. This animated story trailer will introduce you to the world of Tales of Iron, and something tells me you might be familiar with the narrator.
For centuries and longer, rats have fought tirelessly to repel the incessant frog invasions. Peace was only ever short-lived, until finally a young monarch rose to power. King Rattus, first of his name, unified the Rat Kingdoms under one rule, repelling Greenwort and his kind back to the putrid swamps from whence they came. Crops prospered, families flourished, and a magnificent Crimson Keep climbed ever higher toward the sky. But as time passed, King Rattus the Savior grew old, and the kingdom vulnerable once more. His people grew anxious, some claiming to perceive a faint odor in the air. Greenwort had returned with a ferocious vengeance. Amassing an army of unfathomable scale, he burned everything in his path towards the Crimson Keep. King Rattus gazed down upon his withered claws, barely able to hold the crown. He had little hope wielding a sword, so it was decided the crown should pass to Whiskers New. Arise, young prince, for the kingdom needs a hero. And so, your tale begins.
Question the reign of the Iron Frog. Doug. Anyway, in Tales of Iron, which is coming to PC and all current console platforms. Our next segment is from Polish studio Movie Games and hosted by God of War and Twisted Metal director David Jaffe, who recently joined their supervisory board.
Well, hello, fellas. It's me, David Jaffe. Great to see you. God of War, Twisted Metal, a bunch of PlayStation stuff. These days, I'm doing some new stuff with movie games. These guys, they've hooked up with this great company. You have to have heard of them, Platizh Image, one of the best VFX houses in the business. They worked on The Witcher. They worked on Love, Death, and Robots. We're making a brand new game, the biggest game we've ever done, by the way, that's all about crime and mob and mafia and different time periods. It's going to be great. But for today, settle in, babies. These are the brand new games coming very soon from Movie Games. Lust from Beyond. Man, this is one of the coolest games I've played in the last year. It's what turned me on to movie games in the first place. What you're looking at is the M-rated, console-friendly version of the erotic horror cult classic. It's a first-person action-adventure game that blends Lovecraftian horror with weird freaking eroticism. I love this game, Lust from Beyond. Game number 2 is called Fire Commander. It lets you step into the shoes of the only real-life superheroes we got, the first responders. This game is my childhood fantasy come to life. This game took me totally by surprise. You're trapped in the wilderness, freezing, hungry, and now you're starting to go a little bit insane. Man, you start seeing all kinds of crazy stuff out there. Winter Survival Simulator, it's coming soon. Have a great E3. Have a great future games. I miss you guys. I'll see you soon. Oh my God.
Thanks to David Jaffe. And check out GamesRadar.com for more about movie games' upcoming titles.
This next presentation comes from the folks at Xseed Games, the makers of Story of Seasons and Rune Factory. Here's a look at their most exciting current and upcoming projects.
Good game, but I'm taking this one.
Great. The net's back home. I don't know. Fending off a monster or two is one thing, but protecting a whole town? That's a lot.
Take that!
I'll get straight to it. Tomorrow. Today, I rest.
I look forward to working together, as colleagues and as rivals.
Marvelous.
Find out more about Xseed's lineup on GamesRadar.com.
This next game is a hack-and-slash RPG with twin-stick shooter elements set in a retro sci-fi world. Here's a new gameplay trailer for Batora: Lost Haven.
Oh yeah, now we're talking.
Batora Lost Haven is coming soon to PC and all current console platforms. And you can sign up to play the closed alpha when it launches on July 21st now.
Let's slow things down a bit with a look at the next game from the creators of 2 Point Hospital.
Oh wait, I think I saw something about this a few weeks ago.
No, you didn't. Here's developers Mark Webley, Ben Huskins, and Gary Card to tell you all about it and give you a first look at gameplay.
Introducing 2 Point Campus.
When we were thinking about what we were going to do next, campus and the idea of running a university or a college was something we just kept coming back to. It's a really rich topic.
So people who haven't probably heard of 2 Point Studios may think, oh, schools, that's really dull. Well, hospitals, if you've seen our previous game, isn't about healthcare really. It's a wrapper, you know, we call it 2 Point Hospital, but that's about as close as it gets to real world of medical healthcare.
Campus is taking everything we learned from 2 Point Hospital and taking it to the next level.
The important thing was for us to give the player a canvas that they could completely create themselves.
In Campus, you start with this blank plot of land.
We've got something called the Smart Brush, for example, which allows you to drag interesting shaped pathways. If you want to drag a picket fence, you can drag that along. It's just really easy to paint the world you want.
So it's really simple to drag out a courtyard, lay down some paths at different angles.
And it's fun, isn't it? I mean, it's adding this kind of city builder element to 2 Point Universe.
The difference between 2 Point Hospital and Campus is that we're spending a much longer period with our students.
What we wanted to do with Campus is make you care about your university.
You know, the idea of these interesting and different courses are going to attract interesting and different students. So there's a night school.
Horrible pun, but night school, you got it. You're going to train knights of the realm. So it won't be stuffy, normal, boring stuff that made you go to sleep at school. It's going to be really cool, interesting stuff.
That was 2 Point Campus, which is coming soon to PC and all current console platforms.
Our next game is in early development, but it already has a very cool codename, which is always a good sign. Here's Leo to tell you all about Project Ferocious.
Hello, my name is Leo, and I'm the developer of Project Ferocious, an action-adventure game set on a mysterious tropical island. Some of you might know me from Twitter as Omniok, where I post about the game and development and tech and stuff. And if not, I've been doing game dev for about 12 years with a big passion, and I've been working on this project for about 2 years. It's the first project of mine I decided to show to the public, and even though I know it still has a very long way to go, I'm very proud to present it today to you on the show. Please enjoy the trailer.
Project Ferocious is targeting a 2023 release date and coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox.
Our next world premiere asks, what if Doom Guy had a drunk one-night stand with Super Meat Boy? Guess this next game wants to answer that question for some reason. Watch out for Warcry challenges when it stops defying gravity and launches, or drops, on PC this summer.
Up next, we've got another world premiere. Conway, Disappearance at Dahlia View is a story-driven detective thriller set in 1950s England. Let's find out more, shall we?
Robert Conway, 22nd of June, 1954. I've solved many a case in my time as a private investigator, but nothing so close to home as the abduction of Charlotte May. There are some things that take hold of a person and refuse to let go. For me, it's the idea of saving that little girl. My own daughter, Catherine, is on the case. She has the same look in her eye that I used to have. There'll be no stopping her. I wish I could say that all of my neighbors are innocent. I wish I could say that I have the faintest clue where to begin. There's a lot I wish I could say. The truth is, sometimes it takes a nightmare to wake a place like Dahlia View.
I am in. That was Conway, Disappearance at Dahlia View from White Paper Games, and you can dig into the mystery yourself when it lands on PC and all current console platforms, autumn 2021.
And with that, we're at the end of this year's Future Game Show.
Whoa, hold on. Surely this can't be the end. I mean, it's an E3 showcase.
Nope, sorry, Troy, that's it. Just kidding.
I knew it. All right, let's see it.
My name is Marissa Marcel. I'm 17 years old, and it's my dream to be an actress.
And that really is all we have time for. Be sure to head to GamesRadar.com for more coverage and updates on all the games you've seen today and more.
I'm really excited about that Sam Barlow reveal. Yes, and thanks to our headline partners, WD Black, and of course, all of our many talented developers and industry partners that have made all of this possible.
And of course, for everyone tuning in at home.
Well, we hope you've enjoyed today's lineup, and mark your diaries because the Future Game Show will be returning in August.
I'm Laura Bailey.
And I'm Troy Baker.
And this has been the Future Game Show 2021.
you beautiful bunch of gamer dudes. Welcome to the closeout of E3 Day 2. And what a spectacular day it has been. There's certainly lots of things to talk about. And joining us is the closeout crew from yesterday's closeout crew. This is Jordan.
What's up?
And Phil. Hey. And once again, I'm Lucy and Tam combined into one. And with those powers combined, you get me.
I did not tell Tam and Lucy earlier today that you had run with that joke, so I'm very curious if anyone like tweeted out at them like anything. They're like, "What is this? What do you mean that we're one person?"
I highly doubt that if they were combined, anybody would want this as a result. So, so it goes. Anyways, to all you beautiful folks who are watching, thanks for being here for another day. But before we get all mushy-gushy and to say the goodbyes until I see you tomorrow, a lot of wonderful things happened today. Not saying that not a lot of wonderful things happened yesterday, but man, Xbox.
You can say that, Kurt. You can say that.
Yeah. Yesterday was weird, but it's to be expected. Like with all the the awkwardness that we all like love to hate or hate to love, the cringe factor that so many of us just like are so excited for. We got it yesterday in all sorts of different ways that we're not used to. So way to go E3 for keeping it up. But today was a different case because we got some. I didn't like wince one moment, especially during I think the winner of today personally.
Oh, I did once. I did one time.
Oh, you did?
I winced at one.
Okay.
Were you all awake this morning when Lucy, Tam, and I were on the show, and then the Starfield trailer accidentally leaked like an entire hour beforehand? And I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. What? Oh. I gotta tell you though, like even though this was not planned for the leak, obviously, as far as we know, who knows? There's probably some conspiracies out there. Good on Bethesda, good on Xbox and Bethesda for like just coming out of the gate and having that be the first thing they did. I highly doubt that was planned to try and get in front of whatever happened with that leak, but good on them. Worked out. At least it worked out in their favor. So Phil, any moments you winced today before we get into the wins today?
So I've been struggling with Strangers of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, which is supposed to have a demo, which I tried to spend my lunchtime playing, and it's just
nowhere to be seen.
Apparently it's corrupted, it's broken. The developers have tweeted about it, they're trying to fix it. It's very much like a sorry, we're trying to delete it kind of situation. And it's just like not working. It's really unfortunate because like I wanted to check that out. I really wanted to see that game in action and like divorced of this trailer because I had a rough time with that trailer. Like it was a little, I mean, Tam and our Square Enix follow-up show was just like dunking on it for being like, we got to kill Chaos. We're going to go kill Chaos. Hey, have you heard about Chaos? We're going to go kill him. And I was hoping that like we could see what the game's like and actually play it a little bit and see if it's a little less intense, in that way. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. So no dice. But that was a bummer, but hopefully, we'll get that under control and then can actually play that thing and see how it goes. Because I don't know, Warriors of Light going after Chaos, I guess.
Say the word.
It taps into that FF nostalgia I have from back when I was young. Maybe we'll go to the moon and like you'll just hit them all.
It's only appropriate that the demo doesn't work today because it's just really feeding into the chaos of the entire scenario.
Yeah.
You want a little more chaos in your life? We're going to tell you we're going to have a demo and you're not going to be able to play it. How's that for some chaotic energy? Thanks, Square Enix. So we went over some wincing moments, even though I thought today was wince-free, but I guess, I'm a little bit more wholesome and forgiving than these two creatures.
My soul
but they're
is dark
still
and corrupted on the inside, Kurt.
I'm the spooky kid, dude. I'm the one that's supposed to be dark and mysterious. Anyways, but I do want to talk about some big wins. And for me, damn, Xbox just killed it today. Xbox did this thing where they showed stuff and they didn't have to really explain that much. They just showed one thing after the other. They gave us Starfield. They gave us Redfall. They gave me a release date for Psychonauts 2.
Yeah.
That's all I could ask.
Wasn't it like wasn't it like 26 games or something coming to Game Pass? Like,
It was
I think they said
30
I think
games
they
in
said
total,
Yeah.
27 of which are
Okay,
going to
never
be
mind.
on Game Pass.
Sorry,
So,
I apologize for
yeah.
giving a stat. I didn't know. That's unprofessional.
So Phil, you weren't on the Microsoft post show, but I want to get tell me a thing or two that you like to see. What was your favorite wince-free moment for Xbox?
Man, a lot of good stuff came out of that show. I really enjoyed that showcase. The Halo stuff. You know, I was saying this to Lucy and Tam. I'm really excited for a faster paced Halo, and that's what that looks like. It feels like Reach with that grapple hook, you know, which I really enjoy because I'm the kind of guy who gets sniped a lot from way down the lane because Master Chief moves really slowly and can't jump, and or he can jump, but like he's on the moon, and
Lies,
so
dude.
just get annihilated all the time. So anything that's going to make me move faster and dodge more, that's what I want. That's what it looks like. I'm into it.
Obviously, Jordan's the Xbox man in this room, although I've come a long way in my old age and have declared myself as an Xbox bro, which has problems in of itself, but we'll fix the language as time goes on. Let's pivot over to Square, since Jordan wasn't on the Square response of things. What were some things you enjoyed seeing? We have so much to talk about. It's kind of stressful between like PC gaming and Future Game Show, but let's just start with Square. Tell me some stuff, Jordan, that you were into, or maybe not into. I don't know.
I'm like, why would you put me on the spot like that?
You don't have anything to say. That's
fine. I like Tam. I am a bit of a Marvel guy, and I'm not totally sold on this new Guardians of the Galaxy game, but it kind of invokes a little bit of those kind of Mass Effect-y vibes where you have one person, you have this party that you can kind of tell them what to do, what powers to use, and which enemy to attack. And so that seems kind of cool. The whole choices seems kind of cool. At the same time, I'm looking at it and I'm like, is this really any different than almost any other traditional like Western RPG that I've played before, other than the fact that they're Marvel characters? And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough that I jump in. I'm like, yeah, this is fantastic. But of all the things I think that were shown off at Square today, it would probably be that game.
It's pretty bold that they just like came out of the park and showed like that was like half their entire conference. I thought that was actually pretty impressive that they just like came in and was just like, hey,
Those Marvel superheroes.
yeah.
They went all in on it. And I mean, like, the thing that has me excited is that's the writing team that did Deus Ex, Mankind Revolution. Now I can't remember the titles, you guys.
Dude, there's Deus Ex, Man, World,
Human Revolution,
Humankind.
Mankind Divided. Yes.
Shnikes.
That writing team, like led by Mary DeMarle, I really like their work. I really like those Deus Ex games. So like I'm really excited for a Guardians game that seems like it seems like it really nailing that humor, and I know that writing team does cool stuff, and I'm into it. Like I think there's a good reason to be hopeful about that game.
I think
I could be just jaded. It could be the whole Marvel's Avengers thing. I could just be jaded because of that.
And that's what I was just about to say. I think it's like this notorious thing that we haven't had a lot of wins in Marvel games, and of course, with the exception of Spider-Man and Marvel's Avengers. People play that game, even for a moment, even for a second. People
campaign.
played it. Yeah, exactly.
Story's good.
I did it. I'm on the outcast here. But I'm not going to say anything too much personally about Guardians because I'm fairly almost to a fault kind of skeptical, and I'm like, I want to play the game. I actually want to get my hands on with it and see it for what it's worth. But this is kind of just like I think a lot of you two have really kind of hit the points. It looks like an action game with some interesting elements kind of taken from Mass Effect, maybe even some Deus Ex style stuff, some player choice things. That's cool. I don't care.
Which is fair. Which is totally fair. Kurt.
Like I don't want to be a jerk about it. I'm just like all those things. I hope those warm the hearts of the people who want that in a game. On the other end, the world can make have comments on me wanting a game like Psychonauts or Somerville, whatever that is. I want more of that. Yes, Somerville.
Yes.
We have Play Dead Games going off of that thing. This was exhausted earlier, but why not exhaust it more? Limbo and Inside are both absolutely fantastic. Jordan kind of said it had this Kentucky Route Zero sort of like feeling sprinkled without, and say what you will about Americana style games, but this one seems to at least be taking elements from a lot of different things that studio does exceptionally well. In fact, if you just look at Limbo, and then Inside was just like a much more.
I don't think it's the Playdead studio. I think it's just.
Oh, it isn't?
devs
Am I just
from
completely
that
messing this
studio.
up?
No, I think it's devs from that
embarrassing.
studio, which is why it looks so much like Limbo.
All right, everyone, cancel me as an official GameSpot person. Nonetheless,
no,
spiritual successor. It looks good. I'm excited for it. We don't have a lot of time in this beautiful second day of E3, but the future. We had the Future Game Show. We had PC gaming, Vampire Masquerade, Swan Song. We've seen a lot of Masquerade, I feel like, recently, and not we're still waiting for that sequel that was announced. What was it, last year? Or something like that. Anything you folks took away from that? Phil, you're up.
Oh, on Vampire the Masquerade.
Right, no, I mean anything from either one. I'm just gonna put you on the spot. Do you like video games?
I do. I enjoy video games. Hang on, let me look at that list.
It was a lot. Both of those back to back.
So much. That's the thing. Like, I'm really struggling to remember all the stuff we went through today. Like, there's so many things. Replaced, I think it was called.
Oh yeah, Replaced
is
was
one that really made things go off in my brain. I love that pixely art style and like that sort of samurai lone gun-esque story aesthetic. Like, okay, so I looked up, that trailer didn't tell you anything, right? So I looked up a little bit about what that game is. Apparently you are like an artificial intelligence accidentally or otherwise downloaded into a human body, and then also in a 80s retro future dystopia trying to survive. I don't know. I was like, yep. Checklist, all the things I enjoy. Cyberpunk stuff.
All the
yes,
words.
Please, thank you. Yeah, I was like, oh, these are all my favorite words. So,
Jordan, anything that you said that there was a game that came out today that you were really looking forward to, and that stresses you out. What game is that?
Oh my god, and I've already forgotten what it was called. Hold on. Something of Ohio.
Welcome to the Closeout Crew, where I throw really hard questions at you on this.
We're all very tired.
Deal with it.
Minute of Island.
I know.
Minute of Island.
Minute of Island.
That is the game. It's supposed to come out in March. They had to delay it for whatever reason, and they just announced during the Future Game Show. It's like, oh, by the way, it's out today. I'm like, cool. I actually don't have time to play it right now, but I'll be sure to mark it on my game list so I can get to it when E3 and Play for All is finally done.
It's because E3 announcements hate journalists. They hate us. They don't want us to be able to have time to enjoy things. They just want to, and that's great. You know what? Because there's tons of people watching this who are going to be able to go and play games. Not the demo for Strangers of Paradise. Joke's on you. That chaotic energy is coming in strong. But it is definitely tough when there's a lot of things that I'm excited about. A lot of things are coming out. There's there was another game that came out on Friday that Jordan had mentioned that it's just so stressful that we still have a week of this. And
Chicory.
Yes, Chicory. There's a lot. And that's good. It feels, like the stars are aligning and things are happening, even though we may not see half of this other than the games are coming out right now and stressing us out. We still, 2022.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a big year between Redfall, Starfield, other things.
Psychonauts, 12 minutes.
Well, Psychonauts is this year. Yeah, Psychonauts 2 is this year.
Yeah.
This fall
got 12 minutes this year.
Yeah.
Deathloop.
We're looking forward to an awesome 12 months from starting from right now.
Yeah. And then supposedly Holiday for Halo Infinite.
That's so weird, right? That's so
holiday.
weird that they're just like holiday. So like any time between October and December, I assume, even like gives them room if they want to release the single player first and the multiplayer later, or vice versa. Like, it's weird. I was really hoping they'd give us an actual day.
Time, right?
Yeah,
So,
but I mean,
multi and single. You're right. I mean, like it could. Who knows what could change, right? So.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, while we have a moment, we still have several. We're halfway through E3, so we have Capcom tomorrow. We have Razer. We also have Verizon in the morning with Riot Esports. And then on Tuesday we have Nintendo. It's big old Nintendo day. And then Play for All. Play for All starts tomorrow. If you guys don't know about Play for All, it's our big old celebration of E3 games and also good old-fashioned wholesomeness into the world, because we paired up with Able Gamers. We're going to be doing streams. We're going to be raising money. We'll also have exclusive interviews with devs, cool cats that we all got to talk to, and you'll be seeing that all throughout the week. So there's a ton of stuff to look forward to. But I guess while I have you cool cats here, tomorrow, what are we going to see? Tomorrow. Just put it out into the universe.
Isn't
What's
tomorrow
Capcom going to bring us?
Take Two, oh, and Capcom?
Oh, yes, Take Two, yes.
I would be down for any and all Resident Evil things, please. I love Resident Evil.
That was my
games.
answer.
What's that?
Yeah, I know.
Have I
I
heard of that?
That's why I went first. Yeah, like there's just a lot. We're have an abundance of amazing Resident Evil stuff going on right now with Village. We've got Resident Evil 4 coming to Oculus, which I really want to try that. I think that's going to be a great time.
I bought an Oculus for it. It was the most disgustingly
So
impulsive
excited.
purchase I ever made, where I was just like, well, this is it. This is it. I'm buying this thing. And I've also been enjoying my Oculus a huge deal too. So like it's been Resident Evil 4. I thank you. You've influenced me to make purchases that I have not regretted yet, including buying your game.
It's a neat little
12 times.
machine. I like that thing.
I know.
Yeah, and then you were saying, Kurt. I'm hoping that we'll start hearing about Village DLC. That'd be great.
I think we will.
I want to know what's going on in that ending. There's a lot of weird stuff still hanging. Who's the Duke? What's his deal? Can we hear about that? Let's have Duke DLC, please. That'd be great.
Where you play as the Duke, and all you do is sit there.
Yeah,
and
just like
cook. You cook the food and have to put the guns together that you give to Ethan Winters.
whole gameplay.
Now that'd be
is
fantastic.
You have to get to the merchant spots before Ethan does, so that when he arrives, you're waiting
everything up.
Because
your
otherwise he
carriage.
dies, right? Like he is for sure dead if those safe rooms don't exist. So, like, yeah, like looking at your map, trying to figure out where he's going. That'd be great.
I mean, it would be an awesome VR experience to be able to get into the eyes of the Duke and take on those meaty hands and put the guns together.
I want
his dexterity. These hands are more dexterous than you think, right?
I want his cooking simulator for sure.
Yes.
Those meals sound
Yes.
amazing. Where's that cookbook actually, Capcom? Can we get that like out on the internet store, please? I would buy that. That'd be great.
Jordan, you're up. Are you going to buy that book?
The Capcom cookbook? Awesome. Yeah,
Can I
of
just
course I
invent
am. Man, there's like no possible way it happens, but after the remakes of 1, 2, and 3 of Resident Evil, like I know a lot of people are like, remake 4 next. I'm like, remake Code Veronica next.
Yes,
That would be
yes.
dope.
I was about to like.
exactly
I was about to like get out of my chair and like scream in the microphone, like, "Give me Code Veronica! Give me a Code Veronica remake!" Like, you know what? Village is basically the spiritual successor to 4. Like, it's so much of 4 is there. It's hard to see. Like, personally, it's just one of those things. I was like, you kind of gave us the 4 remake in some ways, or at least the reimagining of 4. Give us Code Veronica. Just do it. That's the real sequel in the series, and that's the
And
one.
do
that
for the
should've been
guy
Resident
in
Evil
that
3.
game. What is his name? Steve or something? I can't
Steve.
remember.
Oh,
I don't like him. But do for
yeah,
him what you
yeah.
did for Carlos in RE3 remake, where it's like, oh, I kind of really like this character now.
Oh,
Justice
didn't
for
see
Steve,
you there.
for sure.
Didn't see you. Oh, I'm Steve. Sorry to shoot at you. Oh, and it's like, with his 2 guns blasting. I mean, that was a dramatic scene. I'm making fun of this poor kid and the horrible things that happened to him, but like, there's some room there to fix that dude for the better.
Yeah.
I think.
For sure.
Yeah. So that's
Plus
that's.
that
Go
game's
for it.
just full of bonkers villains. Like, yes,
No. Yes.
Do it, Capcom.
Do it, Capcom. Announce it tomorrow. And you should get on the live stream, like, because we saw Kurt, Phil, and Jordan, the closeout crew of GameSpot, we're giving this to you. Anything else, Jordan? We also got Take-Two stuff.
What would Take-Two announce or reveal?
Take L.A. Noire 2.
Oh, do we have BioShock in the offing, maybe?
Oh, that's right. They're making a new BioShock.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Wow.
Maybe.
That'd be interesting.
Intriguing. That would be interesting.
Speculation.
I don't really expect
Speculation.
it, but that would be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, nonetheless,
I have no idea where that's going. So,
I mean, either way, like, today was kind of a inspiring take after yesterday. While I was perfectly excited about yesterday for all of its weirdness as well, I walked away from today feeling I was like, holy crap, like Xbox still, like, they're doing it. They're still, I don't think Xbox has had a bad conference in like a few years, to be honest. I've, like, as someone who was not on the Xbox train, so this is just me, okay? Like, this is just me as someone who, like, does not care or has not, like, has had a long and difficult relationship with Xbox. I grew, like, increasingly impressed with their ability to just, like, show up and say things and not, you know, and at least we walk away feeling at least a little bit like Phil Spencer had this, like, you know, year after year, he's managed to say something, and, like, we're seeing the fruits of those things come true years later. So, like, what I would have wrote off as a lot of fluff or just bloating, you know, video game nonsense, like, it's actually kind of all coming to fruition. And I think, like, that makes, for me, year over year, these past few Xbox conferences be like, damn. So it was exciting, and I mean, maybe Square should have gone before Microsoft's Xbox. Maybe we would have had different reactions to that. But nonetheless, you know, even if I'm not excited for Guardians, I'd still am like, hell yeah, Square, you just came out swinging. Good for you. Yeah. But yeah.
I love how chaotic this is. Just
the closeout crew.
Back for Blood at all?
Oh yeah, and then we got
that one.
See, here we go. Yeah, right.
All right, Phil. Phil, you got to talk about that earlier. So Jordan, let's hear your take on Back for Blood.
I am so stoked for Back for Blood. It's one of those weird things that we're kind of like, video game development's always like this weird cycle where everything kind of happens over and over and over again, and now we're in the everyone wants to release a new Left 4 Dead style game. We have Back for Blood, we have Aliens Fireteam, we have whatever Arcane is working on. And so maybe like 3 years from now, I'm going to be like, oh my God, we have another one of these. But Back for Blood is like the first one we've gotten in a very long time. And I'm like, yes, Left 4 Dead, again, this is awesome. Yep. This is cool. I cannot wait.
Phil.
Yeah. I just have so many good memories of that game. That Left 4 Dead was one of those games that, like, really defined my college years when I had nothing to do except hang out with friends and play a lot of video games. And, like, oh, it was so good. And I played a little bit of this like several months ago, and it was a lot of fun. I really dug it. I really think it's full of a lot of great new ideas that have kind of come out of the multiplayer space in the time between now and the first Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead 2. And it's informing what's going on in this game in a really interesting way. It's not breaking the mold by any stretch. It's like very much feels like the next spiritual successor, the next step on what Left 4 Dead should be. But it's full of a bunch of little tweaks that I really think are going to, like, elevate the game in a lot of ways that you might not necessarily fully expect right away. If that makes sense, right? Like, all these little tweaks that it's like, oh, there's all this customization, and there's all this opportunities to, like, synergize with your teammates and have good strategy and stuff. And it's all the kind of thing that I really enjoy, or like we can sit in a Discord and, like, talk about our strats for next time kind of thing, and build our decks together and stuff. Like, I think it'll be Left 4 Dead but better in all the best ways. I'm super into that.
Left 4 Dead but better. Boy, those are some strong words. I'll say it's fascinating. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a boy can dream. I I think it's awesome that we're able to see we've seen games like this since Left 4 Dead, clones, things attempt to try to do the same. We even see Rainbow Six kind of doing their own interesting take just around the corner with Extraction. But I agree with you, Phil, that it's exciting to be able to see this revisited now, all those moons later. Because I played Left 4 Dead I played it fairly recently because I loved that game, and I still think it holds up. And it's in that kind of classic way that Valve games can somehow stand the test of time sometimes. But I am extremely excited to see how they're able to adapt like new styles of gameplay that have evolved from all those moons ago to now into Back 4 Blood, and it's going to be a Game Pass game, which was quite a shocker today in the midst of many other Game Pass games announced. There's also another 4-player style co-op shooter Left 4 Dead-ish game that was announced.
There's a lot, Kurt.
Pass.
There's just a lot.
Well, it was like just announced like a few days ago. It's called like the Pyronesis. It was like had this like kind of funkadelic like 60s vibe. Do you guys know what that?
I don't know. I missed that one.
Somebody can fact check me in chat if
There's
anybody cares enough.
We've only seen like 120 games in the last 2 days.
And you don't remember every single one of them. You're not an expert. You don't know the developer of every single one of them. Okay. Well, that actually brings us very close to a close. Thank you, folks, for joining us on this very chaotic moment, because you know what? This is E3, and E3's makes us all a little unhinged. We're getting a little sleep. I'm a Red Bull deep. I've had 2 cups of coffee.
Only one?
A bag of cashews. I think I ate some other food that I can't remember because I was just too busy trying to type things. Things are a little bit hectic, so bear with us in this moment. But nonetheless, this is how we close it out. We don't close it out dreamy and tired and cool. We close it out chaotic and hectic and intense. Because I'm Kurt and Davina, and this is Jordan Ramey, and this is Phil Hornshaw, and we're the closeout crew of E3. But make sure you stick around till tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that, because there's so much happening. Tam and Lucy and Dave Jewett is going to be joining you folks tomorrow morning and leading off into, I'm going to be coming around the mountain for Capcom or something or another. I'll be here tomorrow, I'm trying to tell you. And then, of course, we got Nintendo Day coming up on Tuesday. I'll be around for that. And all in between, we got Play for All stuff. There's a lot happening. And you should be excited. Not because I said you said so, but because the universe compels you to be excited. Anyways, with that said, Jordan, Phil, thanks for joining me. Thanks for being here today. Thanks for everything you do.
It's been a pleasure, Kurt.
Thank you, Kurt.
All right. I'm going to go take a nap, apparently. But once...
Just been a long day.
Go kill chaos.
Oh yeah, go see if that demo works. Go see if Strangers in Paradise, the demo works. In the meantime, just thank you folks so much for joining us, specifically, even if just for a moment. It means a lot that you took the time out of your day to at least see what GameSpot was talking about, even if you just so happen to tune in this moment. Have a wonderful day, drink some water, do some high kicks, and high five somebody you like. Till next time, see you folks.